Surrounded by friends, the MC doubts his cursed power. Can he actually work with the team and craft something new today? The blind boy gives his name, Gale introduces himself, and the boy instantly scraps their deal. The boy's getting kicked out of the wolf pack, leaving our MC stunned and totally clueless. Gale stood there confused while Kesh hammered home the same brutal truth. He was fired. The team mocks him, Melissa offers to calm him but Luke stops her. Nora scoffs that he thinks he's untouchable. MC leaps up demanding they wait and questioning the rush. Cash fires back, asking what's sudden and if he's really that clueless. 3 years ago, low-rank Gale joined the squad, crafting curses while struggling to learn. Kosh reassured him, admitting it took him forever to master the craft alone. He admits his support class is trash. All he's got is a one-time curse and the lowest level in the party. His class has no skills, but weak curses make every task easy. Priests can break them, but they're still his secret weapon. Gale reveals a hidden ornament that passively affects monsters, making his team instantly question his sanity. Kesh reveals his replacement, Mora, a support mage who buffs allies and debuffs enemies. She greets him warmly. Gale knew she was gorgeous. The team welcomed her, but Kesh turned to him, "Got it, you're not needed anymore." He begs for one more chance, revealing a deadly unused curse and a massive stash of hidden powers. The boss's glare cuts him off. Gale asks if they'll regret it, but he's certain they won't, remembering how he's backed the team since day one. The cash taunted him, pushing him to cave and gamble at the curse shop. Melissa confirms shady sales work. Norris vows to promote the shop, and Luke admits he doesn't hate him. Silence fell, MC finally understood, thanked them and walked out, but no one even looked back. Gale wondered how their long history crumbled, but rent was due. Between the bills and the curses cost, he was flat broke. Staring at his mark, he hides the truth and enchants their gear to boost their power. Gale's done, he cancels the spell, a seal flashing above him with a sharp sting before it vanishes. Catching his breath, he realizes curses aren't just evil. They can actually boost your traits and give you the edge. Gale felt a surge of new power. The curse was gone and he was done. It was time to find a new team. He checks his status. Keres is level 50, he's hit 48 and he's officially a curse master. All his other stats just spiked. Our MCC's Kira's hit 5,000 ATK and 3,000 def, a massive level up. The hotel owner asks why he's still there past checkout, so he leaves the hotel penniless and cursed. Suddenly, a nearby vendor shouts, hawking fresh apples. Gale considered a shop but hates the hype. He'd rather have a quiet, remote workshop. Finally free, he can eat, sleep, and hide his curse on his own terms. Now he's back to his research and living life his way. Gale grinned and cheered, hands high. It was time to start selling and making bank. At the Melissa Hotel's Silver Pavilion, Kesha kneels, raving about the meal and celebrating the MC's departure. Norris mocks Mori for babying the rookie, while Luke wants him kicked out. Mori stays silent, but one look at her has the boys blushing hard. Kesh and Gale have been together since day one. Melissa notes he adapts to everyone like magic, and suddenly, glowing seals erupt over the entire team. Kesh bolts to investigate as the team's gear glows. Mora suspects a dispelling spell, and suddenly the protective seals vanish. Confused, the boys felt their magic drain and souls grow heavy. Mora was stunned. She asks what they're discussing, calls it an advanced dispel spell, and the guys immediately grill her for more. Kesh asks if it's really Gale. Melissa confirms he did this, Norris calls it revenge, and Luke snaps they should have killed him. Something felt wrong. She couldn't remember a curse, and lifting one shouldn't feel this sinister. Kesh is lost and clueless about Gale's power. Melissa agrees if he makes a move, they'll react faster. Morek calls it a spell, but she's ignored. Kesh takes charge, declaring anyone who won't talk is an enemy to the group. His rule, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Norris vowed to incinerate him the moment they met, but Luke warned he's a literal devil and far worse than he looks. Norris just laughed it off, calling it a. Luke would have chopped off Gale's finger to end his magic forever. Now he's hunting the homeless Gale, and Norman knows he's not bluffing. It wasn't just her imagination. Casting the spell triggered a premonition. She's terrified they've fallen, constantly remembering when the MC kept them at the top. Melissa notices Moore turning and hands her a hot drink. Moore thanks her, realizing a curse this useful is something special. A cursor in this world, who could pull this off? Not the S-rank wolf pack, that's impossible. Then she remembers him, the man who walked away. She didn't know he'd been kicked from the wolf pack. Meanwhile, Gale wanders the forest, cursing an owl and demanding his power back. At the Merchants Guild, our hero asks to open a kiosk, and the clerk immediately starts pitching prime locations. This elite shop costs 4 gold coins a night, so Gale immediately scrambles for his cash. He checks his pockets, only 3 silver coins left. The man suggests cheaper stalls near the square, but the boy stays silent. He finally arrives, feeling lucky he stops at his beat-up stall. Gale smiled at the grime, it was plenty. He recalled the merchant who gave him the trading kit and thanked him, grateful for the man's kindness. Goods sorted, he's ready to sell his magic tools and household gear. Gale weighed his prices, deciding anything over material costs was pure profit. MC's goods look like trash and a merchant sprints up to confirm it. His stall looks pathetic. He rushed in to help, promising a quick fix. Minutes later, everything looked way better. MC thanks him, but the merchant warns. A shop needs soul, but if you don't know your stock, you won't sell, and no sales means trouble. Training's done and he's heading out. Gale's moved. Despite his painful history with the team he stayed, he's a real one. He pulls out his talisman. It resonates with him, but since he can't wear it, he just hangs it on the counter like a normal item. Gale grinned, ready for his first sale. He was hyped to see if the town would embrace his magic or stick to the old ways. He shouts that he's for hire, ready to curse anyone for a tiny fee. A guy questions the strange curse, while the girl suggests using weakenable magic instead. Gale reveals this curse is a one-shot item anyone can use, magic or not. That's why seekers are hunting for it. A man calls 5 coins for the poisoned General Esteel. The MC agrees, recommending the buy only because the advice costs him nothing. Gale explains condition curses tank stats and debuff enemies. They're effective, dirt cheap, and easy to afford. The man asks about the weapon. Gale reveals it's a cursed dagger that tanks monster defense but boosts their other stats by 1x. He grabs the dagger and a curse marks the blade. He screams in terror while Gale watches, confused. He asks for the effect and the MC explains it shreds defense. Since it's cursed, the buyer takes it instantly. The man turns to Gale. Honesty is great, but who's actually buying this junk? Switching tactics, the MC pitches the dagger as home decor, asking the man if the handle looks sick. Liking the design, the buyer grabs a few more items, taking this one to decorate his home and ward off evil. Gale gives him 3 free dispelling spells, leaving the man stunned by his foresight. It's the exact backup Gale warned he'd need. This curse boosts an object stats by 5x, but humans pay the price. The design is flawless and he always includes a spell to break the hex. Cursed shoes grant 5x agility, but he must pass the curse to a servant or try to break it. He accepts. His cursed crossbow buff stats by 3x and never misses, sold specifically for the annual hunting tournament. MC snaps back to reality as a man asks about the curse. The guy just smiles, he knows this story by heart. The legendary heroes squad had a berserker. Rumors claimed his cursed armor granted him insane power. Curses sound nasty, but he's got the cure. He explains how to lift the spell, its side effects, and how it even boosts your mood. A crowd swarms his stall, buzzing with one question: can his gear really break enchantments? MC hits an empty counter, everything's sold out. New faces are everywhere and one guy brags his curse Metaldeath is the real deal. He's got insane. A crowd rushes Gale, desperate for cursed items. They ask if anything's left, but Gale tells them it's all sold out. They drop to their knees begging for a curse, but the boy apologizes, says the shop opens tomorrow and sprints away. A customer buys a cursed ring at a kiosk and puts it on to test his luck. His friend jokes about him fainting, but the guy insists he won't pass out. His stats surged 5x from just one ring, leaving everyone stunned and demanding answers. The buyer asks the price of the Bogle U-buff spell, claiming it's a goldmine, but he's too terrified to even speak of it. Blonde senses a master mage, but Brunette says every guild is here. Blonde corrects her, she means this guy specifically, the weirdest sorcerer they've ever seen. Adventurers chat, oblivious to the man carrying a 4-person curse. Despite his failing health, he still backs his team. An S-rank sorcerer, kicked from his team and forced to sell cursed items on the street just to survive. Cashin's team battles the beast, but their leader slams into a tree, barely able to stand. The others freeze in shock as their plan crumbles. Org roars as Kosh grips his blade, desperate to know why the monster won't die. The team doubted bringing a rookie on an S-rank quest, but the leader guaranteed he's the guild's best. The boy tells Mori it's perfect. They spot a massive orc and move in to take him down. Melissa snaps, calling Luke a fool. He awkwardly admits he's failing, but before she can finish calling him a bad person, a massive blow sends her flying. Norris starts chanting as Kesh mocks his singing. Norris jokes he'll wait, then a magic seal ignites. The seal vanishes, leaving a tiny flame. Kesh scoffs at the weak magic, then instantly dodges the monster's lethal swing. Morris vows total revenge, unleashing every enhancement to fight until the end despite her mana rapidly hitting 0. She slams her staff, igniting magic circles under everyone. With their stats doubled, she orders them to slay the beast. Fired up, Kalsh charges, but Org stops him with one hand. Picking his nose, the beast asks if he's actually serious about fighting. The commander's stunned, his strike was blocked. Org hoists the boy onto his blade and sends him flying. Kesh is trashed. He bolts from the monster's next swing as Mora shields him, but he just calls her useless and demands she double her stats. She backs away, ready to use the previous owner's cursed object. She warns it weakens the organ. Kesh lunges, grabs her, and excitedly asks if she's using Gale's curse, but warns it won't work. She remembered Gale's letter, promising to share his support techniques and the secrets of curses. Morris reveals they were cursed before the fight even started. Stunned, Kasha drops her and Morris hits the floor. He knows it's no spell, it's a curse, and the whole team feels it too. The boys kept trashing Gale before trekking toward the Hippo Mountains, totally forgetting Mora as if the game was already over. Kashash knew this road was crawling with Class A monsters. His team didn't get his stress. Since the curse already nerfed their power, they were already forced to be extra careful. They didn't flee, they retreated strategically. Their enemy grew careless and Kesh called it a win, curse or not, it worked. The sea wonders if they're quitting, but Kesh smirks. They're just shocked she hasn't even shown her true power yet, leaving the girl stunned. The team backed him up, calling her a useless rookie before ditching her. Mora's fuming, she's a support mage, not a fighter. She screamed for them to stop, but they just smiled, leaving it all up to her. They vanished, and now she's alone with the monster. Org sympathized while Morris shook with rage. Screaming it was a joke, she hurled a curse into the air. She sprinted after the boys, scolding them for acting out. Exhausted but hyped, Kesh's team takes a break to vent. Some feel like trash, others mourn lost wands, and Melissa admits she thought she was a goner. Norris brags about his multicasting, but Luke's confused why they're already gassed. Melissa just blames Norris and starts hyping herself up. Norris saw another problem. Everyone was moving like amateurs even before the magic. Luke's suspicious of the spell's speed. The man shrugs, admitting he overdid it. If he were in a better mood, he'd have burned everything to the ground. Cash blamed the MC for everything, plotting his revenge until Mora suddenly appeared, announcing she'd finally caught them. The leader greets her like she's finished, but she's late and fuming. A tiny monster clings to her cloak, and when Kosh asks about it, Mora stays silent. He strolls the city streets, humming and beaming, shouting that being a street vendor is pure joy. Window shoppers stare but never buy. Even with curses to break, everyone's only here for spells. The merchant greets Gale after a long time, asking how things are. Gale mentions moving his shop and the man asks where. Gale heads for the Noble District, setting up shop just off the main road. Richard's aristocrats hate looking like commoners, they live for the latest trends. Morrow tells the team she isn't here for praise, but behind her, the curse breaks and the monster reverts, freezing everyone in terror. She yells she'll handle it, passes the baton and bolts. Kesh snaps back that he doesn't care. The team eyes the beast as Melissa barks orders, but Lucas shamelessly tells the monster women's meat is tastier. They all bolt as he watches, claiming he's actually a vegetarian. 4 days later, the team's back at the pavilion, heads down and hiding from the world. Kesh is dying for water, Melissa's desperate for a bath, and their brutal escape into another forest has left them miserable and smelling like trash. Hostess asks Mari if they're coworkers, but the girl says they chose this fate. Suddenly, someone blames Gale and calls the hostess over. Kesh asks for water, Luke questions the service, and a glass instantly appears. She limits them to 1 glass of water, sparking instant outrage. The guests are furious at her disrespect, but she just reminds them that living here isn't free. The hostess calls them low class, and a furious Kesha demands an explanation. Yesterday's paid, but drink today's water and you're out. She holds out her hand, pay up for another day. Cash reached for his cash in a fury, only to find his pockets empty. His friends pressured him to pay and save face, but Cash just stood there, turning ghost white. The boy's in denial, but Melissa's already gripped a new dagger. She's obsessed with anything new. Luke's fresh gear is trashed, starting with his gloves. Norris loses his new spellbook and wand, while Cash's newly fixed sword shatters against the beast. They realize the company's broke. The hostess spots their panic and asks what's wrong. 5 silver a night, 6 with food. She asks if they can even afford it, and the guys lose their minds. Melissa suddenly grabs the water and downs it greedily while her friends desperately try to stop her. Mora ignored them, ordering ale and snacks, while the team watched Melissa stone-facedly drain her water. The team glares at Morris, confronting her for never paying into the common fund, and the mounting pressure is terrifying. She claims the cash is hers, group funds only come from mission rewards. Mora remembers Kesh's promise, forget the money. They'd get paid and handle the rest, being just as clever as Ranka. The guide warns her to focus on the mission. Melissa agrees, grabs the girl, and claims everything for herself. Mora tries to stop them, but they're out for blood. Nora tells her to blame Gale as they snatch the cash, declaring everyone gets a cut, even Mora's share. They crack the wallet, stunned by the loot, and joked it's a fortune for a support mage. Morris just smiled, vowing she'd surpass them all. Kesh mocks her support magic as a mere mosquito bite, only to get slammed by a sudden strike. The boy flies back, smashing into a chair and barrel. Melissa shouts, swings the chair at Mora, and warns her, don't let good intentions take control. Melissa lunges but hits a decoy cloak. Mora appears behind and strikes. Luke and Norris yell for her to stop, calling her unladylike. Mura snaps at them to shut up, calling them worthless. Lucan warns her to stop joking before things get ugly. A fight breaks out and she wrecks them all, grinning. She offers to pay for the damage, but the owner lets it slide. Morrow smirked, walked to the fallen boys, and told them she was quitting the group. While selling his wares, a blonde with a fan spots some bizarre antiques in the MC's stash. She spots the weird lizards and Gale calls them basilisks. He praises her sharp eyes, it's his damn Kantara, and she's totally stunned. Terrified, the woman panics about the cursed one. Suddenly, a mustached man leaps onto the counter to take charge, leaving the MC stunned. The stranger snaps, "You sold a cursed item to a noble." Gale claims it's just decor, instantly hooking the man who demands more details. They left after the talk. He sat on a box, realizing she was true nobility, worth way more than any price he could have asked. He invented these spells, but nobody wants single-use combat magic. Stock's gone, so Gale closes shop. He remembers how every customer flinched the second they saw those damn things. The nobles called it strange to hide their interest. He saw through them, but had zero time to waste. A girl approaches the MC's bench. She looks like a noble but too plain, she's definitely hiding something. Suddenly, he spots a stranger spying on them from around the corner. The stranger asks if he works there, inspects an item, and flashes a radiant smile, loving the eccentric design. Gale's shocked she likes the ring, but the MC realizes she's strictly business. He's closing shop, so he offers a discount. She's satisfied, but her money's back at the castle. Gale asks for details, and she admits she's broke after forgetting her wallet. Gale laughs. She protests the high price, but he winks and gives her a regular's discount for being the first to appreciate his work. She hands him a gold coin. Gale's stunned. How is this worthless to her? Before he can stop her, she bolts, waving with a huge smile. He forgot to explain the curse's effects and cure. He looked around, but the stranger had vanished. Clutching his head, he panicked over his next move. It's weak but triples her defense and blocks instant death. The catch, it's cursed. Once she puts it on, it's stuck forever. Gale figured her wealthy look tricked him into thinking she could break the temple curse. She'll apologize and return the spell later, but he's still puzzled by her cryptic words about the castle. The stranger is yanked into the passage, screaming and begging for release as hands grab her. The girl of the night whispers she's finally been taken. At the castle, 4 guards sit idle. The stranger ignores them as the shadows whisper her name, Princess Kara. While the MC strolls, a man grabs him, hunting for a black-haired seller in a blue jacket. Spotting the resemblance, he demands to see his face. Gale turned with a smile, noting the man still looked young. Realizing his mistake, the man apologized. Disguised by a cursed object, our hero wonders why the royal guard is hunting him. He needs to grab his gear and ditch this city now. The church branded her purchase sacrilegious, but the princess calmly saw no issue. The night girl still can't crack the room's design, but the princess just laughs, telling Vivian she's nowhere close. He says they need to prep for a morning meeting with foreign ambassadors. Meanwhile, Kara slides the ring onto her finger. Vivian fumes over the ring choice for the meeting, but the girl claims she's just trying it on. Eating at the guild, Gale realized he finally had the talent and opportunity to make any dream a reality. He needs those materials ASAP. The quarry's closing, so grabbing abandoned gear will be a breeze. Kesh's S-Class team is stunned by the loan rejection. They ask for a measly 20 gold coins, but the administrator freezes, speechless. Since the promotion, searches have stalled and funding is dry. She asks if they've even met clients because the complaints are already pouring in. Kesh warns it's an unexpected beast. The admin notes its A rank against their C rank, but Kesh reveals it's a freak mutant unlike any other. She smiles, revealing she knows about their secret city training. Hinting at a hidden agenda, she mocks them for underestimating the guild, making Kesh snap. Mora ditched the group, leaving the guys stuck with a massive hotel bill. They paid out of guilt, but Gale could tell they were in rough shape. The admin explodes, demanding if they really want a loan. The group trembles as Kesh pins it on Gale, leaving her speechless. Melissa explains the MC's curse tanked his stats and killed his buffs. Luke calls Mora useless, and the admin just sighs. She claims Mora's a top-tier support, ranking top 5 in the capital. Her old team was a mess, so she's building a better one, shocking Kesh and his crew. She lost her powers despite her confidence. She doubts Gale's evil, but his elite magic makes him a standout witcher. She checks the antidote's price, reminding Gale of the spells he once crafted for the guild. Kesh cuts the talk and orders the team out. Melissa asks about Gale, but Nor demands grit. Luke backs him, and the leader silences the group. They ask if they're finally wrong. Kosh thinks so, but he's wrong. Gale's confused. He broke his own curse years ago. Checking the clock, he bails to avoid a run-in. He thanks the cook and heads out, spotting 2 guards rushing down the street. One asks if they're under attack, but it's just the princess and Vivian having their most serious fight yet. It'd take a mob of adults to stop them, and Gale realizes the kingdom might actually deploy their army. Guards try to calm Vivian as the blanket-trapped princess glares. Vivian screams the ring is cursed, paralyzing the room with fear. The princess promised to just try the ring on, but the second she did, dark shadows swirled around her, leaving the girls paralyzed with fear. The old man demands Kara remove the ring, but she says she can't. Vivian had no choice, the finger had to go, she swung her sword but a sudden shout erupted, "Save the princess." The princess finally enters, apologizing to her guests for the delay. Kara accepts a compliment on her beauty and brushes off her finger injury just as guards announce foreign guests. The princess offers tea after the long journey, but they refuse, pointing to a chest already packed with premium tea and sweets. Kara spots the massive stash and agrees to a taste. They confirm there's plenty more. Two bandits burst from the box, weapons drawn, shouting for their empire. Vivian screams enemies and rallies the team for battle. Guests draw weapons, warning the poison bolt kills instantly. Guards shout to protect the princess. Arrows swarm Kara, but she just shuts her eyes and covers her ears. Every shot misses. The enemies are stunned, and even Vivian can't believe her eyes. They fire again, but their arrows shatter against an invisible barrier. Kara wakes up stunned. She broke the barrier, but she's certain the MC helped her. Vivian checks on the girl, who says she's fine. Knight wonders why these guests are posing as Imperials, but there's no time, they need to reach safety now. Two men approach the princess. Vivian asks Uriel and Uriel for their take, while Kara doubts the curse is actually that bad. Uriel says lifting it is simple, but the curse's design is a nightmare. Whoever made this is a master of dark magic. This god-tier ring grants insane status, but deadly curses could make it vanish instantly. He says Azul's up next, while Adam apologizes to the princess. He grabs her hand, making Vivian turn. He inspects the ring and confirms it's a cursed relic. In 10 years, he'd never seen such a wonder, until Vivian taps his head, asking how long he's gonna hold Kara's hand. She claims the angel shield artifact works similarly, and Aristotle realizes he has the exact same skill. The priest claims nothing can stop instant death, but the princess reveals the Empire's treasure, the Demon King's heart. This item blocks instant death and boosts casting speed, but it drains your life force every use. Get too attached and it'll kill you. Vivian knows greatness demands a massive price. The world's truth, there's no price. This isn't just a relic, it's something far bigger. Princess asks Vivian if she remembers the boy. Vivian nods, then it hits her. He's the kid Kara bought the ring from. Knight asks if she wants him dead, but the princess wants to thank him and demands a ride to the castle. Cursed or not, this ring saved her life. It's all that matters and why she's desperate to see him again. Our MC gears up with a pocketed coat, gloves, armored boots, and steel wire clothes. He checks the mirror, looking sharp. Armed with spells and a homemade dagger, he eyes the city ahead. It's time to move out. Wondering how the capital had changed, he let out a quiet sigh. Gale's happy stroll stops when he spots something weird in a dark alley and moves in for a closer look. His old squad is back, huddling for warmth. Melissa says relax, but Norris isn't sweating it. She snaps at being called aboard, but the guys deny it. MC feels like he's met them before. Gale grabs an apple at the market as guards race past, muttering about being understaffed but trusting the castle's security. He eyes the royal knights, wondering why they're here, and spots the royal guard right behind them. He turns, spotting a wanted poster for a dark-haired jewelry peddler. Seen him? Report to the castle. Knights ask if the square is clear. Guards confirm it's locked down, the capital army is on patrol and nothing gets past them. They search the tavern and guild for him. Gale loved the thrill of being stopped, but this time he didn't fit the description. A knight sees himself in the MC, noting his lack of greed for jewels, but Gale calls the comparison an insult. The knight noted the boy's messy clothes. Worse, the jewelry he sold held destructive power, making it look even filthier. Dismissed, Gale's fuming. He hates himself for losing control and needs to skip town fast. Mechanical horse carriages surround him, offering endless routes. To find work, he's heading straight for the big city. Scanning the map, he spots Trade Hub Imbalance and Fortress Gracious nearby, or he could head for Ancient Grange. With departure only 2 months away, they scored a discount. 1 silver coin for a ride to the farming town of Farmedge. Gale pictured a veggie farm and shot his hand up, ready to go, but another hand rose right beside him. He studied her face. She looked familiar, so he asked if they'd met. Mora drops her hood, smiling as she greets Gale. He recognizes her from Kesha's group. They board the carriage, his face still stinging from her slap. Gale promises they won't be delayed, and she hopes he's right. MC chuckles as the girl realizes they're too close. They scramble apart, but he shrugs. It's cramped, nothing he can do. She just turns away. Scanning the market's foreign iron and mercenaries, he spots the fearless girl who'd abandoned their team way too early. MC wants rest but finds no peace. He tells Mora they won't interfere, but she suddenly drops a bombshell she never even considered. Gale didn't blame the girl, Kasha was just blinded by her beauty. He'd clearly been plotting this for ages, so it worked out perfectly. MC asks why she left. Mora finally speaks her mind, wondering how he's put up with them for so long. She calls Kesha trash leader who can't fight, the others clumsy amateurs, and doesn't even bother mentioning the bow. MC asks if it's Kosh, she confirms it, and the guild hauls her off, banning her from the capital. Morek says they just trade blame and move on. She knows he gets it. She apologizes, but he takes the blame for the trouble. She shuts him down, no apologies needed. He looked at her, figuring she'd have ditched the group and skipped town long ago. He makes her a sandwich, bonding over their shared trauma with the company. He asks for her story, and she responds with a smile and the perfect answer. Her mouth waters at the sight. She thanks him as Gale hands sandwiches to the rest. Morris loves the meal, stunned by his speed. He credits the top-tier ingredients and wine for the masterpiece. She questions his motives over the expensive wine, shocked he'd spend so much. He just smiles, saying he earned the cash at his kiosk. Rumors of the stall's artifacts are spreading fast. Morek demands to know who's behind it. Sipping her wine, she reveals the princess is hunting him, and suddenly the girl appears right before his eyes. He shook his head, impossible. Morek swore she didn't know his earnings, so he just smiled and asked if he looked like an artifact dealer. She laughs and agrees, but he sighs at the injustice. He wished she'd just lie and say it was true. Morek says great deeds need a holier place. Gale suggests the hermit life, laughs, and they press on. She loves his humor and hanging out. He admits he likes her too, and they celebrate with a high five. A frontline warrior would unite their power, Mora backing them up while he blasts spells. Suddenly, the carriage jerks to a halt. Orcs ambush the column, blocking the path. Outside, the battle is a disaster. A warrior reports the mercenaries are dead and begs for backup. Outside, the organization is waiting. Mora panics, they've already spotted the carriage. Even in the rear guard, she and Gale are struggling, but they're the only ones left to fight. She asks if he's armed, there's no other way out. She's only got a magic staff and a knife. Gale's only got a dagger and some weak curses, so she suggests they team up to hunt the enemies. Mora claims dying for nothing is worse than falling in battle. He just needs to trust her support magic. Gale takes point and tells her to watch the rear for sneak attacks. She apologizes, but Gale waves it off, they're good to go. Smirking, the hero offers a taste of his true S-rank power, and the enemies charge instantly. Gale knew they were underestimating the enemy and needed a kill fast, but then he spotted something interesting. The wall can take a few more hits. Mora promises backup, shouting go, as he nods. A dark shadow creeps from his side. She gasps in shock, then spots it, a dagger gleaming in Gale's hand. Mora warns buffs aren't instant, so timing is everything. Hit the organizer at the perfect moment to one-shot them, then curse the enemy to buy time for the next kill. Gale knew a delay meant a patrol would arrive, making victory certain. The girl fumed, weighing her words. Mur questions the weapon, but he calls it a simple cursed dagger and orders her back as she tries to stop him. She draws a magic seal. It's unstable, but they need the edge to win. She triggers increase maximum power. Power surges through him. He swings, declaring the range perfect. Time to strike. The object's inscriptions blast the monsters, leaving Morrow in total shock. Was it really Gale's curse? Their power only hits monsters, but the last victim is fading fast. He screams he'll chop them to bits, but fights to hold back. It's too soon. Gale wasn't just floating. One swing severs the organ's head, leaving the girl frozen in shock. I'm speechless. He calmly drops another foe, severing his head with ease. He charged ahead, crushing every monster in his path as they trembled at his sheer will. He laughs at his blade and praises Mora's enhancements, but she insists it's not about the gear. She thought the debuff was a regional curse. Survival was a nightmare. Ignoring safety and denying the truth is basically just being manipulated. He calls a legendary item ordinary. She facepalms, calling him a fool just as magic erupts around Gale. He spots the seal. Mora's buff supercharges him. He credits her for the win, but she insists it's all him. MC's ready to fight, and she realizes he's doing it without any enhancement spells. She noticed his level dropped, but he didn't care. She apologized, promising a fix since his buff expired. He claims they're fearless together, but a shocked Mora asks if he's lost his mind. Gale charges the orcs while Kenny drops an enemy, only for more to swarm him. These monsters are multiplying. He hurls an artifact, nicking them as their bodies begin to dissolve. He lunges with his dagger. Mori's boost supercharges his spell, instantly turning the orcs into solid stone. She panics, thinking he summoned a monster, but she's dead wrong. He charges straight at the biggest beast. He decapitated him in a flash, skeletal ghosts rising behind him, the true face of death. This is impossible by hand, but she doesn't have a clue. MC claims victory and she admits he won. Gale's impressed, especially since he was just the support. Passengers peeked from behind him. Gale and Mora waved and the crowd rushed over, grinning. During a break, the MC admits he's never fought monsters. He was terrified, but Mora, recalling his skills, double-checks. He just nods. She asks how long he's served Kish. He shrugs it off. He was just an early recruit and a master of cursed objects. Mora slams Kesh for kicking her out. Gale agrees but says it was necessary. Mora's take, he just lacks confidence. She loves the dandelion coffee, so he lists its health perks. She jokes it's a miracle cure, but he just smiles at her exaggeration. She thanked him for the coffee and headed to bed. He wished her good night. Gale finally realized he was god tier, a first for him. Today was a massive win, all thanks to Morazi. He remembered hiding in his old squad's shadow, but today, facing monsters doesn't even make him flinch. Gale laughs, calling her kind while she tries to fall asleep. At dawn, they hit the road. Morris announces they've arrived, catching Gale off guard. They sprint toward a village surrounded by rich farmland. Exhausted from walking, they reach the village. The border is an hour out, so the MC stays on the cart while she confirms the road is a straight shot. Mora asks his plan. He's heading to the guild to cash in monster loot and find new quests. They stuck together while scouting for a team. He backed her up, wanting a normal life, but their mission wouldn't be easy. They hit the farm's outskirts guild to scan quests. Mora asks if he can solo it, and he confidently claims he's got this. Gale tags along to cure his cold for the Class A mission. She warns their unit will fail, but he's desperate, admitting this mission is his only shot at salvation. A girl suddenly appears, claiming she doesn't recognize them. She asks if they're new, but when Gale mentions the royal capital, she's thrilled. She takes his hand lovingly while Mora fumes behind them. She asks if they're friends, but the mage says they're just travel companions. The stranger smiles, claiming the popular support role. She turns to Gale, what's his pick? He's on standby, a master of curses. She's hooked. He's support, but he can definitely scrap. She apologized, admitting true curse masters are rare, then joked she's in the perfect job and winked. She offers practice tasks to help them adjust, praising their quest choice and noting there are plenty more like it. Priests are scarce and spirits strong enough to stop them are non-existent. These days, nobody's brave enough to try. She hoped for luck. The stranger asked if they'd face death itself. He agreed. She warns them, refuse the task, and no rescue team is coming. MC asks for a map. She offers extras, but he refuses, taking only the map. She stamps the quest with the guild seal. The stranger reveals a fresh human skull. It belonged to a solo adventurer who tried this mission alone. She warned Gale to watch his back. Adventurers are dying out and the city is a mess. Glancing at Mora, she laughed at how close they've become. She remembers now back in Farm Edge, she introduced herself as Gimli. Gale gives the all-clear to start tomorrow, but Mora questions the rush, demanding rest after their long trip. Leaving the guild, she rants about Gimli's annoying persistence. The MC asks what's up, but she instantly plays it cool and denies everything. Mora joins the mission out of obligation. Gale accepts but questions her sudden change of heart. She screams she doesn't care, she's only worried about him, her face turning beet red. Smiling calmly, he tells her to stay, no sense in false hope, he's faster going solo. Morek warns fighting the undead is deadly and she's terrified. He wasn't worried, the curses were on his side and he couldn't wait for tomorrow. Gimli brooded over Gale's words. She was stunned by his curse mastery, questioning if his power was even a normal curse. Next morning, Mora teases the MC over breakfast for sleeping until noon, but he just shrugs it off. Every eye was on them. Armed adventurers are a rare sight in this city. They hit the mission site and the MC makes it clear, finish the job, get the cash. Gale checks her bag, a silver knife, incense, and holy water. It's not enough. He says it's fine since he's a cold expert, but she reveals her real concern is this area. They descend. Mora warns she'll bolt if things get scary, so Gale tells her to stick close in this maze and run with her if danger strikes. They rush toward the flickering light and find a room carpeted in skeletons. Mora's terrified, while Gale suspects the undead. Sifting through the remains, they find mysterious traces. She says this prison became a graveyard. It's littered with bones and nobody ever paid for it. Gale asks if she'd feel the same deeper down. She wants the bones left alone, so he mocks her religiousness. He shoves the skull in her face, but she's stone cold. He starts clacking the jaw and she snaps, decking him and screaming for him to die. Gale apologizes for the scare, but she warns him the monsters are real and tells him to stop. Gale thinks if she's that terrified, she should just wait outside. He's pushing deeper for more rewards. If she's scared, she can wait outside. Gale calls the holy water a waste, hands her the lantern, and apologizes before leaving. Stunned he ditched her, Mora turns to face a dark corridor. She shakes it off and bolts after him, shouting to wait, only for the pair to end up surrounded by coffins. She clings to him, whispering she heard a noise. He brushes it off as her imagination, and she apologizes, admitting she's terrified. Gale calls it a bat, but Morris mocks her fear, noting the massive pile of snot. She spots a rattling skeleton and dives into the MC's arms. Eyes shut, she whispers something's moving while he tells her not to worry. She hit the ground sobbing, begging for quiet. But when the dead rose before her, Morris spiraled into pure panic. She grabs his collar and uses him to plow through the skeletons, leaving him in total shock. With the undead wiped out, he asked if she'd calm down. She nodded and apologized. Why follow him if she's terrified? Moral admits she had no choice, going solo was a death sentence. She's worried, but Gale smiles, assuring her he's fine. He even likes fighting a cold and thanks her for caring. He's hitting the bottom and asks if she's ready. He tells her to close her eyes and grab his hand if she gets scared. Mora actually listens, closing her eyes and grabbing his hand. They both blush. Gale thought she was joking, but she's dead serious. Back in the capital, just before the MC leaves, the forge is heating up. The crew tries buying the forge's gear, but the owner calls them filthy and tells them to beat it. Time skips, huddled in rags, the crew is starving, freezing, and broke. Another night in the dirt is certain, until Luke shows up with new quests. Kesh brags these tasks are too easy for S ranks, but Norris tells him to chill out. The team's too exhausted to finish the mission. They need rest to recharge. Kesh scans the board, but the pay is garbage. The top job is 60 coins for an org, a target that reminds them of an old enemy. Melissa demands rank C since D and E pay peanuts, but the squad opts for the organizational task instead. Kesh sees level C is the limit. The girl smirks, calling skeletons easy, while Luke refuses to spend a hungry night in the field. Norris agreed the plan was set, and these skeletons were just small fry. Nor checks on Melissa and Kesh, but Kesh jokes they'll finish fast and feast on steaks. The man notes their severe wounds, but Luke calmly replies that health is the top priority. They hit an abandoned church outside the city. Luke scouts the area and finds it crawling with people. He mapped 20 enemies lurking in the cemetery. Kesh smirked, light work, and Melissa backed him up. She asks about the surprise raid, and the leader vows to show them exactly what one night can do. Kesh unleashes holy light, Melissa charges with her dagger and signals Norris to strike. He chants the spell while Luke mops up the rest. Victory is theirs. Keisha is satisfied this was his plan. Melissa attacks, Norris burns the enemy, and Luke delivers the final blow. It's all coming together perfectly. Norris says it'll work. Luke adds they'll wait behind the wall for their turn. The leader nods. Kesh and Melissa reach the gates. He asks if she's ready, she confirms, and the spiritual barrier drops. They charge the skeletons. Karis vows to round them up as Melissa grumbles about wasting time in the sun. They leap to attack, but the skeletons move faster and strike instantly. Kesh and Melissa rocket skyward. Luke and Norris watch stone-faced, already expecting the move. Skeletons swarm and bash the couple. They scream as Luke yells for Norris, warning their dead meat. Norris instantly snaps his book open. He sparks a tiny flame. Luke mocks it, but the man-s condensed all his power into it. Small but lethal. The attack did 0 damage, only enraging the skeleton. They grabbed their team and bolted. Mission failed. Next day, they take an org mission. Melissa vows to protect him, then suddenly jumps on his back, knocking him down. He snaps up, grabs her hands, and hoists her high. She screams, but after a quick look, he drops her and walks off, claiming she's not his type. Insulted, the girl cries and demands to know what's funny. Cash strikes while the orc's back is turned, but his sword slips and flies away. Enraged, he spun around as the leader sighed in defeat. The monster's mace sent them flying, another total failure. Days later, the team regroups at the Capital Guild, looking completely defeated. Broke and forced to sell their best gear, they sit down to blame the MC for their total failure. Norris needs cash to catch Gale. Luke suggests a shop and KRS agrees, but first, they've got goblins to hunt today. They stumble back to the guild battered and bruised. The admin scoffs, did they fail again? Something's off. Kesh remembers being told S-rank fighters rarely show up in this village. The leader guarantees safety, and the villagers vow to help however they can. Their first goblin encounter, but Kesh says they won't lift a finger. The monsters will make the first move. The villagers chose to fight the goblins alone, leaving Kash's group decimated. Kesh tells the admin the villagers refuse to pay for useless help. The girl suggests demoting them even further while they're still in one piece. The leader grabs her, begging for an easier job, but she shoves him off and strikes him down, his 4th straight loss. Deeper down, more lost souls emerge. In this underground cemetery, you can only wait. Morris sits beside him, eyes shut. High on the stairs, Gale screams for survivors, but only silence answers. They plummet with nothing to grab, but a massive bony hand suddenly erupts from the pile. She screams that something's there, begging to open her eyes because the darkness is way scarier. Open doors look scarier, but with the coast clear, he blasts the giant skeleton. The undead vanished. Gale told the girl she could open her eyes now. Morris stunned, he dispersed the cold. He asks if she saw it, but he's out of time to explain. She doubted he knew what simple meant. Dispelling spells break curses, but using them on the undead is unheard of. He says priests use this, and she spots the exorcism ritual. Their job, purifying souls with divine magic. MC admits something's wrong. She's shocked, but he promises to explain everything. Starting from the top, he doesn't just hear the dead, he smiles while holding their skulls. He returns to the baffled girl. She demands to know how hearing the undead relates to priest work, but he tells her to hold on, he'll explain it all. Gale asks where the dead came from. She and Melis blame evil magic, but another undead suddenly creeps up behind them. MC finishes him off, noting cemeteries amplify this power. He asks if the undead hate holy rites. The guy nods, it's only natural. To Gale, exile is strangers screaming judgment, while he clings to life for an old grudge. Mora asks what he's doing. He calmly says he's harvesting ghoul fluid, then asks if she cried when scolded as a kid. She remembers her dad saying she'd fail. She argued girls could be travelers, but he told her to shut up. He calls her name, snapping her out of her memories. She apologizes for spacing out. Gale carries the world's agony. He dreams of feasts for the starving, mourns the lonely, and bleeds for the tortured. Their pain is his. MC says resentment is normal. He shows he understands, killing the tension and making everyone happy. Another skeleton bursts from the next coffin. Mora recoils, this one's massive and fierce. Terrified, she leaps onto him, realizing this skeleton is the Dark Knight. She gripped Gale, fearing even he couldn't stop this beast. It was deadlier than any leech, but Gale was busy gasping for air as she squeezed him tight. MC stands up holding Mora. She asks why he's hugging her, but he says she's the one clinging. Suddenly, she screams as a skeleton prepares to strike. Gale taps the skeleton's skull, igniting a magic seal to cast the spell again. The skeleton freezes. MC calls Mura down, it's over, then turns back to the undead. The skeleton morphs into a young man's silhouette, hovering over the bones. Gale smirks while the girl freezes in shock. Whispering thanks, the boy's spirit dissolves, leaving only a hollow skeleton behind. Mora's jaw drops. Gale says it's normal, but she's clueless. A Class B beast just birthed a guy who vanished instantly. He never said goodbye to his fiancée, a mistake he's regretted ever since. Mora asks how he knows, and Gale explains that forging cursed gear lets him understand the souls of the dead. Hearing the truth, he finally calms down. Mora asks if the cold just want sympathy, and he reveals they were once ordinary people. He explains his unique exorcism beats the priest's messy work, harvesting the best materials for cursed artifacts. He explains that without magic, the undead leave no trace and can't be truly killed, shattering the girl's entire worldview. Walking in short coats, the girl grips a stick while the boy carries a bag. She stares him down until he finally snaps, asking why she's watching him so closely. She thinks he's unfazed, so he plays it cool to keep her calm, even though these monsters are just business as usual. Livid, she snaps, demanding he apologize to the priests for insulting their materials. She's certain she's right, but he's clueless, asking why she's so. At the massive stairs, the boy hesitates, weighing the risk of faking a cold. The girl snaps, calling his logic trash while he begs her to keep it down. They head down the stairs hand in hand, scanning for danger until he smiles. They've finally arrived. He says they're on the bottom floor where the undead swarm. Ducking behind a pillar, she notes it's actually brighter here than the upper levels. To impress her, he lists the floor's monsters: spear throwers, skeleton knights, and phantoms, claiming they're all bound to this strange world. Hiding behind a pillar, the girl stares at 50 glowing blue corpses lighting the room. Sensing her fear, the boy suggests she close her eyes, but she snaps, claiming she's used to it. He's not buying it, she's clearly just acting tough. The boy paused, his friend noticing instantly. After a silent look, he dropped the truth: liches don't exist. Beaming with hope, she's desperate to escape. We have to go back, she mutters, her voice wavering. Suddenly, her staff slips, hitting the floor with a deafening earpo. Across town, a crowned girl in a gown stares at a photo of the sick boy and asks her uniformed aide if she knows him. The monsters ignore them, but hearing a threat, the girl nudges the boy and whispers to hide. A club-wielding undead floats out from the dark passage. Watching from the corner, she sees the creature enter. It's unlike anything she's ever seen. Its confidence proves it, this thing owns the place. The Archmage of Destruction, the world's strongest necromancer, once emerged. His presence alone raised an endless undead army, branding him the ultimate harbinger of death. She's shocked he's here, but he interrupts, claiming he was hunting this exact corpse. It showed up just in time, leaving her completely stunned. She snapped that a top-tier wizard needs an elite priest, but as they hid behind the pillars, the undead already sensed them. A magic blast shatters a pillar, but the boy dodges, pulls the girl to safety, and answers her question mid-action. He tells his friend to stick close as they bolt, dodging the mage's attacks. The wizard kept attacking, but they dodged every strike with a smile. She wants to bolt before they're killed, but he reveals one last magic trump card, leaving her stunned. He stops and slams a skull relic into the ground. The fragment ignites, spinning in a wild dance. A dispelling circle traps the mage dead center. The girl watches the rare priestly magic in awe, wondering where the boy scored such a legendary artifact. She watches in awe as he one-shots the entire herd. A dead man's spirit appears, the monsters vanish, and a peaceful calm takes over. They burst out of the dungeon into the sunlight. The MC catches his breath while the girl shivers, swearing she's never returning to that cemetery. Moro's stunned they crushed the undead army in just one day. He claims wizards are common, but she's not buying it. Usually, temple knights handle these threats. If wizards were everywhere, the world would have ended long ago. Stunned, Gale explains the sorcerer was a local noble who haunts massive graveyards. The girl snaps back. That's exactly why he's wandering every cemetery in the city. He hugs his bag, hyped to craft new spells with the materials. She nods, noting his obsession with cursed objects. Emptying his bag, the boy grins. He loved making this gear. He dons his magic necklaces, grips a sword and staff and beams. Do I look cool? She didn't see the beauty, so Gale warned she was missing out. Offended, the boy turned away, muttering that no one gets him anymore. Then I remembered his. Gale says a girl loved his fresh, stylish design. Since cursed items are trending as decor and talismans, she reconsiders. He claims the world will love his style, but she shuts him down, sparking an indignant question. He vowed to succeed, grinning as he remembered meeting Gale. Moral speaks to the girl when voices nearby catch his ear. The boy snaps at Gale for being slow, but the girl defends the hero, asking for patience. Mora sarcastically mocks their friendly team. The receptionist warns they're a pack of elite wolves, a Marine rank squad with proven skills. Mora spots Gale tailing her and marches to the employee to claim the task. Gale's booted from the team, but she sticks by him. Gale was once broken by betrayal, but now he's finally looking up with hope. Mora tells him how happy she is, only for Gale to hit her with a shocked question. She admits she had fun, making him blush and turn away. He's confused by her tears, but she snaps back, screaming she isn't crying. The smiling boy thanks her. Gale explains he was kicked off his team and ended up in the village, admitting he's afraid of being alone. Hands together, he admits that despite the money and the city, being alone is still brutal. Hiding his eyes, Gale smiled and thanked the sea for the laugh. Surprised, the girl leaned in for a closer look. She blushed and looked down, totally overwhelmed. Flustered by his openness, she hides in her hood and whispers a thanks. He misses it, asking why she thinks he's so emotionally clueless. Moira asks about the reward. He suggests an even split, but her words catch Gale off guard. They called her dead weight, but the boy insisted everyone has a role, so she grabbed a bag to help carry the load. Gale grabs the loot, stunned. She asks how her friend is so strong, even a pro porter couldn't carry this much. Pointing to his skull bracelet, he explains it grants him massive strength and endurance. The girl realizes this could win the war, but when he reveals he crafted it himself, she just facepalms while he stares back, confused. Moore asks about store-bought cursed gear, but Tats calls her rude. The boy, a self-proclaimed master researcher, hates the selection. Moore thinks he's judging their looks, but he's actually trashing their weak abilities. Items usually handle one curse or they'll shatter, but she's desperate to boost its power by just 10%. Moore reveals artifacts, items with multiple properties and massive power. Gale laughed, calling his inventions junk compared to the national treasure. She knew magic items grow with the user's skill, but hated that he never listened. He says the effect doesn't matter, it's all about creativity. They can be combined like magic spells, leaving the girl deep in thought. He treats cursed objects like toys, but claims quality is everything. Knowing the deadly risks, she stays silent. Cursed gear is a trap. Put it on once and it's stuck forever unless you have a special skill. The cost is brutal, massive power in exchange for total paralysis under the sun. Worse, the exhaustion can snap your mind, turning allies into targets. The artifact master wields them like his own hands. Lift the curse and the power vanishes. Can the creator strip the curse but keep the buffs? Realizing this, she froze. Mora calls Riley a terrible master, asking if he'll shake the world. He agrees, needing the perfect object to do it. Mora smiles. She says Gale's arrow won't reach, but he refuses to let go. Mora agrees, cursed objects have limits, so the world won't even notice Gale. Mora stops, Bull spots the dirt and offers to pull the cart while Gale rushes the peasant. She wondered who owned the cursed artifacts. She laughed at his antics, wondering if she could actually survive on a team with him. Dark Elf Hemley greets the guests, welcoming them inside the Adventurers Guild. She recognizes Gale, asking why he's early and if he's bailing. Gale denies it, opening bags to prove the loot is real. Now the LPN must inspect the skeletons. He hurls the cursed sorcerer's skull at her feet, shocking the elf. The girl offers a 10% bonus, but Mora demands 30% since they went deeper than the contract said and barely survived a surprise lick attack. The companion called the letter fake and demanded a 10% cut the guild rejected. Hemley watched her, totally baffled. The hero apologizes for his new guild's bad intel and slashes the reward to 20%. Mora reluctantly agrees, but she's clearly pissed. Clueless, he listens as he calls Mora kind, making her shyly deny it. Hemley crashes the moment, apologizing for her inexperience, but the boy reassures her everything's fine. She hangs her head in guilt, admitting she fell for the gravedigger's lies. Gale blushed red thinking about that sweet elf. Masking his excitement, the boy claimed the cemetery was his secret spot. A relieved Gimli lunged into his arms, comforted by his words. She finally looked like a real guildmaster, and he felt truly valued, until Mora barked at them to stop. The elf rushes upstairs to check the goods, promising to return. Mora asks Gale if he likes her, but the boy is totally clueless. He shuts her down, denying any feelings, but she reminds him she even posed for him. Gale blushes, swearing it never happened. Mora leaves, leaving Gale clueless. Flushed and annoyed, she shouts that she isn't mad, she's just reminding him the elf is over a century old. A spear streaks past the couple, slamming into the floor. Gimli claims her hand slipped, but the guys know she aimed perfectly. She just smiles, it's reward time. Coins hit the table. Gale demands a split, quieting Mora's protests. Hemley tells them to return later for the rest of the reward. Gamely inspects the product, fuming when the girl mentions a return. Hemley asks her rare shadow guest what happened. The darkness tells her to wait, the voice will soon reveal the answers she's been seeking. He ordered the reveal, the girl started her story. The elf remembered the capital's chaos, the so-called assassination attempt. Hemley asks if Carlo survived. She did, saved by a cursed artifact that cheats death. Hemley doubts it, thinking only shields have that power, but a voice from the shadows warns that church. The elf grins at the lethal artifact and demands the killer's name, but the girl only knows the military is behind it. Hemley smirked at the tangled case. The killer's likely from the Imperial Division's special unit. She'll explain later. The elf pushes for more intel but gets shut down. She ordered one final mission to investigate the assassination. Once approved, she vanished. The Empire plots to kill the heir during the power struggle. The girl remembers the cursed object, seeing visions of Gale and their friend. She spotted a hoard of cursed gear under his cloak, but he stayed dead calm. He and his partner crushed the lick, making the girl certain he's handled curses before. Showering, he remembers the dark elves, cursed victims who only ever wanted a real family. Gamely remembered bowing in submission with her people. She needs the Demon King's words to break her family's curse and reclaim her rights. Between guild master shifts, she's gathering intel to join the Imperial Guard. War between the capital and Empire meant opportunity. After meeting a curse master, she knew the truth. Gale created that artifact. Changed up, she admits the boy from the wind is actually interesting. Inside the capital church, a man asks visitors if they're cursed. Gale's former comrades stared at the priest in shock. He swore the curse failed and they were safe, but a voice instantly shut him down. The captain blamed Gale for cursing them and kicked him out to reclaim their power. Gale warned they only survived by a miracle, but once he vanished, everything returned to normal. A crowd packed the corridor. They finally realized this was their true strength. Furious, the commander slams the useless priest while the boys pray for action. Staring at his hand, the hooded man realized he was just an ordinary mage, nothing special. The commander orders a hunt for Gale. The kid thinks he's begging in the alleys while the man screams for cash. The man warns the boy to stop, only more misery lies ahead. They sold their gear to break the curse, leaving them homeless and in rags. Now a real hotel is just a dream. He grabs his friend, demanding to know what happened, but the guy just tells him to let go. The boy stops fighting and points to the bulletin board. Kesh looks away. Kesh asks what's going on. He spots the announcement, lunges, and snatches the paper. The squad asks about the announcement, and Luke confirms the commander's word. They're here for a special reason. The guy laughs, bragging about their luck, but the boy flashes the announcement and demands a closer look. The paper shows a royal bounty for Gale, wanted dead or alive. His looks were a dead giveaway, but nobody believed he was a wanted man. The boys jeered while onlookers stared, desperate to turn Gale in for a massive kingdom reward. The princess and knight agree, no more paying for fake intel. Their informant is a C-rank guild adventurer who recently joined a manhunt. Surrounded by knights, the wolf pack sat at the table with zero manners. They hyped the pricey furniture and killer food while munching on candy. Kesh kicks his feet up, demanding extra pay for the wait, while the princess and her knights hide behind their guards, whispering about his total lack of manners. The boy hails the women as the city's top adventurers, claiming only royals can speak to them. The princess restrains her knight, coolly explaining she was just busy. Carla de Glasgow reveals her identity, confirming she's the real princess. Recalling his demand for an apology, she irritably demands his forgiveness instead. The girl takes her seat as the adventurer kneels. Kesh apologized for his nerve, but she cut straight to business. She asked point-blank if they knew the guy from the ad. The boys looked around and smirked, confidently claiming they already knew everything. The knight says to start by describing the target's unique features. Kesh says he's average with dark eyes, but she snaps that's useless info. Kara's teammate mentions his blue cloak. The princess urges him on, and he recalls making boring trinkets with zero style. The princess shuts him down, he's wrong. The team's shocked. The princess is baffled he'd call this a trifle, but the boy just mutters for them to wait. The hooded man is Gale, their former ally and famed cursed artifact master. He presents 3 amulets for inspection. She's certain there's no mistake. The princess asks how, and she reveals she figured it out while searching for a boy. The man tipped off the guards. Now they're hunting the cursed shop owner and his gifted amulet. The insulted princess claims she's never seen this, but the girl snaps back. Maybe they ran out of time or she's just too impatient. She asks Luke for more of Gale's pond loot, but he says he got it elsewhere, and he's still got one more item. He carries a tusk ring, a slime-stained palette knife, and a chain holding witch's powder. Shocked, the boys blame his item for their bad luck as the princess chokes back tears at the bizarre sight. She accepted everything, genuinely happy. The party's stunned. Once the dust settles, the princess decides to trust the informants. The princess orders their reward and the adventurers' eyes light up. Her maid asks if she's into the trinkets, but the princess plays it cool and hides her true feelings. The princess hands Kesha an advance for the job. Carla steps closer, telling the boy she needs to thank Gale and asking if he understands. He knelt begging for trust. Hyped for the prize, the boys gear up to find Gale. The commander splits the team. Melissa hits the stalls and trading guild, Morris scouts the adventurers guild, and Luke searches the carts. Kesh didn't get why the princess thanked Gale, but Gale insisted on repaying her for the gift. Team Vavlong totally botched Carla's request while she and her knight watched from the window. The girl questions Clara's trust, but the queen admits she has no choice. Meanwhile, Knight watches as the princess broadcasts his description to everyone. The princess tests the sea adventurers to see what they're truly made of. Princess flips the table, grabs a sheet, and spills Gale's story. Clutching his photo to her chest, she said she wanted to know more about him. Farmer's Corner, a town where peasants toil in the fields from dawn till dusk. Gale crafts an artifact while her husband sneezes, joking that people must love his cursed gear to argue over it this much. He shrugged it off and kept moving. Gale laughs, explaining that polishing the lychee's edge boosts magic resistance and dark element power. Side effect, his light and defense tank, but dark skeleton powder fixes the flaw. Gale adds thunder and flame to boost light resistance, finishing his masterpiece from Lick Claymore Ashes, his first major win in Farmer's Corner. He forged the Sage Sword Split, imbuing it with ultimate power. Gale's about to swing when she bonks his head, demanding silence. He asks why she's in his room, but she's just there to complain about the noise. She asks if he's opening shop today. Mora joins him, citing perfect trading weather. The man nods. Gale shouted for buyers like the rest, but she stood there, confused and speechless. Everyone was noticed except Gale. She was a ghost on the sidelines. The man tries to scam two boys who just bought meat. Gale offers bone chopsticks, but the guys politely decline. Gale offers a custom sword, but the buyer bolts in terror. The girl demands to know why, leaving Gale just as confused. He offers her a sword at a friend's discount, but she shoves it aside. He dives to save the blade, screaming it's too valuable to drop. Mora calls the guy insane for selling that stuff right in the middle of a food row. The boy thinks trading is just a daytime gig, but she shuts him down, asking if he knows supply and demand. He defines it as the buyer-seller bond, and Mora warns him to. He finally figured it out. It was those unlucky headbands. She drags him back, but Gale wants to stay while the shop's open. She waves him off, snapping that nobody wants his free junk. The boys reach Gimli. The girl reports the market disaster and quits, while the angry boys officially dump Mora as their partner. Gale spent 3 days on this sword and claims Mora can't appreciate his art. Gimli tells him to listen to others, but the boy refuses. Gimli tells him to consider who'd buy his goods in the city and why. The boy stops to think. The boy thinks it's just decor. Gimli senses the danger, and the elf questions why they'd open a shop here. She warns the cursed shop will ruin trade and alert guards, but he shuts her down, leaving her feeling like she's talking to a wall. The elf jokes they're a perfect match, but they shut it down. The boy reveals he dropped a gold coin for a market stall, leaving the girl stunned. Mora rages at the prices while Gimli shrugs off the scam. The boy is stunned by his defeat. The elf warns Gale that crowds don't mean sales for cursed gear, leaving him crushed until Gimli points out that guild adventurers are the perfect buyers, instantly lifting his spirits. Problems not solved, they need a new spot. Gimli asks about a trade site, but the kid says it's already taken. She asks about the traders, and he remembers a massive square with room to spare. The elf explains capital guilds run every shop, so the duo must head to the city. They ask for the exact location. She's heading to the blacksmith's guild. The blacksmith hammers out new blades, gearing up for the next war. Blacksmith's guild, the crew arrives to scout a prime booth spot. Gale wonders why the blacksmith has the skill instead of the merchant, but Gimli reveals it's due to Farmer's Corner's unique power balance. Lacking authority, they're losing money and men to the blacksmiths. Glassforge is here for a visit, and Mora reveals the trading guild wants the top spot, earning the girl praise from the elf for her sharp mind. This legendary blacksmith built the town, crafting elite gear and custom farm tools. His work was so perfect for the locals that the forge's massive success was inevitable. Result, he suggests buttering up elites to open a shop. She asks for a gift, so he reveals a cursed necklace and sword. Wait, let's look at. Gale was certain his division would bring happiness. He knew they'd rejoice. Mora calms the boy while Gimli panics over the blade, then remembers the elf's command to circle up for shopping. She promised a reward if he bowed, but he insisted the blacksmiths would love his gift instead. She pointed out they were already being watched. The guys burst into the busy room. Mora feels the stove's heat, but Gimli notes there's no reception. This official guild is actually a workshop. The man calls the guests rude, forcing an apology from Gale. He tries to move on, but Gimli stops him, insisting they call out first. Mora shouts an apology to the workers, but Gimli thinks it's too quiet and takes over. The elf screams Chalin's name and the hero freezes in shock. She yells, the hammer slams down and the boys scatter. Gimli grumbles, but the girl snaps at him to shut up and let her work. The girl in pigtails and glasses vowed to show up after just one call, leaving the boys stunned she was a dwarf. Gimli perches on the girl's hammer, laughing that she earned the insult by being a no-show. They trade barbs as tension spikes, but Gimli waves the boys off. Gimli introduces Shaylin, master of the smithing guild. Adjusting her glasses with a grin, she's thrilled to meet a new friend. He shakes her hand and notices her palm is huge, scarred, and rough. These hands have seen battle. I spun to her partner, shocked, as Gale and Shaylin spoke in unison. They instantly saw everyone was a pro. Gimli breaks the master's handshake with a grin, asking why they're staring so weirdly. Master rejects the girl, Mora demands action. Gimli's guest wants to open a shop, but Shelley calls them pointless and demands she stop talking. Shaylina knew a new shop would pressure the trade guild. She wasn't against it, but there was one major catch. They aren't here to conquer, they build and fix what the locals can't. She wanted a simple life, but things spiraled and suddenly she's the guild master. She asks his name again and warns him, don't trust Gimli, half her stories are total lies. The boy stays silent while the girl defends Shaylina, eager to sign immediately. Gale and Mora are thrilled, mission accomplished. Shaylina tells him it's not that simple. Naivety is dead, this world runs on mutual gain. Permission isn't kindness, it's just everyone looking out for themselves. The boys are clueless until the gifts come up. She's the one who brought the barrel. Mora bows for booze while Gale offers his saber, earning a sharp glare. She begs him not to draw it, but he's sure the master will love the gift. Shocked, Shaylina asks what the boys just knocked with. He hands her a cloth-wrapped sword. She unwraps it and gasps, totally confused by the blade. Mora and Gimli stop to watch. Shaylina, hyped by the weapon, stares hard and nods she gets it. She said it wasn't just a sword, it was something far greater. He says he gets it and they repeat the word together. He thanks his mentor as she grabs his shoulder. She tells him to drop the formalities. Stunned by her professionalism, he breaks into tears of joy. Finally, someone truly gets him. The boy roared with laughter, wiping away tears of joy. Mora clears her throat, making Shaylin and Gimli worry she's sick. She just smirks sarcastically, and an annoyed Shaylin tells her to shut it. Shaylina tells the girl to escape the dust, but she stays, claiming their family. When Shaylina questions the boy, he realizes she's more than a blacksmith. She knows monsters don't drop loot this rare. He grips the hilt, feeling its true power, a dark vampiric blade that shreds through everything. Gale calls her eye a diamond, but Shelley interrupts, noting this cut is easier. The girl's swordplay catches Mori's eye. Gale explains the master is field testing the blade, and Shaylina admits she wants one too. Every strike triggers the sword's vampirism, healing the hero mid-fight. Shaylina says this massive blade is light enough for one hand, making it the ultimate weapon for team leaders and solo adventurers. He claims the sword blocks magic and added a dust ward. It's a cursed blade, but it's totally tamed. She tallied every compliment, but the last word made her pause. Panicked, Shaylin asked exactly what he used to polish it. The sword mutters curses and grabs Shaylina's hand. She's stunned, but Mor knows it's the skull's magic. She begs for release, but he's shocked she doesn't feel her own power. Shaylina screams to grab the sword as Morris demands he break the curse now. Gimli laughed at the mess, realizing the boy's unique sword proved Gale was a master of cursed items. Meanwhile, the boy triggered the amulet and broke the curse. Gimli waved, eyeing the guys from the side. Clutching her mangled arm, the girl reels in shock. Mora tries to apologize, but as she treats the wound, the girl snaps, it's way too late for sorries. Shaylina snaps that he should have warned her the item was cursed, but the boy doesn't get it since he can break curses instantly. Shaylina calls him selfish, reminding him that what's easy for him is a nightmare for everyone else. Shaylina fears an attack, but the elf shuts her down. Gale means no harm. Shaylin's obsessed with the colorless sword but snaps that they're banned for good. Gale slams her pride despite their gifts, so she pivots, asking why he didn't just. He poured his soul into the blade, but she snaps, asking if he even cares about customers. Calling him hopeless, she bans him from opening a shop, fearing his gear would trigger a global. Shaylin saw a useful tool for the right hands, but the girl insisted she wasn't that heartless. She asks about his dream shop, and his bold confidence hooks her even more. Clutching his side, the confused boy demands the store open. Mora apologizes for his weirdness, but Shaylina just smiles, finding the whole argument hilarious. She agrees to open the shop, but first she must sign for full responsibility. Leaning in, she demands her pay and his true identity, staring him straight in the eyes. Mora offers cash, but she's insulted. She doesn't want the newcomer's money, she just needs a favor. He asks about the quest. She says adventurers will show him a special place. Farmer's Corner's only mine was infested. The girl needed the monsters cleared, but every volunteer vanished. She had no clue what nightmares were actually lurking in the dark. This mission is brutal, the safety of the Inanaki mine. She asks the boys if they're ready to move. Back at the palace, Princess Knight demands answers, certain the Emperor's behind it all. The princess refuses to admit her mistake, insisting hired assassins attacked them. She's certain the hit on the maid wasn't a coincidence, it was a calculated move. Someone's out for Carla's head as a throne war erupts, and the knight suspects the first prince hired the hit. The servant reports the emperor's sick, and a throne war is brewing between the concubine's son and the true heir. The princess asks, "Why does this involve me?" The knight warns of a future political marriage to the second prince, shocked the princess forgot. Puzzled, the princess admits she totally blanked on the deal. Carla rejects her fate, but the butler snaps back. This international deal is way out of her hands. She says the marriage empowers the empire and the second prince. Clearly, he only sees her as a political pawn. Plan fails, the first prince loses nothing, exactly what he wanted. The empire is on the brink. She sees two paths: take this seriously and pay a friendly visit to fix relations. The knight baits the first prince's assassin, ignoring the girl's screams. He warns that catching the merc is useless if the empire stays silent. Without proof, the kingdom can only protest or risk a total war. Carlos scraps the deal, and the princess renounces her engagement to the second prince. She stared down her nightmare shadow. Ditching the crown, she collapses. The treaty remains unbreakable. Lying in bed, the princess vents her hate, staring at a ring she didn't even choose. Outside the city, the Inanaki mine keeps grinding. Gale's a cursed item master in support, but Gimli notes she's a guild master, so don't count her in. The boy asks if they need more fighters since he, Mora, and the elf are sidelined. Shalina sadly confirms their set, leaving the team unchanged. She upgrades their CB quest to a harder rank, but the boy argues they're still new. Gimli warns that if Shalina fails, the difficulty spikes. Shalina nearly snaps. Delaying the quest changes nothing, but Gimli warns that failure will spike the difficulty straight to S-class. The flock warns of vanishing adventurers. Mura knows 9 out of 10 never return. The boys inspect the monster-mouth stone right next to the mine tunnel. The boys hope the noise is just wind, but a monster is lurking. Shalina snaps them out of it, asking why they've frozen. She wonders why they can't just solve things instantly, especially since they've been here before. He warns that nobody returns alive, but she demands at least 10 gold for the risk. Shalina calls the task easy and low-paying, so Moro notes nobody wanted it. Gale asks to be an attacker, leaving Moro stunned. She reminds Gale he soloed the Lick's army, but he warns those were just undead, now they're facing the unknown. Suddenly, Shalina interrupts. Hammer Girl declares she's making the first move. Shaylin calls the shots, leaving the guys stunned. She asks why they're shocked, she's just taking control. The crew's stunned the client is joining the attack while on her own mission, but Gimli just grins, she's got this. Shalina flexes her biceps, boasting of her power. The guy doubts Lita, but she tells him to relax and trust her. Her team was stacked, a guild master, a curse expert, and elite support. Losing wasn't even an option. She knew Gale's power could handle any monster they faced. The boys pushed forward, hoping for the best as Gimli waved them off. The squad pushed in, flashlights cutting the dark. He spun toward the noise, peering into the dark abyss. The boys start whining, but Shalina shuts them down fast. She calms the hiding boys, explaining the howling is just wind whistling through holes. That's how this place got its name. Shanjali hurls a stone at Mora. She catches it, and she and Gale examine the iron ore. Lena says this mine is loaded with deposits. The guys turn, eyes locked on the entrance. The boys hit the mine's floor, trapped in a dark abyss. Stunned by her beauty, Shalina explains she chose this home as a sanctuary where she has nothing to fear. Clear of the zombie cemetery, Mora thinks she's safe, until she slams into something mysterious and gasps in shock. The girl recoils in horror at the frozen man, screaming that he's dead. The boy is thrilled, but Shalina insists it's impossible. Hiding behind the guildmaster, she asks why Gale's so happy. He jokes that a cold here is a special occasion. These aren't statues, they're masterpieces blending jewelry craft with a stunning look. The boy says it's like he's seeing him alive right there. Shelly asks if it's cool. The guy calls it a masterpiece, but the girl behind him mutters it's total nonsense. Mora points to the passage, sending the guys to explore while they discuss the statue. Mora pulls the boys aside, telling them to focus. Shaylin stands, looks around, and freezes in shock. Gale is just as stunned. Statues flood the room, and the girl curses, completely baffled. Shalina questions the endless statues while the boy notes they're all unique. Sensing something's off, Mora asks for their take. Shalina spots her friend in the statue, leaving the group stunned. She recognizes more statues, the adventurers from the farmer's corner. Shalina froze, they found the missing, and her face instantly tensed. The boys realize they're standing before petrified people. Gale realized his mistake, these weren't ornaments. Shalina panicked, screaming they were turning to stone. Realizing a monster was behind it, he grabbed the guildmaster. The guys square up and cover each other as Mora screams she's at the entrance. She orders the boys to cover the rear and flanks. Gale warns Mori things are bad. She agrees only monsters like the basilisk or gorgon can do this, and they're way beyond Class A. Feathers fly and the cave reeks of chicken, but the boys know the drill. This beast turns everything to stone. A chicken screeches, Gale yells it's a cockatrice. The wall cracks and crumbles. The cockatrice is a chicken snake omen of doom with spear-proof armor and razor claws. Its breath petrifies instantly, and its tactical speed makes it a lethal predator. Morrised's wall crumbles. The girl is clueless, then Shelina tells her they need to switch places. The boy shouts back and instantly swaps places with her. Gale lunged, intercepting the cockatrice charging the heroes. The beast lunges to shred the boys, but the hero doesn't flinch, clutching 3 darts for a counterstrike. A snake lunges from behind the giant chicken, fangs bared. The boy fires 2 darts, piercing the snake's neck and nailing the bird. A massive shock fries the beast. The boy cheers. It opened its beak to kill them but became the prey instead. Shaeli's shocked he pierced a boss's defense, but the hero says speed is everything, revealing his secret. Disposable paralysis darts that ignore all armor. Gale warns the effect is temporary, but Shelly doesn't care. She grips her hammer, charges, and shatters the ground with a massive strike. Shelly charges her strike, glaring down her foe. Shelly lands precise strikes, decapitating the monster. The monster's head flies as Shelly lands 5 hits. The guys joke about the head-on collision while Shelly flexes her heroic form, but they warn her, this is only the beginning. Shelly screams, falling into the snake's mouth. Mori buffs her power and tells Shelly to trust her. Shelly's shocked by her bulging muscles, but Mora warns her to move fast. Enhancement magic is temporary. Shelly lunges, rams her hammer into the snake's mouth midair, and declares she's soloing this. The girl pries at the snake's jaws. Shelly promises a master's true power. The boys watch every move. Shelina rips the monster's jaws apart with pure raw strength. The beast roared in a frenzy. Landing by the fallen foe, a pair rose from the girl. Shelly hit the dirt laughing, declaring total victory. Shelly hits the dirt as the boys scramble to her. Mora warns her to stay sharp. They're only alive because the arrow is still slowing Coratrix down. The girls grill him about the dart artifact. He found it on a ghost in the capital, only remembering a skeleton in a black cloak. They trade looks and ask him a question in unison. The girls ask if the skeleton in the iron lamp had a sickle. The boy snaps his fingers, confirmed it did. Skeletal Gale phases through walls. The girls scream it's the god of death. The girls warn that reapers never visit humans, but Gale shrugs, skeletons are common in catacombs. Yet the moment the reaper sees Gale, it bolts in terror. His partner grabs his collar, screaming it's impossible to see a god. The boy shrugs, saying he's seen it twice, while Mora yells at him for what he did. Gale admits he used a skeleton for the cursed item. Mora's stunned, finally realizing why the dart wrecked the boss. Shelly glares, wondering who the real MC is. Thinking of her friend, Mora warns Shelly to be careful. Life can shatter in an instant. Shelly argues she can't hide in fear forever, but Mora glares her down until she finally promises to be more careful. Mora went to speak, but he cut her off. The boys huddle up, declaring Inanaki Mine's security level AA cleared. The trio leaps for joy, mission complete. Gale harvests feathers while the girls wait. Mora tells her friend to update Gimli, then gets the green light to use the mine they're in. Shelly warns of local monsters, calling the cockatrice the strangest. She's terrified it's still lurking. As she recalls her rookie days, the boy turns to Mora. Gale wonders if the monster is edible. The girl thinks maybe, but Shelly warns it's pure poison. Gale presses Charlie again, claiming the monster looks just like a chicken. Mora finds the hiding boy and demands more parts, but he warns her to be careful. The mine's too small for a beast this big. It's like a monster in a chicken coop, and he could only imagine the chicken's terror. Gale notes the place reeks of chicken coop and rotten eggs. Suddenly, crunch. Gale asks what Mora stepped on, and she looks down at the debris under her boot. He inspects the object. It's an eggshell. She asks if it's too big, and he nods. Gale asks why chickens build coops. Shelly gets it instantly as Mura explains they need a place to lay eggs. Shelly's brawl stunned the crowd, and she noted other girls were there. Behind the statues, the monster boss's chicks chirp. Small monsters feast on the miners' stone remains, then lock eyes with the kids. The crowd watches in silent terror. The boys realize they've stumbled into a nest, and the chicks are already attacking. The girls scream to run, but the boy is baffled. He thought the hatchlings would imprint, but these snake-tailed monsters are already charging to feast. They snatch the boy and bolt from the monster cubs. Mora warns they're on the menu, and Shelina shouts to run faster. She's not taking the blame if they get eaten. The boys sprint through the dark mine only to hit a dead end, a solid wall. Shelly says the entrance is blocked. Gale asks what's next. Shelly declares the best defense is a good offense, charging in first and demanding backup. She smacks one of the girls across the face. The monster shatters. Shelly cheers. With this hammer, she can even crush stone. The monsters are unfazed. Mora tells the girl to hang on and she agrees. This fight is way tougher than the cockatrices. Nearly full-grown, these cockatiels swarm by the hundreds, breeding like chickens and snakes to multiply at insane speeds. These beasts are naturally fierce and hunger makes them deadlier. Kill the adults and the young ones flee in terror. Cockatrice's restless children saw a victim, but Shelly was busy counting her kills. She's loving the fight, but the monsters are endless. Mora finally finishes the rune and apologizes for the delay. Mora's magic circle erupts under Shale, boosting her speed and power as ancient runes flare across her skin. Shalina's hyped and bursting with energy. Mora realizes this buff is unique. Focusing her magic will skyrocket her power even if it takes time. Shalin's maxed agility and skills mean one hit is all she needs. Grinning, she lunges at the beast. Her strikes tore through cockatrices like a tornado. Magic buffed and unstoppable, Shelly seemed invincible, but there was a catch. Shelly lures the monsters away, shouting to find any hidden runts. The girl's fading and Mura's at her limit. She asks Gale for a cursed tool to wipe these monsters out, just like the one he used on the orcs. He hadn't felt this in ages. The orc incident was different. Cursed objects buff spirits, but weak-willed monsters like cockatrices are barely affected. Gale explains the spell is a reflex, like drooling at a lemon. Since these monsters lack that experience, psychological attacks like fear and confusion are useless against low-intelligence enemies. This time, persist won't help. The cockatrice kept attacking. Shelly was running on fumes, but she braced for the next wave. Stunned, Mora asks Gale for gear, but he just shrugs. His stuff is useless here. He checks the bag for items to sell, only to find a cursed bandage inside. Inside the bag, a dark mask and a mournful horn ornament. Gale's proud of his creepy decor. Shelly spots a bag full of them, but Gale admits their power is weak. Gale sighs, defense tripled, speed doubled, and total immunity to fatigue and poison. The girls are stunned. His cursed gear has almost no drawbacks. Shelly's hyped. Mora drops a barrier as monsters swarm. Shalina charges to test the gear's durability, even though the guy warns it's not built for combat. Shale grabs the bandage but spots strange pores and hurls it away in terror, leaving the boy stunned. She thinks she's getting stronger, and the boy confirms the amulet triples her defense and kills fatigue. Gale ties the charm to her forehead while she stays focused. An aura flares around the girl and Shale gasps. Her exhaustion is completely gone. Monsters wait outside the barrier while Gale gears up the girl, explaining each item's power. The girl boasts night vision despite her mask. As the chicks breach the barrier, Mora orders the boy to gear up now. He reveals the final artifact, the Weeping Horns. They grant massive speed and strength, shocking the girls. Shalina dons Gale's cursed armor. She asks what happened. 100 later, the boy calls her cool while Mer facepalms. Shelly's strength just quintupled and she feels raw power surging through her fingers. The shield cracks, Mora spots it and alerts the boys. Monsters swarm Shelly as the sea roars a warning. Shalina whips around and swings her hammer hard. One strike and she shreds the monster. Mora and Gale froze at their allies' new powers. Suddenly, their minds shook, even though Galena wasn't boosted by Mora. Stunned and overjoyed, Shalina shouts that she's now invincible. A new move flashes in her mind. She spins her hammer, unleashing Shelly's infinite spin. She laughs wildly, fueled by a surge of new energy. Watching the girl, Mora asks if the artifacts are dangerous. The guy says no, but they react. Cursed items stack, so pairing a mask with horns makes them way more powerful than alone. Shelly showed zero fatigue, running like a pro. She prepped her final strike, targeted the last monster, and hit the mark. She stands over the final monster's corpse. Shelly rips the leaf off, breaking the curse instantly. Now she's embarrassed to be seen in her armor. But when Shaggy mocks her change of heart, Shelly snaps that she only cared about the power. Gale groans at the worn-out gear, but Shalina claims her used items sell for even more, leaving the boys totally baffled. Helena collapses in agony, shocked by the pain. The boy scoffs the curse only faked her strength, but the exhaustion never left. With 5x strength and double speed, she went berserk and crushed the horde. Her cursed item grants poison resistance, but removing it ends the curse while any active poison stays in her. Most avoid cursed items, but one that slaughters basilisk hatchlings is priceless. Gale tells the girl to rest, the pain will fade. Shalina sprawls out like a star, exhausted from the fight. Mora smirks and scolds her behavior, but Shalina snaps back that she's too drained to even. Mora slumped down, mana drained, but her strength soon returned. Nearby, the boy dug through his bag, admitting he'd also burned through his cursed gear. Against all odds, the boy cleared the rank AA safety mission at Nunaki Mine. The boys beam, celebrating their victory. Mora wouldn't have touched this cockatrice nest if she knew. Gale prefers his shop counter and Shali agrees they never should have come. The young man pauses, then asks. Gale sensed a dark premonition the moment he saw the egg. Two giant cockatrices stroll behind the boys. The monster swipes, trying to crush the boys. Confused, the boy explains that the first bird was a hen, but this is a real rooster. He dives away to dodge the strike. Gale reveals two cockatrices in the nest, the reason everyone else failed. Shali curses, stunned by the male's massive size. Clinging to the rooster's tail, the snake bites the stone cow and swings it around. The monster rooster rips a boulder from a cow and hurls it. The crew bolts, screaming and doubting their escape. Shalina grabs her hammer and baits the monster. Exhausted, she threatens to fry the rooster for ruining her sleep, then realizes his fury is justified since they trashed his nest. The monster screams, but Shelly stays cool, explaining he took the mine and she doesn't get his rage. She yelled at the monster, "This is blacksmith territory, not the roosters." Shalina screams her lungs out. Furious, the girl lunges at the monster. Gale rushes to stop her, shouting a warning. Gale grabs the girl and leaps to the edge, outrunning the fog. The dead chick suddenly turns to stone. Shelly's shocked, but the guy admits he's only heard rumors. The monster chick turns to stone. The kid warns this cockatrice's breath petrifies everything. Fog spews from the monster rooster. The boy saved the girl from turning to stone, and the hero notes the other adventurers were hit long ago. Basilisk puffs its cheeks, and the boys bolt from the incoming fog. The breath is slow and narrow, but they're trapped in a tight, enclosed space. She freezes mid-hallway, it's a dead end. The boys distract the rooster while Mora plots their escape. Gale and Shailina bolt for the sea while Cockatrice hunts the boys. She's stunned, completely clueless why he's acting like this. Mora asks why they're trapped, but as Gale and Shelly rush to her, the cockatrice strikes. Its tail sweeps and jaws snap, leaving the group frozen in terror. The snake bursts through the tunnel, sending the boys tumbling. Gale and Mora hit the dirt, eyes locked on the monster, waiting for its next move. Mora warns they're defenseless, and with the hammer gone and the cart trashed, they're out of options. But Charlie steps up, declaring she's the shield they. Gale and Mora were clueless. The monster tracked them, its eyes reflecting the girl spreading her arms wide. Shelly shielded the heroes, confidently shouting they'd survive and to get behind her. Gale shuts her down, totally lost, but she reminds him she's the one leading this team. Shalina dives into the fog, smiling as she fulfills her duty. The boy desperately pulls at the petrified girl while Mora covers her mouth in horror. Shalina finds Gale strange but can't hate him. She offers to be a human shield for their survival, but a tearful Mora insists they stick together. Frozen with fear, Shalina begged the guys for help. She recalls her boys from the guild, doing it all for them. Shalina mentions Hemley, the good elf. She's coming clean now, knowing this might be her only chance. Gale dispels the magic, and Shalina finally wakes up. Shalina drops her hand and stares at him, then looks at her palm, completely baffled. The girls finally snap and demand answers. Gale reveals that touching petrified Selene gave him the power to break the curse. He smiles and vows to save her, leaving the girls speechless. He compares basilisk magic to gorgon poison. Shocked monsters can cast such curses. Realizing petrification isn't just poison, he hits a massive breakthrough. Shalina cuts him off, pointing at the monster's swaying crest. The girl explains these attacks drain the beast. If Gale cracks the spell, it's no longer a threat. Mora decides to strike while it's weak, prepping another buff. Fist clenched, she vows to make Shali stronger, and Shali puts her full trust in her. The plan, Shali handles the snake on the basilisk's tail, and Gale delivers the rooster's last gift. Gale and Shilin charge the monster as it strikes, unleashing a snake from below. She dives into the snake's mouth, striking with her bare hands. She swings down, smashes the monster's head midair, and sticks a clean landing. Shali respected the clever pincer move, but the lethal poison was the real danger. Gale didn't wait, charging up the snake toward the rooster. He lunges at the monster, ignoring the scream he couldn't hold back. Gale was wide awake before the rooster even crowed. He buried the monster leader under cursed artifacts and weakening spells, praying at least one would stick. Smirking, he offers a curse special and unleashes a rapid-fire barrage, instantly hexing the monster rooster. Girls flee the Skull Mountain. The boy fights on as Gale falls from the rooster. Mid-flight, he reaches out, baiting the monster to follow him. Sinking into the turtle pile, the rooster screams, spamming spells and curses to survive. Gale heads down to the girls. Mora reads his look and asks if he's out of supplies. Gale nods, he's completely tapped out. Unsure which curse would work, the boy unleashes them all. The girl stares in shock as dark rays erupt from the mountain of skulls. She warns that his items will trigger the apocalypse, but he just laughs off her warning. The monster screams from the ruins, dark rays flaring. Shali spots it, but the boy already called it. She knew not to hold back, but he definitely overdid it. The boy hides from the curse's blinding light. Suddenly, a massive blast erupts. The blast sends the boys flying as red rain pours over the site. Shalina wakes up reeking and calls for Mur, who whispers she's barely alive while scrubbing off dirt, sick of it all. Annoyed by the blood, Mora strips off her ruined cloak. Shalina asks for Gale, and Mora points him out, slumped upside down against a pile of stones. The girls tremble in terror. Mora steps forward, frozen in disbelief. The boy snaps awake and asks what's shaking. The boy realizes logic is failing, the girls scream it's all Gale's fault, and the boys bolt for the exit. The mine's caving in, massive boulders thunder down from the ceiling. The mine's completely caved in. The boys scramble out and collapse, shouting they're saved. Behind them, Shailena stands over the adventurers she just knocked cold. Shailena snaps at the boy for trashing the mine. They're here to clean, not destroy. Gale stood up, dusted off, and grinned, mission complete. Shailena just watched, unable to read him at all. More backs Gale, demanding a reward for the kill, but Shailene explodes. She nearly lunges, screaming they won't get a dime, they're actually in debt to her. Gale calls it cruel after promising him a shop. Mora demands a reward for risking their lives, while Shailena reminds them she was the frontline human shield. Shailena calls the guys fake miners and total frauds. Panicking, she lists her disasters: cursed gear, a lost hammer, and a blown-up mine. Shauna yells at the mine entrance, oblivious to the day's bizarre turn. The boys mock her, but she quickly shuts them up. Near the mine shaft's main gallery, a hand suddenly bursts from the ground. Lavushka chokes and flees, sensing death. Gale is a monster. He shattered Gimli's mind from afar, and now Lavushka can't escape his cursed power. Scaling the tree, she scouts the heroes. The boy's power is unreal, shattering her expectations. Gimli wonders if he's the ally she needs. She dismissed his cursed gear as trash, but it rivals real artifacts. The group returns to the mine, cautiously approaching the petrified boy. Gale shatters the spell, freeing the boy from his stone prison. As he wakes up dazed, a tearful Penelope lunges at him. He's shocked to see her, but Shali's teared up, joking it's hotter than the forge, while Mora vowed to restore the mine and save the others. The couple thank their rescuers, promising to marry if they. Gale pulls his cursed tool from his pocket and offers it as a gift. He starts hyping his shop, but the girls ban cursed gifts. Mora whispers she wouldn't take that trash even for free. The couple watch the travelers talk, beaming with joy. Gimli blindly greets the guest, but Shali sadly asks what he wants before sharply demanding to know the girl's problem. Shelly joins Gimli at the empty bar. Gimli fakes a smile, asking if she's here to trade or catch a fist. Shelly chirps back. Shailena slams the cockatrice dart on the table. Gimli asks what's wrong, but she warns him to look closer at the artifact. The girl peers through the monocle in shock, prompting Shailena to ask what she found in the dart. She confirms it's a real artifact. Shailena notes Gale sells these for pennies, but the girl calls him incredible and asks what Shailena knows about them. Gimli smirked, acting thoughtful. He only knew one thing: the guy's a sea ranker from the capital. Shailena eyed the smiling man suspiciously. Resigned, she asks why Gale's in this wasteland. Shailena explains how he found miners, petrified them with a basilisk, and then healed them all. Shali reveals a curse forced the guy to seek church healing. Gimli squints, demanding to know which one. Shailena nearly turned to stone herself. Deep in the mine, they found piles of petrified adventurers, and Gale saved every last one. The girl reveals the church runs the city's only sanatorium. That's no accident. Shailena knows she's been played. Gimli recalls the girl's intel on the boys' dispersal, as Shailena hangs on every word. Shailena smirked, asking if she liked the guy. She got a vague yes, proving this was no normal situation. Even the basilisk's petrification had vanished instantly. Viral says the guy skipped elixirs and the church. Shailena realizes the truth and curses. Shelly wonders why a powerhouse like him is still a wanderer. Gimli dismisses him as a novice, but after he crushed the salt curse and saved the team, Shelly thinks he's overdue for a rank up. Shailena refuses to change, asking why she even should. Gimli asks her plan. Shailena stares back thoughtfully, then turns away. Shailena's testing the boy's talent, but Gimli backs him 100%, reminding her that joining two guilds isn't against the rules. They share a warm smile, then part ways in thoughtful silence. Gale and Mora talk in the mine when Gale suddenly sneezes. She snaps at him to turn away when sneezing, but he apologizes, blaming the thick underground dust. Shailena's acting cold to her people, but claims forgiveness is the key. The boy thinks she's being way too optimistic. She blames him for triggering every curse. He's a hero for saving the party, but a villain for wrecking the mine. Gale stays silent. Mora asks if he joined the blacksmith guild. He nods, flashing tags for both guilds. Gale adds that Shelly's helping him run the shop. She realized it was strange. The guild only accepts master smiths, banning ordinary adventurers even if they mine. Mora asks what his deal is. He claims he just lent the guild some cursed gear. She asks if they were approved, and he awkwardly agrees, remembering they were actually sent back for revisions. She remembers Shailena's fury over the cursed sword, but he claims he just designed it for decoration. The boy hands Mori a skull vase with flowers, leaving the girl horrified by the macabre art. Mori tells him to stop, crushing the boy who spent all day on the piece. When Gale admires the vase, but the guy casually reveals it heals wounds and rejuvenates rooms. To a mage, this is a legendary lifesaver, yet he treats it like cheap decor. Shock. Mana restores like stamina, good food and sleep are vital. Since junk and sickness stall recovery, mages must stay in peak physical shape. Clenching her fists, she remembers choking down tasteless mana potions and wasting hours meditating in the dark. She collapses to her knees, hiding her face in despair. It's just impossible. Mer says Shailini would hate that vase, but she suddenly appears behind them, bag in hand, asking what they're up to. Shailina watches the mine crumble from the boy's screams. He admits his invention made Mura sick, forcing her to go rest. Shailina eyes Gale's vase, warning him he'd be kicked out of the city for trying to sell it. Gale hands it over, insisting he followed orders, but Shailina snaps that. Shelly plans to sell Gimli's head, warning the body is still unburied. Gale asks how she did it alone, but Shelly shrugs, she only killed some offspring, and he demands his promised reward, catching her completely off guard. Shailina grabs his collar, demanding more than a thank you. He reminds her she promised to help at the store, but she snaps, everything's ruined and they have to fix the. She promises to help with the shop once the mine's fixed. He starts dreaming of the future, but gets cut off and told to look ahead. Shailina returns to the van, where a massive terror hides under the tarp, a monster lurking in the shadows. She grabs the canvas and dares him to guess. He's stunned to realize it's the organ behind a basilisk's petrifying breath. Shailina identifies the stone breath organ, reminding Gale he once called it a curse. Gale stops to think. Turning to stone like a Gorgon's victim, he shattered the curse to save Shailin and the crew, proving a dark spell was behind it all. The material is perfect, so she asks him to forge a magic tool. He hesitates, asking if she's truly ready. Shailina knew the instrument was worth a fortune, exactly what she needed. The boy reached for it, but her voice stopped him cold. Shailina tries to reward his hard work, but he's totally unimpressed. She promised to teach him supply and demand, but he just grimaced, unimpressed. Gale's cursed creations scattered the people across the empire. Deep beneath the imperial palace lies a secret treasure vault. The prince knew the artifact blocked his kill. He leaned down and grabbed the fallen girl's chin. The prince shuts down her excuses, demanding to know why she's spreading lies. Flexing his status as first prince, he hurls insults at the girl, the secret leader of the assassins. She apologizes, but he grabs her hair and drags her across the tiles. He mocked her big talk after she failed the mission, calling them useless killers who only cause more trouble. He leads her to the chest, and she freezes in terror. The prince calls this the Empire's most cursed instrument, the Devil's Heart. Its mere mention once terrified the world, and it still radiates pure sinister gloom. The prince warns the heart drains life, asking if the food satisfies. The boy admits his favorite meal is people like her, leaving her frozen in terror. He drags her by the head into the Devil's Heart, demanding she understand why, but she only begs for mercy. She begs for mercy as the toxic haze drains her life. The prince warns a touch to the heart kills even the bravest. Tears streaming, the girl begs him to stop. Prince retreats, calling it quits. The chest clicks shut. He asks what happened. She says the mission worked until she sent spies to the elite. She reveals the princess wants the artifact for its absolute defense, and the prince makes her repeat it to be sure. He couldn't believe the princess blocked his strikes, but she revealed her artifact grants instant death protection. He was stunned such a power existed. She admits it sounds unbelievable. The prince was clueless, but the princess's death changed nothing. The real issue, no one knew which artifacts the Empire was hiding. Sensing the crisis, the princes demand to know the artifact's true power. He's livid the kingdom grabs that rare artifact. The prince ignored Carla since her marrying his brother offered him no leverage, while she pushed to reveal more secrets. She bought the artifact from a young merchant. Elite capital adventurers huddle in a tavern corner, questioning why Gale went to such extremes. Melissa warned they were too loud, but the black mage just raised his mug, joking about someone snatching his bounty. Luke pivots to some taxi driver rumors and Kesh wants the scoop. Did Gale skip his fare? The paladin slams his mug and barks for the waitress, scowling as she rushes over. He slams the table, roaring for ale and trashing the slow service. The girl apologizes, but he demands a full barrel, ignoring Luke's attempts to settle him. The boy explains that orcs ambushed a cart heading for the village. Rumors say the rear guard killed them all. The paladin bolts up, fuming it can't be true. If the backline could hunt monsters, roles would be pointless. Robert snaps, cutting Kesher off. He's got vital info and needs to finish his point. Clad in ancient rags, he swung a cursed dagger, tearing through everything in his path. Story finished, he asks the captain, does this sound like a canon? He calmly finished his meal, claiming solo orc hunting was impossible since the whole group barely survived them. Luke shuts Kesha down, opting to follow the rumors instead. Melissa adds that someone just spotted a man identical to Gale. Cash slammed the table, demanding details. The warrior confirmed the boy started by trading goods. He dumped his cursed gear for cheap, then hawked junk as home decor downtown. Melissa sighs, explaining the guards shut his shop down instantly. The paladin laughs, claiming the work. His cursed gear always leaves a mark and nothing but complaints. Gale cashed in on him and Norris confirmed it. His product was a hit, and a lookalike was lurking in the hotel. Luke saw the boy's fresh clothes. He definitely had carriage money. No matter how hard they search, the royal soldiers won't find a single trace. Melissa revealed he was loaded, so he had to blow that cash on something. Kesh was clueless, but the black mage had it figured out and told him to connect the dots. Norris realized Gale moved his operations. He's working far beyond the capital now. The team questioned his true motives. Gil was a weirdo clearly peddling something, but now he's vanished from town. The warrior links him to the merchant guild, likely seeking a shop trade permit. She flashes Princess Carla's order, forcing the guild man to reluctantly leak a confidential secret. She asked if they were friends, how he felt, and his mood. Luke recaps the talk, revealing he's a veteran trader who likely runs businesses across multiple cities. Kesh eyes his empty mug. He doesn't care what he sells. With enough cash, he'd open a shop for those damn trinkets. He gripped his mug and shouted for everyone to drink up. The paladin roars for his beer. Footsteps approach and every eye snaps to the waitress. Kesh pins the bill on Princess Carl, leaving Melissa and Luke frozen in shock. A girl hauls 2 massive ale barrels behind him as he roars, bottoms up. The waitress slams massive barrels in Kesh's face, sending every dish and drink flying. The paladin roars about the trouble she caused, but she's already bolting, shouting back, "This is your ordered item." Luke stared in shock. Lifting that barrel alone was no joke. This girl was insanely strong. Rounding the corner, she sighs in relief. The team is already searching for Gale. The exhausted girl turns to the guy as 3 waiters thank her for her work. Liznette pulls off her wig, wondering why she's stuck on the capital's outskirts gathering intel and spying. A guy asks if these are the targets. Liznette confirms it. She sits on a barrel, calmly noting their behavior matches her intel perfectly. They ask if Carla hired them, but they mention a farm town and a man named Gale instead. The Wolf Fangs are hunting Gale Hamilton, the same group Princess Carla is desperate to find. He created the artifact the S-rank team is hunting, but his true identity is still a total mystery. Liznette saw his true cunning. He worked the team while leaving 0 traces. She knew it was a ruse to hide the creator's identity, a man who lived like a ghost with a completely unknown past. Tracking the Wolf's Fangs worked. They pinpointed Gale's general location, making the effort worth it. The girl orders the boys to clear the adventurers and stay behind, ready to snatch Gale by force. The manager storms in, screaming at Liznette to stop slacking while orders and dishes pile up. Liznette grumbles, shoving his wig back on. Gale is at the blacksmith guild when the heavy doors creak open and a girl cautiously enters. Gale crafts a new device while Mora watches silently from the doorway. The boy breaks the silence with one more request. Now she's hooked. What does Gale want? He thanked her for guarding the mine, knowing he's the reason she's caught in this mess. Gale reached out to thank her, her presence finally calming his heart. She blushes, staring at the curse master in total confusion. Mer thanks her for the prime shop location. She's a top-tier support mage who never fails. Thanks to Morris, the kid's dream is finally coming true. Still flustered, she agrees to keep helping since he's so persistent, but he suddenly sneezes right on her. Mora tells him to sneeze and turns away. He apologizes, shocked by the constant sneezing, and wonders if someone's gossiping about him. Shelina appears beside Mora, revealing the mine dust caused everything. Gale's new workspace is paying off. Shelina spots his progress and curiously inspects his work. He followed every instruction but found the result tasteless. The blacksmith countered, if he hates it, the world will love it. Shelina snatches the device, asking how it works, while Gale reaches out to take it back. He lifts the device, twists the knob, and it hums to life with a blinding glow. This cockatrice organ weapon fires a petrification beam. Shelina dives for cover, begging them not to target people. The blacksmith recoils, asking if Gale wants to be stone again. Gale shrugs. He can break the curse anytime, but doubts anyone will even need it. Shelina keeps it practical, citing supply and demand. They're surrounded by nature, but construction stone is nowhere to be found. Glasses on, she explains stones are building materials, and in some regions they're worth a fortune. Building in a desert, these kids can turn sand into bricks, dig for materials, or just import everything. Digging is exhausting, hauling water is impossible, and the final bricks are way too weak. This invention creates and processes sand with a stone beam, no extra work needed. He figured out the materials. Shelina knew Gale had golden hands, he just hadn't mastered them yet. The boy smiled as Shelina explained the resource gap. Mines had the materials, but farmers were always left empty-handed. She hugs him, hyped that this invention secures their building materials, and promises a massive reward. He's dying to know if she likes his invention, but she breaks the tension by joking he has 0 style. Shelina never cared for cursed objects, but Gale changed her mind. Now she sees them in a whole new light. He chuckles like a fool while she sighs at his stupidity. She didn't even praise him, just those damn things. Shailena asks if he can craft another from the leftovers, but the master shakes his head. It's just not possible. Small ones lack stone breath organs. Their tails pack venom, but it's no curse, so the girl wants a way to craft her own poison. Gale's skeptical of a poison machine, but Shailena explains the village is crawling with pests. The blacksmith asks if he knows the poison's ingredients, and the boy offers to investigate. Poison amulets were his specialty, so he just needed the right ingredients. The girl rushed over, hyped to get the list. Ghoul glands or stomachs cure colds, and talismans stick right to mummy bandages, but you can't buy these parts anywhere. Shailena's inspired and orders Hemley to grab the supplies. She buys his whole stock at a fair price. He hands her a bottle of spoiled, fragrant goulash oil. Mora sensed the object's terrifying power but stayed silent. Shailena handed Gale his orders, demanding total obedience. Fired up, the boy charges forward, vowing to act now. The blacksmith takes the tool to test its feel. The boy agrees without looking back, and Mora steps in to guide her. Shailena grills Mora on why she's there, but she just gives a weak excuse. Meanwhile, their team-up is working. Abandoned orders are finally dropping. Gimli's thrilled, Mora and Gale are comfortable, so Shailena's happy too. Kesh's squad flags down a cart bound for the farm town. They discuss the royal bill while Kesh celebrated his luck. He finally scored a mithril sword for 500 gold. Warrior gets a wyvern bone sword, mage a new grimoire, and bandit magic skin armor. Gale's curses can't touch them now. The captain noticed something weird. They were recruiting hard, but 0 applications came in for his support class. Doubts vanished, high-level pros were scarce, but someone on the floor muttered the truth. Nobody actually wanted to join them. Kesha demands answers and the girl unhoods. It's Lisnet. She and her squad are replacing Wolfgang's support and hauling their gear. Kesh mocks their pathetic dream, demanding gratitude. It's perfect for observation, but Lisnet won't tolerate the disrespect. Captain demands the bag and feasts his crew, fueling them up for the final stretch. The guys feast on Carla's dime while enjoying the view, but Lisnet warns them to stay sharp. They've got a caravan to protect. Cashew snapped, barking at the girl to shut up and cover her eyes. The mood was so grim even the wine tasted bland. Lisnet's crew was broke and refused to share food, so they hit the tavern for cash, until a sharp whistle cut the air. Lisnet and her team jumped into action. Mercs and adventurers rushed to defend the carts, but the monster stays hidden. Only eerie echoes haunt the woods. Evil spirits swarm the colony, but a guard calms the panic, claiming their post-orc defenses are now unbreakable. Monsters scatter the horses and guards everywhere. A scout rushes over, they've found the pack leader. A massive hippo blocks their path. Security spots an S-rank monster meant for the border. Team Lisnet regroups, they hunt humans, not beasts. In a direct fight, they're doomed against bloodthirsty wolves, giant snakes, and red grizzlies. His men want to run, but they're stuck. This mission is vital, and only Cash's team can finish the job. Lisnet snaps, ordering her team to attack and defend. Her crew is stunned. The Empire demanded total annihilation. Kingdom 2 had a similar mission, but even the top S-rank teams suddenly bylaid. Realizing allies were ahead, they decided Cadian's team would battle the hippo and force it to submit. Lizetta screams, "Hippo attack," instantly locking the S-rank squad's focus onto the danger. They search for their missing friends, but Kesh only noticed Lisnet's grating voice as her team struggled to restrain her. The cart stops, the driver vanishes, and chaos erupts. The bandit peeks out and stares straight into a giant monster's maw. The boys scream in horror, but Lisnet realizes a hippo drove these orcs from their home and onto the road. This giant's power is so overwhelming, only a few can withstand it. Kesh freezes in confusion, but the monster strikes, roaring as it instantly shreds the top-ranked team's cart. Lisnet stayed sharp, dodging the monster's strike and soaring right over it. The girls stick the landing while the boys crash like rocks. The angry hippo turns and roars, he's not backing down. The air ripped apart, everyone froze, stunned by a monster with both insane power and blinding speed. Lisnet confirms the hippo is their target, while Kesha's terrified crew just trades looks. The warrior rises, it doesn't matter how she knew about the beast. He takes his stance, ready to crush his next opponent. Nearby crowds spotted the S-rank wolf fangs. Now they couldn't just run away. The crowd roars the team's name as Lisnet's crew joins the cheer. Claiming the title of strongest, Kasha and her squad launch a massive joint strike. Lisnet finally felt the S-rank team's raw power, but a single hippo tail sweep sent them flying and shattered their confidence. The adventurers scatter, freezing the crowd in shock. The girl screams in disappointment. This S-rank team is nothing like her dreams. Panic erupted as monsters swarmed from every side. Lisnet knew the danger, but her team was ready. They weren't backing down. Running was suicide. Embracing the madness, she draws her gun and screams they're the world's deadliest assassins. She leads her squad into the fray, rushing to wipe out the monsters fast. They watch each other's backs while keeping their identities hidden. The team fought bravely, and Lisnet ordered prep. The girl tackled taming a hippo while her assistant prayed for her safety. Hidden in the shadows, the girl leaps through the trees to ambush the hippo. Stealth failed, he spotted her. You can't surprise a beast with those senses, so she launches a direct attack with lethal poison. The hippo tails the dagger away, but the follow-up strike to his throat can't even break the skin. Liznit realized he'd failed. The girl jammed a dagger into her eye, mocking the monster with a satisfied smirk. He snags her with his tail and blasts poison, but the hippo's immune, leaving her in a deadly trap. She realized it was time to use Belian's gift, a demon heart fragment. Using it would bind her to his blood and body forever. Back at the capital, Duchess Melinda trains Princess Carla in the tea ceremony. The Duchess demands a level chin, too low looks weak, too high looks arrogant, and Carla's already hitting her limit. Cross your ankles, left in front for friendship, right on top for copper. Carla thinks no one will notice. Melinda says take 1 or 3 pieces, never 2 no matter how convenient. Even numbers mean separation, pinky up for elegance. The princess clutched her ears, screaming in exhausted despair. Fixing her tiara, the Duchess orders Carla to be flawless, sending her back into a gloom as she remembers her duty. Forced to marry a stranger and targeted by the first prince, she's eerily calm. How is she not furious? Malama realized the princess's actions shape the world. Chosen from birth, she must finally own her destiny. Princess Carla sighed, ready to reveal the heavy burden of her chosen life. She wants to live her own way. Her life looks perfect, but those privileges are just heavy shackles. Born doomed, she watched the birds and hoped Gale could break her curse. But her butler suddenly snapped her back to reality. Peace with the Empire keeps the people safe, but she ignores the politics. She only wants the devil's heart. She doubts the monster exists, but Vivian insists the survivors' stories are real even if others call them myths. Carola doubts the truth, but Vivian says nobody knows. One thing's certain, the heart of the devil is the world's deadliest cursed artifact. Outside the capital, battle rages as Liznit coils his tail around the girl, ready to swallow her whole. Her companion shouts a warning, and she instantly summons a glowing light orb. A blinding flash erupts, searing the eyes of man and monster. Liznit powers back up, claws the monster's tail, and effortlessly rips it off, shredding through skin and muscle. The flash stuns the beast, giving the exhausted girl just enough time to snap on the 1/6 Devil's Heart bracelet. She dives aside, but the hippo's furious, charging her with insane speed. The boys panic as a high-speed giant charges with lethal horns, but their mistress just calmly raises her hands. Liznit catches a charging monster bare-handed, stunning her longtime crew who never saw this power coming. The Demon Heart bracelet unleashes unspeakable power, turning her eyes into a pitch-black abyss. The beast lunges forward snarling, but its strength is spent. It's at its limit. She grips the horns, hoists the massive beast, and slams it down, ripping a horn clean off. The hippo bleeds as the monsters cower. Even Liznit's assistant freezes before the powerful lady as she bursts into a bright laugh. Hippo's minions flee in terror. Who's the real monster now? That demonic heart is terrifying. The monster paid for underestimating her, but a relentless god instantly pins her down as her team rushes to break the curse. Veins bulge from the girl's hands, but her assistants don't flinch. They'd already paid a fortune for a church ritual to break the curse. The king god's tears form a glowing ring around the team. The girl groans as her fused bracelet snaps off and hits the floor. He screamed hysterically, reminding her of the horror of becoming flesh and blood. She vowed to never let it happen. She seals the beast in an unbreakable jar, but Liznit feels a piece of the devil's heart pulsing inside her. She finally knew why the prince kept the amulet. Even she was shocked she'd used something so dark. She finally relaxed after fending off the hippos, but the caravan was a wreck. Adventurers and mercenaries survived, but their wagons are wrecked. Now they're stuck waiting for a patrol. The assistant checks on them, but everyone's focused on the girl, while Kay's team runs on empty. By nightfall, the artifact is finally sealed. The crew is stunned. This power can bind even the strongest artifact creators. Only Liznit realized this was costing her life. Fist clenched, her hatred for Gale Hamilton grew by the second. Back at the blacksmith guild, Gale's sneezing non-stop, leaving his face covered in snot. He showed the girls his work. Using Shailina's advice, he built a lantern, but it wasn't bright, it was made of bones. Raising the skull lantern, the boy asks if it works. It runs on lingering souls even from bugs and plants. Shailina explains street lamps burn wood or pricey stones, but phantom fire is free, endless, and safe. Mer pitied the skulls, but Shailina prioritized function. No explanations, the girls just ordered him to swap the bulbs. The blacksmith asks for results and the boy delivers. Another cockatrice, a stone ray emitter, and new farm tools. He lists his horrors: the cursed thresher, weeping grinder, saw of sorrow, and soul sieve. Shailina's stunned. How did he build all this? The blacksmith asks if they're scouting the shop. Gale and Moira spin around in shock to face her. The kid reluctantly agrees, and Shailina leads us to a perfect spot tucked away on a side street. Gale confirms the spot, an old alchemist's shop that's a perfect fit. To cover the deposit, they sell off his cursed gear. Mora and the guy found the perfect spot. Shalina says a quick cleanup and a new sign will make the shop shine. The boys laughed as the blacksmith gave him full access to the forge. Everyone already knew the deal. 10 days after the beast attack, the exhausted caravan finally pushes forward. Half the carts are trashed, a patrol saves the travelers and they're back on the move. Cash's squad are now legendary heroes for slaying the hippo and saving everyone from destruction. The team cheered for their praise and dreams of gold, while the mage and rogue bragged they were now the backbone for the paladin and warrior. Melissa admits they needed help but remembers nothing, leaving the guys fuming. Cashin's memory is blank too, but it's clear, without Luke and Norris they were toast. Kesh boasts about blinding the hippo, ripping its tail and taking its massive horns. Now they're hauling the loot straight to the farming town. They thought Melissa's dagger took the eye, but Kuka's sword clearly carved the tail and horns. The battered heroes can't recall the monster's end. Lisnit spots a bloodless sword, how is that possible? The girl wipes out the monsters and Kesh's crew snaps awake, screaming in horror. The monsters vanished. Melissa spots her dagger from the hippo's eye and Luke finds a cracked horn nearby. Kesh finds a severed tail, realizing these beasts fought until they lost their heads. Their memories blurred, so they faked a win and started celebrating. Lisnit hid the mistress's role from the heroes. Exposing the killer now would only sabotage their master plan. Kesh's team gets a hero's welcome at the farm. The locals are honored they saved the cargo and the people, but Kesha just grins, saying those hippos were easy as cracking nuts. Exhausted Lisnit teams watch Loudmouth steal the glory while the real workers stay in the shadows. Kesha's team debates their next move, so Melissa suggests a tavern. The wizard and rogue agree, but a fuming Lisnit insists they hit the guild first. The cat traded the reward so the poor wouldn't steal the loot, while the girl fought to keep her cool. Team Kesh stared in shock at the bizarre city. Instead of lanterns, ominous skulls littered the streets. The crew's shocked by the villagers' total bliss. Norris asks if they've ever seen this before and the group shares a knowing look. They knew it was Gale's, only he'd build something this hideous. But the real shock, these ugly devices covered the entire street. The dark mage felt the town's eerie vibe, but Kesh knew the isolation worked for them. Gale's shop had to be hiding here. The team mocked the fool for leaving so much evidence, and even Lisnit joined the laughter. Following the tip, they headed straight to the guild to start the hunt. The hooded girl confirms they're on track. Her assistant locates Gale in the city, but Kesh's words feel suspicious. The killer suspects Gale is hiding her true power from her own team. A short, smiling girl greets them, but Kesh blows her off. This guild's a dump, more shed than headquarters. Pushing past the crowd, the team's certain there are no good quests here either. Kesh leaned on the counter, meeting the girl's warm smile with a cold, detached stare. The boy demands the guild master, claiming S-rank, but she reveals she's the boss. Kesh calls Lisnit, who rolls up with a massive cart. The cloth drops, revealing her. The boy tosses his prize before Gimli, asking how she likes it, but she doesn't even flinch. Her blank face enrages Kasha. She thinks the tail belongs to a hippo, but the team reveals it's an S-class monster part worth a fortune. Gimli demands the monster's head or heart as proof, just like the capital. He asks if they fled before finishing the kill, and everyone looks away in shame. Kesh recognized the girl and bilayed with his crew. Gimli told them to finish the hippo next time while the Lisnit team packed up. Suddenly, the master demands Lisnit's organization, terrifying her. The girl froze as Gimli called her out for pretending they helped when she did everything herself. Lisnit's jewelry trail was a mistake, but there's no time to dwell. She rushes her people away from the girl in the field. Gimli grinned. These guys were from Gale's capital and things were about to get wild. Hal and Shalina head out to check their brand new shop. Gale replaces the sign and asks how she did it. She says it's simple, but that basic style fits the curse master perfectly. He calls her a pro, but she's not impressed. They're standing outside Gale's Cursed Things shop, a store decked in skulls and horns. Shalina wants him to keep taking her jobs as thanks. Since she's a loyal client who saved him before, he agrees and promises to visit the Kuznetsov Guild. Gale sets the opening for tomorrow and orders a party today. One guy calls Mora while the girl rushes to check if everyone's ready. Mora arrives just as the shop opens. The blacksmith notes her timing, but she's too late to help with the setup. This old alchemist shop made renovations a breeze. The boy asks if Mora's building a new squad and she confirms it, teasing him for always grinding solo. He needs supplies, but he's going solo. No one dares travel with the master of cursed items. Gale's hyped for the store, but he's not stopping. His life of adventure continues. He dreamed of crafting while a pro handled sales, but he wasn't there yet. Luckily, Mori had a plan. She offered to rejoin for sales, noting that even as back-end players, they crushed the job together. Mora blushes, declaring they can handle anything together. She waits for an answer as he turns and steps toward her. Gale rushes the display as the mummy's bandages unravel. Mora hides her face in despair. He's ignoring her again. The wizard promised to meet at nightfall, so the blacksmith prepped the drinks while the kids set the table for their feast. The girls head out chatting as Shailena confirms she picked the name. The blacksmith notes only intentional visitors stop by, while Gale's just happy to open shop with real friends. He finally found a place to be himself, and the joy was beyond words. The keeper's bell hangs on the door, a relic that once guided lost souls to the afterlife. Now its chime signals a shop packed with cursed artifacts. Night falls, and a sudden noise outside the window snaps Gale to attention. The boy politely greets the newcomers, saying they're closed but stops cold. Standing there is a real-life paladin. The thief strutted in, scanned the room, and brazenly insulted the curse master. Gale backs away confused, but Kay snaps, accusing him of ruining lives while living in peace. Suddenly, a massive kick blasts the door open. The team bursts in with Cash and 4 strangers. Gale asks what they want before opening, while the Dark Wizard sends them to Lisnet Street. The 4 leave. Gale wonders why they need so many rookies, but Norris interrupts. It's time to talk. The master is stunned. They kicked him out to start his own shop, so what do they want now? He stands paralyzed, voice trembling and legs glued to the spot. Kesh reveals they want Gale to break their curse, leaving him stunned. Outside, an assistant asks the lady if that's really Gale Hamilton and why he's guarding the cash. She's testing his limits to see his true power, but she still doubts he's the real artifact creator. Gale explains the gear's curse won't hit the team. He rigged it to only target himself. He did it to back his team, having crushed that curse long ago. Gale's clueless, but Katz is certain the banished boy cursed them out of spite. He grabs an item, brandishing it as a threat. He slammed the mummy down and stomped it while Gale panicked. That was their main merchandise. Melissa says the damage is an upgrade. Luke pulls a knife, vowing to ruin the goods so they're never sold again. Blades shred the shelves as the dark mage blasts spells, ignoring the fire risk. He tries to stop them, but Kesh grabs his collar and demands he lift the curse now. He's done talking. Teacher says resetting stats won't make them stronger, so Kesh asks, does that mean we're weak? He slams the boy into the wall and floor, slowly drawing his blade. The princess's mission is history. He threatened to kill the caster if Gale wouldn't lift the curse, and his team backed him instantly. Trapped in a wasteland of failures, Kesh only wanted out. The teacher pressed him. What did the paladin say? He strikes with full power, launching the guy back. Gale's moving on pure instinct, not thought. In these tight quarters, swords are useless, fists decide everything. Facing Kesh, the boy vows to protect his shop at any cost. Gale ordered the adventurers to stop. He'd take their insults, but nobody mocks his farmer friends. A quick nod told them he had it handled. Looming over Wolf's Fang, the master declares the end, his fists trembling with raw fury. Outside, Lisnet weighs Gale's fate, kill or kidnap, everything going to plan. She lets the wolfish fangs finish their final task, mocking them as mere smiling. Kesh refuses to quit, and Norris knows that with this much nerve, they have no other choice. The captain pulls a bottle, having seen this coming. With the crew winning, he'd snagged this elite drink back in the capital. The crew downs the drinks as Melissa snaps about the cost. Suddenly, a blinding light blasts from the group, forcing Gale to shield her eyes. He sized up the item. It could boost every ability, but he ignored the power. That familiar scent was all he noticed. Kesh flexes a rare, power-boosting guild item, mocking Gale for being too pathetic to have ever seen one. The team celebrates as the potion restores their power. Ignoring the boy's denials, they charge straight into battle. They boxed him in, treating him like one of the monsters. Norris says he's missed every tactic by staying behind, but now he'll witness their main event, the wolf release strategy. Gale knew the drill: look one way, get hit from the other. Focus on one enemy and you're already surrounded. He focused on Keisha, the team's main threat, but Melissa snuck behind him. She strikes, playfully asking where he's looking. She's faster than expected, but he knows her style and dodges the first hit. She immediately strikes again. Gale deftly dodges the bandits' sharp knives. Keisha and Melissa are no match, but Luke's poison knives are a death sentence. One scratch and he's done, and now the captain is right behind him. He dodges again, stunning Takasha. It's like he's reading every move. Gale tracked Norris's fire while casting, dodging strikes, and keeping the blaze out of the city. Kesh hates Gale's bold dodging. He unleashes Summer Rain and orders a pincer move, while Melissa and Luke hunt the fleeing Gale. Plan ready, with the team in range, he unleashes the curse scroll. He dodged their strikes and baited them into a trap, leaving them fuming and terrified. If Kash's team used artifacts, any power drop would have flipped the fight. He turned their hated curses against them, pitting weakness against strength. Gale triggers the prisoner's amulet, dropping a massive grate over the team as dark shadows snatch them, cutting off their escape. This one-use amulet instantly weakens any nearby target. This artifact was forged from the ashes of a prisoner wrongfully locked away since childhood. The range is small, but anyone inside is instantly crushed by the prisoner's total agony and sorrow. Inside a ruined house, Gale spots a zombie sealed in the wall and can't look away. She radiated a massive curse despite being paralyzed. Gale wondered what's the real cause. He beckoned the skull closer for a sad story. then triggered his dispersal, dissolving the corpse into thin air. The old man admitted this kid was the first to ever talk to him. Eyes shut, the old man weeps through his story before fading into the cold wall, the only support he's ever known. It's weaker than Cash's team buff, but this amulet still nerfs all stats by 3 times. Cash's crew calls the curses nonsense, but Gale's already sprinting the other way. He lured him away to keep fighting. To protect the locals, he had to move the battlefield. He already knew the area better than Catian's squad. Now, where to lead them? The catacombs, the abandoned church, or the hospital? 4 silhouettes tail them. The wolves are closing in, and he shouts for his team to keep the pace. Suddenly, a voice rings out near his shop. The cautious squad barely moved, bodies heavy as lead. They'd blown a fortune on elite amplifiers, but despite the power surge, a strange weakness was crippling them. Furious Gale's curse failed. The captain turned to Listnet for an antidote, only to find her and the crew had already vanished. Kesh rages over his missing backup, but they're already hunting Gale through the dark forest. No escape. Just before the escape, Listnet spots an amulet on the prisoner. It's Gale Hamilton, the artifact master they've been hunting. The assistant asks what's next. Listnet orders silence. Even in this tiny village, guards could strike at any second. Move fast, stop the crowd from grouping. Their late guard footsteps are already closing in. Listnet orders her assistant to handle the crowd, but as she steps forward, she suddenly freezes. Invisible shackles and a phantom snake coil around her, pinning her to the spot. She hugged herself, sensing a devilish heart nearby. She refused to believe it, certain it was all just a lie. She orders an instant retreat, ditching the rest to save herself and her crew. The demon's heart seal vanishes. The girl collapses, gasping and coughing for air as the assistants watch in fear. Her hidden seal was nearly unbreakable, yet she couldn't shake a bad feeling. She looks back at the Kasha team and realizes the devil's heart is reacting to the Gale artifact as a true equal. The black magic lunges again. She screams for her assistant to run as the darkness targets them both. Listnet breaks free, scrambles up in horror, and desperately searches for her next move. An invisible wave washes over the boys, instantly draining their strength. One move confirms the truth. Their powers are gone. Gale Hamilton's artifacts are overwhelming. She's trembling and sweating, but it's more than just side effects. Her body is undergoing a bizarre transformation. Listnet's body was failing. Slower moves, weak defense, instant fatigue, rising fear, and fading senses. Elite assassins track every bodily change, but even Listnet's never seen a weakening this complex. Barely touching the black light drained her instantly. A direct hit would have been fatal. With more traps lurking, she ordered the squad to scatter and avoid the glow at all costs. He hunted them relentlessly, fixated on Listnet as she fought desperately to escape his grasp. The target vanished. Hamilton's artifact weakened Kesh, so why is he running? No time to waste, the 4 charge after the boy into the dark forest. He burns his emergency artifacts. It's the same storm, and he's heading for the outskirts, leaving his allies behind. Listnet was satisfied. It was 4 against 1 with no escape. Keish's team ignore them. Gale heads to the abandoned hospital on the village outskirts, a burial ground for victims of an ancient epidemic. She laughs as the fool walks straight into their trap. Emboldened, the gang charges in, ready for a total slaughter. They're gassing out, their speed is dropping, and keeping him in sight takes everything they've got. The killer suspected boosters, but it was just raw, natural speed. Listnet was right beside him. She wasn't hit directly, but the artifact's power still reached her. She was too distracted by Jalen and Kasham's duel. If she loses him now, she'll regret it forever. He's the man who can shift the balance of the entire. Dead or alive, he wasn't getting away. They were falling behind, but they pushed their limits to finish the mission. Blinded by the chase, they dropped their guard and ignored their surroundings, a total lapse in their usual caution. They have no clue what terror they've lured to the city's edge. Kaishan's squad crawled toward Gale, the captain joking they'd become a pack of turtles. A girl appears, blaming them for the Gale shop's mess, and an irritated Kesh snaps back, asking if she's got a problem. His stance told the wolf fangs everything. This wasn't just a beast, but a true opponent. They glared at her clothes, fuming that she dared return after ditching them when Gale was expelled. Yet somehow, they'd all reached the farm's edge together. The dark mage facepalms as everything finally clicks. Finding Gale here was impossible, but Morrow's here too. Think this is just a coincidence. The wizard exposes Moragulras as Gale's secret accomplice from the very beginning. Luke, Melissa, and Kesh were frozen in shock, but I just laughed it off. She knew Norris was an idiot, but he finally crossed the line. Explaining was useless, and the guys just nodded along in fake agreement. The magician looks up, realizing this young beauty in the revealing top is too simple for deep thoughts. Her mind is an open book. He asks Mori if he reached the point, but she snaps back, they're all dead wrong. Kesh tries to speak, but the witch cuts him off, revealing they drove Gale away and she only joined because they asked. She had to know, why was she an accomplice and what had she done to them? Kesh is speechless, but she keeps pressing. Did he curse them, and how did he join Gale? He finally shut up. She stood, letting him breathe, then turned to her former leader. He hits this remote town, trashes a shop, and dares to insult our fallen teammate. The sea demanded if the boy was raised to never harm others. Then she started chanting a spell. She squares up and forbids it. Kesh's team pivots, using wolf-like cunning to crush the enraged Mura. Kesh confirms Mora is alone ahead, but the boy can't even grip his sword. Is this Kime's next move after Mei? Smirking, she reveals those debuffs only boosted her stats. Now, witness the true power of Mei. Mora tears into the money team with savage brutality. Grabbing the captain's collar, she vows to wreck him just like they did the Gale store. Maybe then they'll understand. Melissa creeps behind Mora and swings, smirking as she catches her looking the other way. Mora doesn't flinch, striking her attacker from behind without even looking. The sorceress realizes Gale's debuffs just crippled her team. This isn't a 1v4 anymore. She claims they have zero chance in this 2-on-4. Luke tells Mura to drop the ego. Rule 1, keep her back and stick to long-range combat. The robber yells her pathetic tricks won't stop them. Norris and Luke flank the girl. The robber reaches for his knives but realizes he left them at Gale's. Before he can react, Mora's already swinging. She guts Luke with full force, sending him screaming as she leaps back. The mage is already charging a lethal hellfire ball to end her. His magic flares bright, but the girl just thanks him for being a target and chucks a bottle at him. The bottle shatters against the dark mage's head, dropping him to his knees as the others mock how easy he was to hit. Cash's team lies broken like trash, too weak to even look up as the sorceress looms in deadly silence. The anxious crowd begged her to stop, but she kept mocking the team. She wasn't done yet. She regrets bringing the wine to the ceremony, but finding Gale is the priority. She fought through the crowd at her friend's shop. Inside, she marvels at the displays until her eyes lock onto a mummy on the floor. She snatched up the fallen figurine, holding it close as she recalled Gale's strict corrections. The boy hyped the product, but Mora's mind was elsewhere. She sets the mummy down, but a sudden noise behind her has someone asking what happened. Blacksmith Shaylin hauled a heavy barrel, joining the crowd to celebrate the opening. Mora flinched, needing her friend fast, but the blacksmith grabbed her arm and forced her to listen. Gale's vanished and they need him now. Kesh's team couldn't stop him, but Moro's still worried, knowing he's just luring the enemy away. Gimli bursts in. The boy fled to the abandoned cemetery across the city. Surprised to see the craftswoman, the girls asked how she found Gale. She awkwardly admitted it was luck, then looked away, muttering that woolly tusks are weird. She delivered the materials, animal organs reeking with a horrific stench. Gimli reveals a pro squad is already hunting the curse master. Mora thanked the girl and bolted to save her friend, skipping weapons and gear. The blacksmith's wife yelled for her to wait. She was joining the rescue. Smiling, the girls took the weapons from Kesha and Norris, better than nothing. They head out to rescue Gil Hamilton. Gimli joins the girls, warning that every second counts and Shalina isn't ready yet. The girl feels a strange dread. Mora blames Gale's pursuers, but the mentor senses something inhuman nearby. She brought the girls a hippo horn and a story, explaining their origins. Gale's pursuers are from the capital. They let a behemoth escape, and S-rank monsters are smart, resilient, and hard to kill. They lead the herd with strategic strikes. No wonder they tracked them this far, sniffing them out and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A hippo encounter made the mission a nightmare. After the basilisk, they're done with monsters. Gale hits the hospital cemetery, scales a tree, and catches his breath while scanning the silence. He drops down, squares up, and dares his enemies to show their faces. The killers crawl out of the bushes, gasping for air and beg for a timeout. The boy doesn't argue, he just waits. Gale recognizes them as Kasha's partners, and Lisnet is furious to be linked with these fake heroes. Pointing at the boy, she's shocked by his insane speed. He suspects Cadian is a gang or he's being hunted, but Lisnet snaps they'll never catch him. Her throat's raw from screaming. Gale calms her, offering a drink. No time to explain it's not water, she snatches the bottle and gulps it down. She chugs the foul liquid, only to find out it's a prototype potion to reverse petrification. He reveals its basilisk fluid, stunning Lisnet. She immediately tries to spit it out, but he's completely clueless why. She snaps about the drink, but the assistant says she should have checked before swallowing. She ignores him completely. Gale's losing it. She's spitting out the petrification cure just because it's monster fluid, even though she begged for it. Bitter medicine saves lives. Lisnet draws her blade and orders her assistants to seize Gale, while he's still dazed by the chaos. She ordered him captured, dead or alive. He surrendered and apologized, asking if the potion was really that bad, but it was too late. Wait, the girl ordered to. The killers lunge at the boy, but he has no clue how to fight back. He dodges Lisnet's strike, but she warns he's trapped. He trips, she swings, but he evades again and lands a counterkick. The assistant fires 3 blades, but he dodges with sharp, effortless confidence. She sees him dodge every strike, but he reveals the secret isn't him. It's the ground beneath them. The team hangs their heads, surrounded by bone piles and wooden crosses. She hated the sight, and Gale spotted even more bones buried underground. Listenet knew he was a veteran who could handle a graveyard, but the boys were too scattered and blocked to join forces. He knew they'd surrender. Power and team tactics were useless. The sound of snapping bones and debris instantly exposed their every move. She hurls a knife, nearly grazing Gale's face, but his dodge is what shocks her. It's his eerie calm. He's not rushing, he's just. Ancient graves litter the grounds, surrounding a hospital reduced to lifeless ruins by the elements. What nightmare awaits Gale in this hellhole? He cut his thoughts, warning them to leave. The team knew the area, but he didn't pick the cemetery for their comfort. This place was a goldmine for rare loot, and since he knew every inch of it, today's perfect turn of events had him grinning. Bones, corpses, and lost souls, the Lord of the Curse fit right in. Team Listenet had to head home, and the reason why was already crawling out of the dirt. He says the team is out, but suddenly the dead crawl from every side. Fearless, he spreads his arms and welcomes the win. Lisnet's team feared an ambush, but the stench and decay proved the truth. They were surrounded by the walking dead. In her room, Carla eyes a postcard about Gale's search, already picturing the boy standing right in front of her. Vivian asks the priest to examine the princess, her mind consumed by Gale Hamilton. She was confused, she'd only seen this man once. But the high priest revealed the truth. He's the one who saved her life. The priest and his aide realize the princess is in love. Vivian's shocked. Instead of preparing for death, she fell for him. Ignoring the question, the man sees Carla and Gale are a perfect match. They haven't met, but he's already pictured the ideal pair while the guys fail to calm Vivian down. Over by the farmers, Listenet's squad keeps the undead locked inside the old hospital cemetery. She realizes the artifact master baited them with a fake watcher to spring an undead ambush. Back to back, they've never seen a crowd this thick. Dodging a flyer, he admits even at 1-on-4, winning is impossible. He meant Kesh and 3 others. Gale asks what's wrong, but Listenet snaps, they're nothing like these fools. Shadow killers don't lose to the undead. The team charges, catching the master off guard. The undead didn't back down, swarming Listenet's team and surrounding them from every side. The boys fought all out, covering each other's blind spots and leaving the enemy 0 openings. Listenet's men form a defensive circle, baiting Gale inside for the kill. A giant monster appears, but she instantly slices it down. She grinned, this was his ace, he almost won, but. Listenet reveals her ace, the heart of the Demon King, but its heavy restrictions mean she's out of time. She realized the moment the lifeless fall is her chance to use the artifact. Gale's reinforcements are already racing through the forest to join the fight. 4 pro assassins are at the gates, and the girls need to move now to even the odds. Without pausing, the blacksmith says you only realize someone's worth once they're gone. She claims the storm, needing more cursed objects to spark a total farming revolution. He's her partner. The guild leader agrees. Without Gale, her workload would double. I wonder if she'll tease this clueless cursed item master for finally being needed. Vowing to tell the truth, Shalina asks what they'd do if an injured hippo blocked their path. Mora jokes that a killer and a hippo is overkill, while Gim. Cursed items grant unique powers. Mora asks for specifics, and the master reveals unexpected fortune, a perfect evasion skill that flips misfortune. The girls are stunned. Turning failure into a win is a god-tier skill, and since it cheats death, everyone wants it. This rare power is uncontrollable, so the girls are just praying it works. Lisnet's squad crushes a mountain of undead to push their mission forward. The dead were wiped out, but she was too weak to reach Gale. Lisnet throws up her hands. Gale's summoning an endless army with ease, and she knows it's over. The assassin captain offered a handshake in acceptance, and Gale instantly stepped up to take it. Listenet laughs it off, orders him to toss the jar, and flawlessly snatches the sealed curse. She reveals their trump card, popping the jar to unleash a bizarre creature. She caught the beast and told the boy, a gift of thanks for his life. She reveals the artifact. It maxes your stats but drains your life force. It's the ultimate deadliest weapon, but Gale suddenly spots something behind her. She turns to see a hippo charging from the brush, the same one-eyed, one-horned beast. Lisnet has no clue where this beast came from, but it's already charging. No time to think, Gale makes his move. He shoves the girl aside to save the killer, bracing to take the hit himself. Sizing up their power. Standing in the wreckage, Lisnet watches with clenched fists. Despite his annoying quirks, she can't deny the truth. He saved her life. Sadness still clouds her face. She pities the man, the guy's luck is just non-existent. She stands fearless before the horned giant. Even the monster respects her relentless grit as they face off in the ruins. She pulls out the artifact, turns it over, and begins her mysterious story. Her artifact shimmered with her mood. No threats needed, just an icy glare and a comment on their persistence. The message was loud and clear. Black energy explodes from the artifact. Grinning madly, the heroine raises the relic and orders it to devour her and the Demon King's heart. The artifact instantly swallows her in head-to-toe dark magic. The artifact's out of control. Chaotic energy explodes everywhere as Liznit bites her lip from the tension. Trapped by dark tentacles, she awakens stun resistance, endless stamina and raw power skyrocketing her combat potential. Tentacles bind her as she gains infinite mana and total pain immunity. The artifact peaks, transforming her into a lethal threat. The hippo froze solid, muscles coiled like a spring. Yellow eyes tracked the girl's every move. The opening was gone, it's too late to strike. She squares up for a rematch, vowing the behemoth won't escape. Her gaze says it all, she's winning this. Armed with a light artifact, the girl charges a massive rhino beast as it roars, flexing its power. A massive hole in the roof marks Gale's brutal landing. A shadow bursts through the trees into the night sky. A sharp gasp breaks the silence. Gale stunned, he thought he was dead, but luck saved him. He fell through the roof and landed right on his bed. Gale sat in a massive room of beds, light pouring through a hole in the ceiling. It looked peaceful, but he knew one slip from that height would be a brutal fall. Sitting in the dark, his mind races. He never saw the monster clearly, but he'll never forget the moment it struck. His face shifts, recalling the zombie animal legend. A twisted dog flashes in his mind, but he snaps back. This is something else entirely. He saw the beast was mangled, broken horn, missing eye, and a shredded tail. He's never seen this beast before, but it's a perfect match for a zombie animal. He collapses onto the bed, head spinning as he processes the sight. He recalls Shelina's warning. The beast raiding the fields was just a wild boar, but now it's turned undead. He bolted up, time was out. Gale warned this monster threatened Liznit. Smirking, he declared that as a curse master, handling the undead was his sole responsibility. Kosh wakes up and peeks out the dark room. Anxious, he whispers he's far away. Surrounded by pitch black, he has no clue where to go. Liznit battles the grinning monster, refusing to back down as Gale races to save her. But will he make it in time? Gale marched forward, vanishing into the distance. Tensions rising, will anyone be strong enough to slow him down? The monster battle is heating up fast. Girl and monster lock eyes and charge. 3 watchers look on, eyes wide with pure terror and excitement. She dives from above for a lethal strike, her precise movements proving she's determined to end this final battle. Her sword slips and shatters on the ground. She nailed its horn dead on, sending the beast into a murderous rage. The girl hits the dirt and a monster's roar rips through the forest. She braced against the monster's side to stay upright. The observer's shout snaps Liznit back to her senses. Instead of falling, she pivots straight into a fighting stance. She looks up, mustering her last strength for the next move. She's dying to gouge out the beast's second eye, but even the Demon King's artifact won't make this easy. The observer says Liznit needs new weapons, but she brushes him off. She claims she ripped off the monster's tail, its most powerful weapon. She vows to rip the monster's head off, but mid-sentence, a sudden coughing fit cuts her short. The coffee turns vile as the girl collapses, her strength failing. In the darkness, a girl's heart appears, barely beating as each pulse becomes a struggle. She hits the ground gasping as a dark stain spreads from her heart. Something black is crawling inside her. The crowd swarm the fallen girl, panicking over what happened to Mrs. Liznit. Pinned to the ground, she struggles to lift her head, clenching her fists and biting her lip to fight the agony. An observer gasps, it's impossible. Darkness pierced Liznet's heart, the shadow swallowing her whole as her strength drained away, leaving her weaker by the second. The heroine rolled back, clutching her chest as the pain spiked. She's gasping for air as the crowd rushes to her side. Eyes wide and gasping, she buckles under the crushing tension. Artifact tentacles coil around her, stripping every buff, immortality, strength, stamina, and infinite mana, instantly leaving her powerless. She lay there gasping, eyes wide, paralyzed by weakness and total confusion. Lifting her, he warns the curse went wild for the second time, as the Demon King's heart loses its grip. The artifact won't stop until it completely devours Liznit. A monster creeps closer. A guard barks an order, 2 men stop that hippo. They rush the monster and brace for a brutal showdown. Liznit warns them to stop, they're no match for this monster. The monster's strike blasts them apart, sending stone debris swirling into the air. She slumped against someone's arm, the crowd watching in pure terror after what they'd just witnessed. Wide-eyed and sweating, she's paralyzed with fear at the sight. 2 stone-clutching fighters scream into the air, spinning in a bloody blur. Mouths bleeding, they're clearly wrecked. The monster roars, but Liznit snaps and screams enough. She barks at an attendee to get a grip. He snapped that nothing worked. He screamed in despair, the Divine King's tears failed. This was the church's ultimate relic, how could it do nothing? He curses, hurling the artifact straight at Liznit. The drop vaporized before touching Liznit, repelled by a force from within. She glared, demanding to know, is this curse really impossible to lift? Liznit's eyes roll back as blood gushes from her mouth. The man holding her screams in panic, begging her not to leave him. Liznet's brutal training paid off. She gritted through the agony, refusing to quit or black out. She thrashes in death throes as the Demon King's cursed heart beats wildly, ready to burst. Undead corpses litter the ground in twisted poses, their dark, distorted faces a total nightmare. The battle heats up, drawing the hippo and a new deadly threat into the royal clash. A sinister, twisted entity forms, a direct link to the afterlife that defies nature and chokes the air with gloom. A dark figure rises from a mountain of corpses. Reeking of death, the creature crawls out, the literal face of doom. Skullface calls the spectacle magnificent, sensing death's refined aura already swirling. She hears a dry, elderly voice and whips around to find the speaker. She spotted a figure darker than the shadows of the dead. She spots a lantern glowing through the darkness. The dark figure's massive curved blade gleams under the dim lantern light. Lizette's eyes flicker with doubt, she can't believe it's true. A silhouette emerges from the dark, sharpening into focus. A dark figure takes shape in the shadows, oozing despair as a long, sinister braid trails behind it. The Shinigami takes the stage, a death god drawn to the scent of the dying to harvest souls and drag them to the afterlife. Liznit expected a hippo, but this creature was a total shock. Suddenly, the Shinigami appears. Its freakish form and godlike power strike pure terror into the crowd. This rare god or demigod almost never surfaces. This beast rules death. Rarely seen, it just invaded the hero world, bringing pure horror and certain doom. The creature spreads its arms, ready to swallow the world in its sinister power. Arms wide, his deep voice rumbled, calling them children of those who seek life with their allies. Liznit's eyes snap wide at that voice. Clutching Liznit, he's paralyzed. His voice shakes as the creature's mysterious force binds his entire body. Liznit's crew froze, pinned by an invisible force as the voice of death paralyzed them with pure fear. The creature rasps a chilling laugh, and the terror spreads far beyond Liznit's squad. Even the growling monster went dead silent. No one can move, even the massive hippo stands frozen, rooted to the spot. The creature cocks its head, listening to the silence. The creature paused, lowering its gaze as its hollow, shadowed eyes locked onto Liznit. Slumped and gasping, Liznit forces her head up, her pained eyes locking onto the creature's hollow stare. The creature squinted at Liznit, testing her resolve. With icy irony, she toyed with her words, demanding to know their purpose. The creature chuckled darkly, eyes locking onto Liznit's chest as it sensed the lethal power pulsing from the Demon King's heart. Even the Demon King's heart stops as he holds his breath. The Shinigami eyed Liznit and the hippo, sizing them both up. Arms wide and eyes to the sky, the Shinigami shouts in awe, this massive spiritual sacrifice is a total miracle. Lyson clutches her chest as darkness claws at her soul. She dodged the blow, but the Demon King's heart is still coming for her. Without the curse, the hippo would see her true monster and tear her to shreds. She looked down and realized, if the Demon King's curse breaks, the monster kills her. Reality finally hit her. The Shinigami looms over the battlefield as Liznit waits for death beside a hippo. She's finished, until a mirror suddenly appears behind the demigod. He says this mirror reflects your thoughts. He locked eyes with Lizetta and told her he had two vital things to show her. He tells her it'll be a memory for life. Liznit remembered wanting to see her memories one last time before dying. Memories return. Born poor, she became a maid to feed her family and reduce the mouths to feed. Treated like an animal, she slaved away for a noble family. She knew a girl her age lived there. She'd spotted her once while drawing water. Lizette remembered a girl her age giving her a cold, creepy stare. Thinking of home always triggers visions of a rich girl, a haunting reminder that your birthplace is your destiny. Lizette remembers snapping and finally stepping toward a life of her own choosing. She steps onto the dark, liquid-soaked ground. Just like she said, her road to freedom ended in a murder case. Her own face flashes by, paralyzed with fear. Memory fades, reality returns. Liznit stands silent, head bowed. Standing on a mountain of corpses, she was crushed by pain and loneliness. She vowed right then, no matter how she died, she'd have zero regrets. Head down, Lizetta whispered that her life meant nothing. Karma finally caught up. This assassin spent her life stealing fates, but never expected the Shinigami to come for her personally. The Shinigami stared and calmly declared Phase 2 had begun. That was it. As the Shinigami spoke of her future paths, Liznit stood tall and took a fighting stance. Stunned by her shattered life, she refused to accept Shinigami's warnings. Liznit eyed the demigod, weighing his words. Even with the case closed, the nobles kept tormenting her, dragging her by the hair. She was sent to a funeral while the first prince lived, and since then nothing's changed. Liznit fled it all, chasing total freedom and refusing to be held back. She vaults fences, haunted by memories and wondering how she's trapped again. She wondered, was this place finally home? She looked up, wondering what just happened. She eyes the distant village from an old tree, recalling how she ended up on this farm. Liznit's farm was poor, but its nature beat the city. She says even a simple life can bring happiness. Liznit eyed the door, hopeful yet anxious. Reaching the door, she wondered, would anyone ever accept the real her? She dreamed of a peaceful farm life and reached to open the door. Swallowing her fear, she steels herself and opens the door. Her farm dream is dead. Peace was never an option. It all shatters before it even begins. Her memories snap shut as the Shinigami screams at her to forget everything. Facing death, the Shinigami knows the past and future are pointless. Listenit stares into the cracked mirror. The demigod saw the soul as a perfectly seasoned meal and tightened his braid. Raising his sickle, he stared down at tiny Listenit and said goodbye. Lizetta snaps, fueled by tears and rage. She's done taking this. She locked onto the Sith as her partner stepped in to shield her. She shields herself, but a mysterious figure suddenly appears. Gale leaps between Shigami and Liznit, catching the scythe with both hands. Siphon in hand, he's already turned to face her. The Shinigami's stunned while the heroine reels. He's actually alive. Liznit stunned. How is he still moving under this insane pressure? Gale gasps at the pressure just as his cursed bracelet triggers. He smirks. These curses are way too convenient. The Shinigami is shocked and fuming. The demigod asks why the hero's here. Annoyed, the hero snaps at him again. His rival hated Gale, showing up at every sniffle. Shinigami raises his weapon and charges Gale. You stare down the demigod and raise your hand. Hero blasts the Shinigami with dispersion magic, triggering a massive energy surge. The demigod begins to dissolve, his body fading into thin air. The trio watched the debris scatter, baffled by the strange phenomenon. Liznit watched on, completely stunned. The trio watches the Shinigami vanish as the heroine cheers. He crushed that demigod in seconds. Gale smiled at his enemy as the sky's light faded. The enemy crashed to the ground, weapon and all. The trio froze, eyes locked on where he fell. Liznit stared at the body in disgust, shocked to find a real corpse before her. Staring at Shinigami's corpse, she asks Gale if killing a demigod is even possible, despite him just doing the impossible. Gale explains he just lifted the spell. Killing the demigod ruins the rare materials, even if he wins the fight. He faced the Shinigami barehanded, shocking everyone. Hero raises his scythe, and a skeletal skull and spine erupt with a sinister aura. He eyes a skull that keeps popping up out of nowhere, and Lizetta wonders why he's so obsessed. Even the Demon King's heart was dead silent. The heroine coughs, a nearby boy rushes to her side, and Gale watches in shock. She's fine, she has a hippo to kill. With Shinigami gone, the artifact inside her suddenly awakens. Gale eyes Liznit, sensing something's wrong. He's clearly worried about her. He senses a dark force taking hold. She's right there, kneeling, hands gripped to her chest. Barely standing, she whispered, "How do you know?" Perched on the railing, the hero admits he never saw her curse before. Liznit smiles bitterly. This seal is unique, the only curse of its kind in the world. Gale dubbed it the Demon King's heart, stunned by his own words. He muttered the name in pure disbelief. He hypes up the living curse's insane power while Liznit watches in awe. The church elixir failed against the curse, but she still urged Gale to try. She warns Gale, touch this creature and it'll possess him. He's ready to risk it all, but warns the artifact stays with him. Liznit hacks violently, nearly collapsing. Out of time, Gale lunged forward, pouring his strength into tearing the artifact from Liznit's chest. Dark smoke oozes from Liznit's chest. Gale never stopped, unleashing her power until the very end. Liznit stared in shock as a dark curse whirlpool swirled from her chest, her eyes wide with total disbelief. The curse leaves the body and rises above them. Liznit's dark curse condensed into a ball and rolled into Gale's palms. Gale's hand curse triggers, he smirks, stunned by its insane speed. The gift's power kicked in instantly. Gale's hyped to shatter the curse into fragments, crafting items to uncover its secrets. Liznit slumped, stunned. The curse vanished so fast. She's impressed. He's completely tanking the Demon King's charms. He hands her the drink, telling her to swallow while his other hand grips the curse. She snaps about spitting it out, but he explains the liquid buffs her stats and fixes stiffness. He smiles, declaring all life holds hidden nutrients you can't ignore. Suddenly, something catches his eye. The hippo monster watched closely as Liznit downed Gale's drink. She stood up, thanking him sincerely. She stands, warning Gale to run now if he wants to survive. She nears the beast, praying the Shinigami's power still has it reeling. She stares down the beast, declaring herself his true target. A monster looms as he explains how it possessed the girl. It's a miracle she's still alive. Gale freaks out over a zombie animal, but Lizette's just bored and confused. She snaps, asking why. Gale beams, calling it a core animal trait. Since he's losing limbs, he's a certified zombie. She wondered if he'd finally snapped. He suddenly stands and she screams for Gale to run. As he rises, she sees the hippo already shaking off Shinigami's pressure. Clutching his wound, Gale went solo to slay the beasts and keep the villagers safe. Scythe raised, he roars that he's ending his enemy right here. He lunges as the monster rises to fight. Liznit warns him it might be cursed, but Gale brushes her off and keeps talking. Eventually he proudly claims he's the doomed client's true master, leaving Liznit wide-eyed with shock. A giant beast closes in as Gale drops into a stance, ready for battle. Eyes locked, tension peaked, the fight starts now. The Shinigami's scythe slices through fire, storms, and oceans. Proving nothing can stop it, the hero strikes instantly. One strike decapitates the hippo, leaving Liznit stunned as the head hits the ground. Staring at the hippo's remains, Liznit realized Gale was a true cursed artifact master. He'd even taken down God Shinigami. She even considered purging the Demon King's heart. Seeing the hippo's head, she knew Gale killed this one too. She remembers saving Gale 3 times and screams his name. He smirked, barely turning his head. She hit her knees. She stared at him, completely awestruck by how incredible he was. Worried, he stepped up to her. A monster's severed head sat in the dirt. Suddenly, the head snaps its eyes open. He stepped up and called her name. He calls and she snaps a piercing look his way. He tries to lift her, but she apologizes, insisting she's fine. She shouted he defeated the monster, her eyes wide as the truth finally clicked. A headless hippo corpse rises toward Gale. Liznit shrieks a warning, "Behind you." Gale screams, slamming his blade into the hippo with all his power. The body splits in half. Standing over the body, he thanks Liznit, admitting the beast almost got him. She stared back, stunned. Liznit marveled at the monster's insane grit. Even headless and dying, its body lunged forward, driven by smell and pure fighting spirit. Enemy or not, he earned her respect. Their first fight was a draw, but Gale saved her in round 2. She knew he'd survive 9 out of 10 fights. Staring into his lifeless eyes, Liznit bids the beast farewell, honoring the warrior who lived for battle and wishing him peace. One wrong move and she'd be dead. Lizetta grips your hand, unsure of her next move, while Gale calmly hands out cockatrice liquid and potions. Seeing him laugh, Lizette's heart warms with relief. He's alive. Looking at him, she realizes she forgot her mission. She was sent to kill him. The trio stood side by side as Gale watched calmly. Lizzet studied his smile. She eyes the quartet. Prince Barial's mission failed. Gale's eyes widen in shock as she calls it quits. Hearing this, 3 bow to the hero. Stunned by the sudden bow, a voice calls out from behind him. Gale shouts Shirina's name, but they aren't alone. Another girl stares back in shock. Her eyes snapped from Gale to the girl, wide with disbelief. Tearing up, she's relieved he's safe and desperate to see him again. Gale stared in shock. Their eyes locked, and the time apart felt like an eternity. Driven by raw emotion, she lunged forward to close the gap. She lunged for him, vowing to never let go. He was alive, and that was everything. She sees a giant monster corpse, dying mercenaries swarmed by undead, and a bloody reaper scythe, grim proof of the battle she barely survived. Mora's emotions overflowed as she lunged to hug Gale, but an eerie vibe froze her solid. The girls agreed. The tension was through the roof. Gale shows Sharina the sickle, a lethal weapon that doubles as a perfect farming tool. Staring at the mangled beast, she realized even the sharpest blade has limits. Gale kept retelling his story to Sharina, adding new details every time. He detailed Sharina's shop, and she hung on every word. Gale's old crew trashed the girl's shop. He stopped the rampage, but he's still facing the consequences. He apologizes, but she smiles and says she'll just grab a replacement from her workshop. Her words calm the hero, and her warm smile proves she's sincere. Sharina and the sword girl hype Gale up for reclaiming his eerie style. Patting his back and impressed, he mastered that terrifying look so fast. The craftswoman eyes Gale, who can't tell if he's being scolded or praised. The girls clarify it's both. She turns to Lizette, meeting once more, and calls her Miss Killer. She says her journey's already over. She reveals a life-altering event as her 3 friends lower their heads, feeling the weight of the situation. Liznit admits her outlook has changed, but hanging her head, she still has 0 plans for the future. The craftswoman listened intently, hanging on every word. The girl tells the master they're just resting their wounds, so the master promises food and shelter until they've fully recovered. Gale hired the team at his shop to help them recover and settle in. She doubts her choice, but the hero just smiles. The shop is struggling, so pay will stay low until business picks up. Gale smiles, promising Liznit she'll heal and her sales job won't hurt her wounds. She stares in shock, eyes sparking with hope. She dreamed of someone who'd accept her and live in peace. Now her wish might finally be coming true. Liznit looked down, fighting back tears and biting her lip to keep from crying out. Seeing her cry, he rushes forward. He reaches out to help but freezes, paralyzed by hesitation. He hesitates, nervously circles her, and asks what happened and if she's hurt. She wipes her tears, watching him freak out over running out of coke. She smiled at his kindness. Laughing through tears, she calls him a total fool. Sharina watches them talk, smiling slightly. She smiled, knowing Gale was always a good person. She remembered he always listened, even to stories about a simple cold. Something felt off. She knit her brows in thought. Something clearly got to her. She'd tell him everything later. Beside her, the swordswoman laughed at her hesitation. She smiled at the mistress, saying all's well that ends well, and the mistress nodded back. Gale shows the trio something that leaves the mistress stunned. The mistress questioned Gale about the heart, and he confirmed it was the Demon King's. Listenet reveals the Demon King's heart is split into 6 pieces across the empires, and she's carrying one inside her. She explains Gale purged the Demon King's heart shard before it consumed her, while the teacher hangs on every word. The mistress sees Gale's object and knows, even 1/6 of this demon-infused weapon is lethal. It kills warriors instantly and leaves priests powerless. The craftswoman stared ahead, her face dead serious. Seeing Gale hold the artifact, she realized he was a true curse master who could break even the deadliest power. The knight's down and the mistress analyzes the chaos. At sunrise, an angry shout echoes through the village. They're an S-rank team. 4 guilty men rot in a tiny cell, fuming with rage. One snaps, demanding to know why they're being treated so horribly. The girls chat calmly, but Morek sighs at the noise, hoping it ends soon as her friend quietly agrees. She finally realizes the wolf who started this can't go unpunished. She knows exactly what's at stake. She knew the court session was vital, but royal capital elites intervened and changed everything. Old Debts delayed Kash's punishment. She accepts the call, but realizes his crew wasn't bound to follow orders. An urgent message from the capital arrived, forcing them to reluctantly obey. Refusal was an option with guaranteed compensation. She fondly recalls Shirna, the estate rep, barely suppressing her rage. Jimmy asks if Gale's in his workshop. She confirms he's busy, chasing a sudden spark of inspiration. Mora shouts her name to get Jimmy's attention, but he just boops her nose, asking why she's so serious and if she misses Gale. Mora blushes and tries to backtrack, but her companion reassures her she totally gets it. Flustered, Mora claims the mission is actually interesting and bolts to handle it herself. Jimmy smirks at the note, knowing girls in this mess lie. The women agree, some people don't fear even the Demon King's heart. She explains that talent naturally draws a crowd and admits she gets why Mora and Lizenet are hooked. She smiles, but a hint of sadness flickers in her eyes. She looks up boldly, declaring she's the only one who truly wants him. The Demon King's 1,000-year curse is driving her dark elf clan to the brink of extinction. She must fight to save her clan, remembering the Demon King's heart fragment they finally secured. She hopes someone can break the curse while Gale grinds without sleep, hyped that the finish line is finally in sight. He perfected the world's strongest artifact, the heart of the Demon King, by using massive amounts of a fallen material capable of containing its power. He used opposing forces to crush the Demon King heart's flaws while keeping its power, casting mini-spells to tame the wild tentacles since the darkness can only be weakened. He tamed the artifact's life-draining hunger and reveals Gale's masterpiece, the heart of the Demon King. Smiling at the stove, the boy beams with pride, declaring this his ultimate masterpiece. A man delivers a letter to the table. Reading it, the guy snaps, demanding to know if Lisney really sent this. Her resignation letter enrages the Demon King. He stands up, demanding to know what happened to the heart he gave her, when he suddenly spots something new in the text. The letter says she took 1/6 of the Demon King's heart as breakup payment. Stunned, the man collapses, clueless about the strange trade. Belial read Liznet's letter and turned pale, looking worse than any corpse in the area. At night, the girl and princess glare at the bound criminals with burning rage, forcing the shamed thugs to look away. The princess confronts the Wolf Fang crew, admitting they haven't solved the mystery and revealing she's been spying on them the whole time. She knows everything. She demands to know who they think they are, wrecking her shop and alerting security. She speaks up, but the knight snaps it was an official order, blaming the farm disaster on the kingdom's incompetence. She reports the farm's clear and the intel's ready. The guys are stunned. She ignores their feelings, refusing to let disgrace ruin the kingdom's legacy. The boys fire back, claiming they were just trashing cursed items they found in the shop. She's stunned. She hides her face, mourning Gale's work and begging him to wait, then suddenly snaps. By that logic, what punishment do we deserve? The boys are terrified. One asks if they're free, but the girl knight marches over and silences him with a paper stack slap. They charged everything to Princess Carla's name, but after farm fees, the total bill hits 2,310 gold and 82 silver. She tallies the bills: hotels, fancy meals, and gear. But then it hits her, where's the equipment they actually bought? She admits using state funds and vows to pay it back, despite being totally broke. The man just shrugs it off as a simple expense. Furious, the woman shouts that the paper doesn't cover expenses for a mere collab. The girl senses a kidnapping, and the boy demands to know where they're being taken. Can't pay the debt, then they're working it off. Every cent spent means free labor. Conditions are brutal, but after their stunts, they're lucky to be hired. The man's stunned to realize they're working for free. The boy snaps up, demanding the price. She stares back coldly. 10 years. The verdict terrifies the boys. It's basically a life sentence. They're dragged away while the girl watches. A man approaches. Starting today, this task is theirs too. Fuming, the man demands to know the mission, but the girl just smiles, telling him to enjoy the peace and stop worrying about the work. Her creepy gaze and weird vibes spook the boys, but she just smiles, telling them to ignore her kindness as guards haul the culprits away. The princess peeks out asking if everyone's gone. The girl nods and the princess turns away with a frustrated sigh. I turn to her by the window and tell her these guys have done terrible things. The princess smiles, granting them life for being useful. Suddenly her eyes snap open and she stares out the window. She raises her hand in agreement, certain Gil Hamilton is standing in the farm's corner. She's finally found him. Clenching her fist, she knows he's right where she wants him. Smiling, the princess admits she's planning an expedition. She tells Vivian she must contact her father, leaving the woman stunned in disbelief. She turns with a wide grin, hand over heart, admitting it's time to focus on agriculture. Gale hits her farm workshop, crafting something new. Something snaps, he adjusts his glasses in a panic, whips toward the door and screams for Liznit. The girl checks in, and the boy apologizes for losing track of time while working. He thanks her, but she tells him not to worry, she didn't want to disturb his focus on the artifacts. Wiping his brow, the boy thanks her, works way easier when she's on duty. He knows she sees clients while he's away, smiling as he admits he even learned to make the turtle laugh. He eyes the grinning lick skull and asks the girl if the creepy decor bothers her. Seeing his cute girlfriend in uniform, he realizes, greeting guests just got way better. Embarrassed, she admits the outfit is her old uniform from her part-time bar job. She was livid when her tiny paycheck was docked for a useless uniform. She called it a rights violation then, but who knew she'd actually end up needing it. She grins, accepts the invite, and heads out first. Liznit waves goodbye, promising to meet tomorrow. Gale stands sighing in relief. Hands raised, he cheers. The artifact is finally finished and it's perfect. He's mastering every power with zero risk. Those once lethal tentacles now target pressure points for a massive boost. He hugs his creation, obsessed. Style is everything and those tentacles are pure genius. He inspects the artifact, it's cursed. But this isn't normal, it plays a solo and whispers to its owner. Dancing like a skeleton, the boy claims he's never bored alone. A witness is stunned, this is only a sixth of his power. The boy realizes the vast world hides even more. He grins out the window, realizing the world is packed with artifacts he never even imagined. He's hunting materials for more artifacts. With the upgrade done, he eyes the monster's head, ready to forge it into something new. He sorts his stash, hunting for the perfect parts to craft the mysterious Demon King's heart. Restless, he plots his next move while searching for the final materials. He'll display the item for now but sell if a buyer appears. Did the Demon Lord upgrade a similar item? Usually dangerous gear is sealed or trashed. He's shocked he's even overthinking a simple hobby. Sensing a presence, he spins around to find a girl lost in thought as a heavy silence falls between them. They lock eyes, sizing each other up as the world freezes. No one moves or speaks, just them and their thoughts in this frozen moment. Waking up in a panic, the man finds a girl standing over him. She appeared out of nowhere but just smiles and gives him a cheerful hello. Startled, the boy jumps back, demanding to know where she came from. She calmly asks how long she's been there, then repeats his every word. Mortified, he hides his. Smirking, she admits she overheard everything. She watched him, waiting for the perfect moment to speak. The guy cringes, finding her words absolutely terrifying. He snaps out of it, asking how she got past the locked doors. Did Liznit forget? No, he knew that was impossible. Laughing, she returns the artifact, admitting she broke in to steal the Demon King's heart. He smiles shyly, taking it back and confessing he knew the truth all along. The elf smiles softly, but the boy warns her to stop, knowing they're illegally trespassing. Confused, Gale asks if Gimli's buying artifacts since her guild master job keeps her busy. She smiles, leaving him wondering what she's really after. Blushing, she admits she doesn't need artifacts, she only wants Gale. He's stunned, but before he can ask why, she suddenly bows before him. He watches her, stunned and confused. She stays silent, eyes down, struggling to find the words. Gimli salutes the boy's artifact mastery and demands his attention, leaving him stunned and confused by her sudden move. The dark elf begs him to hear her people's plea. Stealing her resolve, she steps forward and asks, will he really turn them down? Confused, he reflects on her words. No ego, just pure sincerity that hit him deep. The girls stumble out of the bar, drunk and laughing. One wobbles toward an alley, but her friend catches her, reminding her his shop is still far away. Smirking, she explains they met at a tavern but missed his shop's opening. Whistling, she insists they finally grab a drink at his artifact shop. She claims Mori's too shy to face Liznit if the creator takes the fall, while her friend boasts that alcohol makes her fearless and ready for anything. The girls knock on Gale's workshop, but the door swings right open. It's unlocked. They can't believe their luck and start giggling. Mora laughs, barging inside and calling out for him. She offers a drink to talk life and her friend backs her up. The girls freeze as Gale appears, pulling Gimli into a warm embrace. The boy asks what's happening, but Gimli just eyes the girls entering. Mora freezes, totally mortified and unsure what to do. Stunned, Moro asks what's going on, but the panicked man admits he's just as clueless. The crew discussed the latest news over dinner, but the air grew thick with tension until Gimli finally spoke up. She explains the Demon King's thousand-year curse on the Dark Elves. Worried the gloom will ruin their wine, the girl interrupts but quickly urges her to finish the tale. She reveals heroes slew this nearly immortal, overpowered beast 1,000 years ago. She explains they couldn't kill the enemy, so heroes split his body into artifacts and scattered them. Now their locations are a mystery. Mora realizes the truth. Is the Demon Queen's heart a literal organ? The boy is stunned, but the girl smiles and confirms it. The Demon Lord is reviving, but to regain his form he must reclaim his scattered body parts, now powerful artifacts hidden across the world. She realizes they were just pawns for his suicide mission. Once demon allies, the Dark Elves had no choice. She reveals their sealed powers still hold the Demon King's mana. The choice, join him or die, the group is stunned. Gimli admits they can't refuse. If the Demon King's pieces unite, he'll be reborn just like the legends. The boy agrees it's serious and wants to summon heroes like the legends of old, but the girl reveals the Dark Elves already snatched the artifacts, and now a deadly curse is devouring their village. Staring at him, she finally understands why they needed a savior to break the curse, not just find the fragments. She reveals Gail Hamilton's arrival, a cursed artifact master who can break the Demon King's heart curse. Hope is finally here, and the boy hangs on every word. The girls stare in shock at his words. The man pauses, then turns to Edgemilly and asks, "What now?" Gail's been quiet since the start, making her wonder, was sharing that secret a mistake or just a waste? If the Empire fears the Demon King's heart as a suicide weapon, who'd be crazy enough to take it? Hope vanished. The request was just too dangerous. Overwhelmed, the boy yells at Gimli, "Do Dark Elf artifacts really rival the Devil's power?" She confirms the village's Demon Lord artifacts match his heart's power, and the man leaps up, hyped to test them. Fists clenched, he knows these artifacts will create something epic. Inspiration strikes, and he charges forward with a shout. The girls open the door, stunned by the miracle. These artifacts are deadlier than the Demon King, and Gale warns this is no ordinary quest. She reveals Dark Elves don't serve demons, they actually fought alongside humans against a common foe. It was just another war, and despite losing, they hold no grudges. She explains humans die young and forget fast, so Dark Elves aren't hated anymore, most even forgot their demonic roots. Now what's Gale's question? Morris notes the Demon King is now just a myth to non-humans. The elf agrees, saying her kin will welcome him for that exact reason. Suddenly, a smiling boy jumps in to back her up. The girl tells them to wait, stands up, and snaps that she hates this story, leaving the boys stunned. She glares at Gimli, distrusting the elves, but the girl just smirks as Sheeran reveals they're old friends. She demands to know why she kept quiet. A lucky run-in with a friend finally exposed the truth, and now she seethes as the story unfolds. Demon King intel is a forbidden village secret, so she tested Gale's strength before revealing the truth. Sharina snarls in pure rage, giving the boy nearby a sudden hit of deja vu. Sharina sips her drink and asks how he likes life on the farm's edge. Surprised, the man wonders why she's suddenly so curious. She asks if he's settled in yet. He admits the city is great, good food, cool dungeons, and most importantly, plenty of dead bodies for materials. The girls are stunned. He wishes his shop sold more, but Sharina says Gale's work made the city way more interesting. She's seen countless masters and trusts the boy's work completely, shocking the man. When he questions her, she reveals they've worked together since she first met him as a cursed object master. Gale says this job is overlooked because the talented always leave. The guy claims no craft is worth mastering, and the girl agrees. She insists every job deserves respect, but Morris notes that seeing other adventurers proves how hard she's really struggling. He admits his job is just useless support, but she insists he fights alone. Looking down, he confesses Kesh and the others always said the same thing. Gale remembers the man's confession. He's no fighter, just a craftsman. His only skill is throwing knives from behind, no tricks, just zero mercy. Warned to stop playing advisor, the man backed off while Morris secretly enchanted their gear. He sighed, realizing he shouldn't have charged in alone without an invite. Gale's spiraling from isolation until Sharina appears, pats the immunologist's head, and tells him to ignore the fools. She knows broken confidence is hard to fix, but since he's a Farmage resident now, he's staying forever. Grinning, she promises to look after him. Stunned, the boy listens as Gimli claims Sharina sees potential in Haley. Pivoting back, the girl admits she needs him just as much as Gimli, she won't let. The girl suggests the church, but priests are useless. They've even kidnapped experts to break the curse, but all failed. Morak questions the law while the boy wonders if any of them survived. The girl questions Gale's trip to the Dark Elf village, but Gimli insists there's no choice. Sharina warns he's too valuable to risk, setting conditions Mori accepts. Backing the boy, Mora joins as support while Shuriana claims the front lines. Stunned, the boy spins around and demands answers. Gimli just smirks, asking if they're really forming a party of 4 to break the Demon King's curse. He smiles satisfied, shocked by the team's size, as Sharina steps up to reintroduce the group. She names the squad Sharina, Gimli, Mora, and Gale, as Sharina toasts to their new journey. Clink's goblets are hyped for their new journey, grinning wide now that they're true friends. The guys feast all night, laughing over food and drinks. Watching the girls, he remembers Kashi's squad rarely invited him to relax like this. Mora sneaks up behind him, eyes wide with surprise. She asks if he's drunk, but he just sighs and says he's fine. Time dragged, he told the girls what to pack and what to leave in Raqqa, but his priority was crafting new cursed items. "I'm counting on you," one girl replied. Gimli sneaks home late and collapses into bed, but her rest is cut short when a mysterious voice speaks to her. The girl apologizes, claiming exhaustion as she asks for the chest. The neighbor eyes it, dreaming of gold, but a sinister energy stops him cold. This treasure is cursed. The girl asks the woman in bed if she's certain. Gimli knows how hard she worked to get this out of the village, but says it was all for nothing. Gale, the master of curses, is a total weirdo. To get the treasures, she needs to prep for their meeting immediately. She hands over the usual reports, confirming they've already been sent. Gimli scans the sheets and realizes the monsters are back, sensing she's at the center of it all for a reason. Sad memories flood the girl after reading the letter, but Gimli promises her memory will save them. Meanwhile, cockatrice victims wake up, the behemoth breaks free, and Death arrives to claim a piece of the demon lord. She connects the dots from the start, realizing this was all inevitable. The king couldn't stay quiet for 1,000 years, and now she's certain a massive conspiracy is at play. Gimli scours guild and dark elf intel for a plan. Gale's a master of corset artifacts, but he's a total wild card. She has to move with extreme caution. She writes he's a trash fighter, but his curses crush high-level monsters. He's weak yet lethal. Enraged, Gimli snaps his pen. Trembling with rage, she calls it a contradiction. Knowing she can't protect Gale alone, she's glad Sharina and Mora are tagging along. Roads, rivers, the open sea, and a deadly dark forest. Their journey was a gauntlet of pure terror. She knows going unprepared is suicide. They'll die long before the curse even hits. Gimli vows to Minerva he's bringing Gale back. Gale says it's time to go, but Lysetta's too injured to follow. He warns the Demon King's curse is still lingering and tells her to focus on recovery. He's perfected the Demon King's heart. Liz's old artifact won't go rogue anymore, but he still needs time to study it. One touch obliterates a normal person's body and soul. Gale finally sees the curse's true cruelty. Gale tells Lysette the shop is his soul. He's relieved she's staying, but worries the stock won't last until he returns. He tells her to collect the orders and promise a new batch later. She agrees, but no sales have tanked since she joined. Masking her doubt, she smiles and waves him off. Despite the terrifying curses, Gale stays inspiring. She realizes he's extraordinary, smiling and wishing him luck. Walking through the city, girls spot him. Mora shouts his name, and seeing his girlfriend, he smiles and waves back. Shelina reports the group is ready. The boy doubts her rank as blacksmith master, but she's confident the guild won't crumble while she's away. Suddenly, she spots. She warns her to honor the deal the Belgians only signed because of her. Fixing her hair, she insists she remembers. The boy is lost, so Gimli explains she's supplying her. She reveals exporting this is illegal, shocking the guys. Shelina snaps that she might be lying and decides to check for herself. Mora wonders why Shelina wants this mine, while the man asks about the ore. Gimli decides to spill the secret since they're teaming up. She smirks, leaving. She shrugs with a smirk, calling it Orshokum. Gale asks for specifics, but Mora pauses and turns cold. Are you sure it's really Orshokum? He's baffled by her shock while she's stunned by his chill. Gale clearly knows nothing about rare, non-magical materials, and Mora is hyped to explain Orek. This legendary ore is worth a whole castle. Forge a sword and it's priceless. Wear the armor and you're invincible. The boy realizes this is the ultimate find, a magic weapon for Gimli and a treasure for Shelina. Gale wants everyone to find value. The girl smiles, vowing to do the same and telling him not to worry. Gale's stunned by her guts, but Shelina calls for departure. The boys board the cart as Mora enjoys the rare ride, and Gale realizes she's worth more than any orc alchem. Gale sits in the carriage. Mura watches him, knowing their journey starts now. Creaking wagons crawl northwest, leaving the kingdom for Eblitz, a towering trade city on the imperial border. Bored on the road, Gale wonders why the bumpy ride makes her sleepy, but Mora claims drinks taste better in motion, smiling at her friend's predictable reaction. He says it's fine since they have the whole carriage. Shelina agrees it's cramped with cargo anyway. He asks if she knows the rules for the long trip, but she just shrugs. Gale asks where her village is. She says it's deep in the dark forest, still days away even if they rush. She stops, asking if this is the dark forest. Gimli confirms it. Mora suddenly clutches her head, and the boy worriedly asks what she knows about this place. Furious, the girl asks if this is the forest where the kingdom's army died. Gimli confirms it. She insists it's real history, not a legend, then asks. Gimli shuts her down. They aren't sleeping, they're building nests. The girl curses, asking if they're really insane enough to enter the forest of death where no one returns. Gimli reveals ancient dragons slaughtered the army. She watched them hunt humans to feed their young, leaving a terrified Mora in disbelief. She asks about the difficulty. Shenli explains threat ranks while Gimli warns it's at least rank C, maybe higher. Fearing the end, the girls listen as Gimli swears they're avoiding dragon territory. She claims it's the safest route to the Dark Elf village, but they still don't trust her. The girls storm off to bed, but he snaps back and stops them. Shenlina wonders if he finally remembered something. Gale warns this path is crawling with the undead army. Shelina snaps, but Mora calms her, suggesting they meet the guy in a dream instead. The boys drift off as Jinli vows to take the safest route. Safety isn't guaranteed, so she warns everyone to stay sharp. Stage 1 complete. A hyped Gimli wakes the boys, shouting that it's time to switch places. The boys hop off the cart, staring at the massive ship. The girls prepped everything, but warns them to stay seated like they're still in the cart during unloading. He asks about the ship tickets, and she confirms they're ready, way better than that cramped carriage. She and Gale trade a happy look. Gimli sets sail down the Cactus River toward fertile cities as the boys board the ship, hyped for the adventure ahead. Gimli yells for everyone to board. Shelina tells them not to push, she's not running. It's the first voyage for both Gale and Mora. The deck sways as he boards, but the dark elf just smiles. It's always rough at first, but the rocking stops once they're in position. Wind catches the sails as the ship pulls from the shore. 1968, the ship sets sail on a long voyage. Morek picks night swims over climbing in the heat, claiming the rhythmic waves wash away every worry. Gimli saw they were almost there. The squad huddles, scouring every inch of the map. They doubt the guild made this map, but she reveals it's a top-secret exception just for them. The wizard knew guild info wasn't cheap. Gale spotted strange marks on the map, and Gimli confirmed they were hand-drawn. He's stunned. The map reveals hidden tunnels and loot, confirming his theories instantly. He's shocked this classified info is public when it usually costs a fortune. The sorceress is hyped to finally touch this legendary wisdom. She reveals this map holds the guild's entire knowledge of these lands, and more. Shelina spots unknown lands on an ancient map, shocking her companion. Even a pro explorer has blind spots. Gimli repeats her plan, listing every path to the Dark Elf village while insisting on the slow, safe route. Shelina asks her solo route. The girl says she'd just go straight, shocking everyone. She plans to sneak past the border forts, but the team knows they're in way over their heads. Tracing the map, he explains the route. Head downriver, swap ships, cross the bay to the port, and then plunge into the dark forest. Shelina bypasses the danger, taking a secret passage straight to the Dark Elf village. The mage's path became a brutal test, exactly as Gimli predicted. Mora explains they'll ditch their horses and ships at the forest, but it's a short walk since most of the route follows the water. She confirmed the Dark Elf's pre-calculated route was perfect, making the journey a total breeze. 1986. Gimli knew this mission was their shot to break an ancient curse, and her partner agreed this was history in the making. 1987. She picks Gale to break the ancient curse, but he must reach the destination in peak condition. 1988. The boys find a mysterious castle symbol and realize something strange is happening in the woods. 1989. The Dark Elf reveals it's the Demon King's castle. Silence grips the ship as the crew realizes the situation is dire. Gimli Gayson calms the group, explaining the castle is just ruins recycled into new buildings. A bold move that leaves the guys stunned. Dark elves live right under the old Demon King's castle walls. No surprise, they're close allies. In 1992, Gale eyes the map, realizing the sea is massive. The mage nods, calling it a truth even a child knows. The ocean is just too vast to deny. 1993, they spot a giant squid at the map's center. Shelina's shocked to find squids here, so she suggests fishing for a massive seafood feast and drinks. 1995, the kid grabs a knife, trusting his wits to survive. In 1996, the girls backed him, knowing he turns basic ingredients into masterpieces for any taste. 1997, Gimli warns a knife won't stop a giant squid, and the group demands she explain. 1998, fearing this ship-sinking seed demon, she calls it the Kraken's sign. Shalira asks for her sea monster dossier. The Kraken is a massive squid that destroys everything in its way. He asked how to survive that monster and if any shelter could save them. The girl shuddered at the thought. The sorceress screams she refuses to die and demands to go back now. Gimli fights the panic, but others doubt they can dodge the Kraken or if the plan was even solid. The Dark Elf recognized the busy trade route. Ships usually sailed here without incident. She hoped to slip past, but Gale called it a delusion. Home felt like a dream, yet the Dark Elf warned they were stuck, even if the crew swore she'd planned for everything. Gimli knew the Kraken meant certain death, but the sea was their only path to the Dark Elf village. Their curse master has insane luck. If you can't win, don't even cross their path. She banked on the curse master to carry the mission, while the magic master ignored the danger to chill in the hot springs. The girls warn Gale not to peek in the bathhouse, but he shrugs. The high walls make it impossible anyway. In 2008, he found pure bliss at a surprise hot spring hotel. Seeing his joy, the men told him, "Here, you can drink and soak at the same time." In 2009, crowds mean cash, and the Cactus River is the ultimate hub, packed with docks for river traders. Asked for his name and origin, Gale says he's from a farming town called Farm Edge. The men are traveling merchants, while the kid just opened his own shop and realized trading is brutal. His shop stocks legendary items found nowhere else, but business is dead. Even his rarest gear can't find a buyer. Quality alone won't make you rich. The real secret to trading is how you pitch your product and hook the crowd. Gale thanked them and promised to use the advice, explaining that a sick girl is currently running the shop. She's free from work, but rumors say he dumped his wife for business. He claims he was just restocking, and that woman wasn't his wife. He thanked them and asked their names, but they just smiled, claiming they were nobodies he didn't need to know. He tells them they're free to act, and the crowd lights up, whispering about the loot and buzzing for this insane spot. They head to the young seller's store at the farm's edge to browse. Gale didn't realize he just met bandit brothers posing as merchants to rob every city in their path. The men set their sights on Lisnit's shop next. Shalina's got serious doubts about Gale and Mora's relationship. Smirking at her outraged friends, she calls late-night hotel romance talk a total classic. In 2023, she mistook them for lovers escaping the capital. Turns out it was pure coincidence. Mora explains Gale ditched his trash team for a better life, and by pure luck, they shared a carriage all the way to Farm Edge. A friend thinks these coincidences are way too suspicious. She claims they ran away together, but Mag denies it, insisting he's a good guy who saved her multiple times. Gimli says surviving death together forged an unbreakable bond. Livid, Mora snapped that her friend was making up total nonsense. She insisted that if they had to explain their bond, they were just loyal friends. The wizard bursts from the water, yelling they're just friends. Her friends stare in shock, sensing her mood has shifted. Gimli notes other girls still have a shot at Gale, while Shalina believes his talent makes him a worthy guild heir. Stunned, Mora realized being the guild's successor was basically adoption, so she asked the last girl to be Sky's mother. Shalina shouts that no mothers are present. The mage worries about the massive age gap between elves and dwarves, but she's silenced as the group wonders why Gimli is so happy. She noted even the elders loved him, especially that night at his shop when he was about to make his move. Gimli finds Gale attractive, but she won't stop any girl who's serious about him. She's used to waiting for happiness, but can it compare to a 1,000-year curse? Mora insisted she and Gale were just friends. She grabs some booze for the hot springs, but warns to drink safely and know your limits. Sipping sake, the magician replays her words, "They're just friends." She knew they'd stay just friends unless he showed interest. While he was away, not a single customer entered Lisnit's shop. She's bored out of her mind. The shop is wide open, but the customers vanished. A loud blast echoes and Lisnit instantly panics. The skull cackled, broke free, and shot down. Everything felt off. Why did the figurine just fall and shatter on its own? Her gut knew things were going south. Trouble was coming. She feared for Gale and herself. Maybe they're both waiting for real trouble. The crew's going wild for fishing. 3 days at sea and Shalina's fed up. The boy still hasn't caught a single fish. Bad luck hit everyone, but they survived. Gimli says relax, dodging the Kraken proves fate is on their side, and Mora confirms they have plenty of food. The Dark Elf asks if Shaylin's hungry, but she smiles. Nothing beats the thrill of catching, gutting, and cooking the fish herself. Gale was itching to test his new knife on a fish. The team froze, eyes locked on the gleaming blade. Shalina grins as the knife carves massive fish with ease, asking if it's a real artifact. Mora's hit with deja vu, she's definitely seen this before. The crowd was stunned. Was this really the legendary scythe of death? The boy casually explained he'd turned it into a farm tool and used the scraps for a knife. Gimli's glad no one caught a fish. Those monsters could easily punch a hole straight through the ship. Shalina scoffs at the wild adventure, but suddenly spots something interesting ahead. She wondered when this tiny stream turned into a massive, rushing river. Mor sees no shore, Gale calls it a real sea, and Gimli feels the salt air and whispering waves. Endless waters stretch to the horizon, calling the team to adventure. Shalina and Mora breathed in the sea breeze, the scent of freedom and adventure proving they'd finally reached the ocean's true essence. The mood soured fast as the stench of rotting meat leaked from the mystery box. Gale realized the stench came from his undead loot. He's ordered to shut the lid and stop treating it like wine before people get the wrong idea. A distant ship's bell signals departure, its chime and the rolling waves cutting through the city bustle. Fish sellers' shouts drown out the rowdy cries of yesterday's sailors. Gimli moves in for a closer look at the massive harbor, where ships wait for cargo and passengers. Almost at the final stop, River Port. The boys stare in awe as a massive ship sails past, while Gimli laughs at their stunned faces. She leaped ashore, ordering the guys to wait while she scouted for a trading schooner. The crew hated being left alone in a strange place. Salty air and screaming gulls mark Nanan Port, the inner bay's massive trade hub connecting the world. Gimli returns with a win. She found a trading ship ready to sail and luck is finally on their side. Her friends forced her to share the good news. Rumors say a military ship was just destroyed. Shalina's baffled. How is that a win? Gimli's captain claims the Kraken strikes once then vanishes for years, joking it's just the beast blowing off steam. Gimli pities the victims. The Dark Elf explains a ship is waiting for the perfect moment to sail today, pointing to a nearby vessel. The ship was ancient, battered, and scarred by time. Workers scrambled to load the ship, packing every crate with care. The entire mission hung in the balance. Nick's cigar and smug grin pushed his crew over the edge. Morris mocks the captain for profiting off the chaos. They set sail before the Kraken hits, while Shalina claims every crisis is just a chance to get ahead. Gale cuts in, telling them to load the ship and haul the luggage. Shalina shuts down the bickering to focus on their next move. The sea was their only path, and as guildmaster she was a pro at logistics. Morris still clueless, so Shalina breaks down the situation one more time. She says nobody crosses this border without Gimli's push. Even with paperwork, they'd never get permission to enter the Dark Forest. The kingdom's army is surging and the troops are acting weird, like they're prepping for a massive war. She panics over the rising tension, but her friend calms her, insisting it's all just baseless rumors. Guildmaster warns of failed hits on capital officials. War is brewing between the Empire and Kingdom. Shalima finishes her story. A legendary artifact sits at the heart of the kingdom's politics, powerful enough to topple the entire state. Hard to believe something this dangerous is actually real. Mora demands her friend get to the point, confirms the legendary artifact is changing hands, then suddenly orders silence. Shalina hears rumors of war and Gimli says the sunken fleet is the proof. Moru's worried, the navy has finally joined the fight. The Dark Elf saw both sides were desperate to stop any leaks. The girls reveal why border security is tighter. The fleet's main mission is now stopping artifact smuggling. Border roads are blocked, this trading ship is our best shot. Shalina breaks it down, Path C is the only way forward. The Dark Forest route crosses multiple borders. It's safe for now, but any rule changes will kill international trade. Mora's shocked, she thought the kingdom and empire were stable, but this sudden shift proves her wrong. Gimli agreed, the states were playing a shadow game, lying to their people while faking a balance of power. She explains that with the balance broken, rare artifacts are flooding the market, giving either army the power to tip the scales and flip the war. Two titans are now clashing for world supremacy. Destined to be the Demon King, he's obsessed with reclaiming his power and conquering the world. A mysterious creature is also at play, seeding artifacts across the globe. Shalina's clueless about the mystery player. Mora stays out of the war, but Gimli's sure they're all hunting the Demon King. Despite seeing Gale's power firsthand, the trio couldn't believe he'd take over. A global threat was far deadlier than a talentless failure. Turns out the hero the girls mentioned is Gale. Gimli packs up while Shalina stops the boys' errands. Moria begs for more time to load the ship before it sails. They watch in shock as the kid barely balances a mountain of massive bags. His friends were stunned, how was he hauling 4 people's gear alone? The sea reveals his custom artifact bracelet was built to help him carry heavy loads. Gale evolved from a simple transport into a massive mobile warehouse, scaling up in size and complexity with every journey. Shalina traveled from dawn to dusk, but she was already fed up with the constant jokes about the guy. The boy glared at his mocking friends, while Gimli marveled at every trivial artifact. She knew the truth, the class weirdo could flip the world with his cursed items. Gale asks what happened, but the girl is dazed. She dismisses it as her imagination and tries to shake the dread. Gimli apologizes for spacing out and follows him. The soldiers complained they'd pushed too far yesterday. Guarding in the scorching sun was a brutal test. Warriors demand a final luggage check before the ship sails. Gimli fumes, forced into another inspection she absolutely hates. Yelena volunteers to go first. The warrior praises her smithing and thanks her before moving on to the boy. Gale reveals a room full of bodies, shocking everyone. Soldiers couldn't tell if Gale was a curse master or a killer, but their fear vanished once his artifacts were secured on the ship. The team's fate now rests on Gale's lethal artifacts. The crew demands they be trashed, but Gale takes it as a massive insult. Gimli greets her, noting they haven't spoken until now. The stranger reveals he's the ship's bosun. The bosun says this merchant ship is an old veteran of 1,000 voyages. These worn sails still catch the wind perfectly, and with the crew's expert handling, they even master the side gusts. The bosun says this merchant ship is a seasoned veteran of every route on the map. He shows her a powerful crossbow, hoping they won't need it on their journey. An urgent call forces him to bail, while Gimli realizes the ship is way better than he thought. Mora and Shailena are hit with seasickness. The ocean's brutal waves have them desperate for the calm of their old river boat. Worried, she asks if he's okay in the middle. Gale's magic collar protects him from seasickness. The ornament looked like bony fingers squeezing an invisible throat. Carved from the hand bones of a legendary hero's wife, this ornament marks her daily vigil on the shore praying for his safety. Mora knew instantly this ornament was made from a past worshipper's remains. His girl was right, there's more. The sailor gambled away everything at every port, drowning in debt. She realized he only sailed to risk it all again. Gale exposes the sailor's secret wives in every port, while Shailena jokes he's just a drunk gambler who loves to party. Mistresses and creditors swarmed the house, exposing the truth. When her husband finally returned, she clung to him, begging for no more details. Shailena reveals the choker is fueled by a grieving woman's rage, while Gimli confirms it reliably stabilizes Cyrilling regardless of the emotional power. He apologized for only having one, but his girl assured him the team would rather endure the rocking than wear it. Gale wonders why his custom seasickness cure is ignored, but a sudden noise cuts him off, Kias arrives, and the deck explodes into chaos. Sailors scrambled across the deck, screaming chaotic orders and struggling to grasp the situation. Shailena asks if they've arrived. Gimli says 3 days to go. Suddenly, a participant spots something suspicious. A hill erupts from the water. Gimli's confused and can barely see but spots a ship. Mora isn't surprised, it's a busy trade route, so seeing another vessel is normal. Gale joked it was a pirate ship. A girl laughed, knowing real pirates were impossible here. Alarms blare and Shailena demands they kill the signal. The noise is killing her head. A sailor spots a massive threat nearby and orders everyone to battle stations. Panic erupted as everyone on board scrambled for weapons. Shailena senses something's wrong with the sailor. Mora wonders if a kraken sank the ship and lured pirates, but Gale warns her to stop joking. They can't handle a reel. Gimli's reeling. Dark suspicions flood his mind, refusing to give him any peace. She remembered the news. Monster activity is spiking lately. The news rattled her. This never ended well. The sailor spots a suspicious object ahead. He looks closer. It's the legendary giant kraken. Doubts vanish instantly. Massive tentacles erupt from the deep. It's the kraken. The sailor screams, a massive ice crack just swallowed a warship and it's closing in fast. Gale knew the plan was dead. Mora screamed they were off script, while Shailena tracked the monster's insane speed as it closed in. The team froze, breathless, as the massive beast erupted from the sea. The crew froze as the sea split and massive tentacles hammered the ship, making it tremble from the impact. The crew's jaws dropped. The kraken was massive, nearly the size of their ship. The Demon King's revival is corrupting land and sea alike. Sailors force everyone to group up. He barked the order, hoist the sails and escape the danger zone now. Shaking with hype, Nick shouted, "Why are monster attacks surging and why is the kraken hunting ships again?" Gimli snaps that there's no time for guessing, they just need to survive. She warns that arguing gets them killed. They need a plan to stop the monster now. The sailor warns escape is their only hope. The captain listens, roaring for full speed ahead. The ship bolted, desperate to outrun the monster. The kraken plunges headfirst, vanishing into the dark depths. The kraken lunges, instantly overtaking the ship and cutting them off. The crew panics as the captain realizes the monster is moving at impossible speeds. Gimli remembered octopuses are the fastest in the sea. It freezes mid-water, using advanced fins to stop dead or pivot instantly in any direction. A massive crack splits the sea, revealing a colossal monster that plunges the crew into total despair. Giant tentacles surge from the depths, targeting the ship. The relentless movement of those flexible limbs never stopped. The monster smashes the ship with its tentacles, sending Gimli into a blind fury. A crack rings out, the mast snaps, sails shred, and the ship is dead in the water. The sailor gives up hope, but the captain screams for a rescue. Shailena demands the captain do his duty, while Mora reminds them the crew is armed to fight and must drive the enemy back. The sailor panics, calling the plan suicide. Their gear handles sharks, but a merchant ship can't fight a kraken. Gale points out someone diving headfirst into the crashing waves. Shailena clings to her husband, warning the freezing water is a death sentence, but Gimli knows fear has already broken the man's mind. He chose death over the kraken, leaving the survivors to fend for themselves. The squad unites to crush the monster. Gimli scales the mast to scout the kraken and relay its every move. Shailena backs her friend, signaling the monster to strike. The monster's heavy gaze pinned her, sending her heart racing in pure terror. The girl screams, paralyzed by the monster's massive eyes. Gimli warns of a flank attack as Moria triggers her buff, surging energy into her ally. The master drops a rare double activation, leaving the entire team in total awe. Mora triggers her new evolutionary enhancement magic, doubling her friend's strength at a massive energy cost. Betting on victory, she pours her entire soul into the buff. Shelina returns, invoking their Cacatrix victory as she buffs her weapon and unleashes Scorching Flame. She vowed they'd drive the octopus from the ocean, crushing it with their blazing hammer's fire. She shouts that the Krakens underestimating their power. Shelina starts by clearing the tentacles blocking her path. It failed, the skin was way too tough, leaving her shocked and crushed. The fighters stood stunned as that massive blow didn't leave a single scratch. The monster's slimy skin absorbed every blow. Gimli froze, realizing her attacks were completely useless. Shelina snapped, screaming insults at the monster. Instantly, the Kraken coils its tentacle around her hammer and yanks her skyward. Gimli screams for her friend to drop the hammer before the next tentacle snatches her. She warns the Kraken doesn't just strike, it swallows its prey whole. Shelina smiles, joking she's too buff to be tasty, and telling the Krak to quit trying to eat her. With no choice left, she steeled herself, let go of the hammer, and plummeted. She was in deep trouble, and her friend shouted with excitement as she plummeted. The crew catches Shelina mid-fall, saved by a battered old rope. The boy breathes easy, even a piece of junk can be a miracle. Gimli heard the rumors, but seeing an S-monster clash in person was a first. The Dark Elf realizes the Kraken's tentacles are the true danger, deadly limbs built to snatch and slaughter. Tentacles lash out, instantly seizing the victim. The victim crumbles to dust, scattering into the air and sea foam. One grab means death. She screams for her friends to stay back and avoid those tentacles. Muri's legs shook, barely holding her up as panic paralyzed her. She knew this enemy was far deadlier than the giant basilisk they just killed. Shelina's hammer once crushed cockatrices, but it's useless against this new beast that turns enemies into dust. In open water, the monster has the ultimate advantage. It moves freely, making it nearly impossible to defeat. The Kraken's massive eyes lock onto the girl, freezing her in place with pure terror. Gimli knew squids weren't just strong, they were geniuses who mastered everything instantly. The wrecked mast and sails weren't an accident. This monster was tactical and incredibly smart. Kraken knew from the start Mora was the group's VIP. The Dark Elf panicked, shouting for her partner to stay sharp. Kraken tentacles whip out and snare the helpless girl. Hammer gone, Shelina's only weapon now is her ingenuity. She knew attacking unarmed meant one thing, getting snatched by those stubborn tentacles. She scrambled to figure out her next move. Gale drops in and orders the monster to release the girl. Gimli saw the blade and knew even the Kraken couldn't predict their team's wild card. Gale slices the tentacles in one clean stroke, freeing the girl from the monster's deadly grip. Moral stood stunned as Kraken flesh swirled around her. Her heart raced with relief she survived, but the real battle was just beginning. He locked eyes with her, realizing his custom blade was perfect for slaying giants. The Sea King is reeling. After losing a tentacle to this desperate resistance, the Kraken's absolute power is finally under threat. He rushed to her, scanned her face, and frantically asked if she was okay. She smiled at her savior, thanking him for the quick reflexes that kept her safe. Mora couldn't believe she panicked, but the second a tentacle snatched her, adrenaline surged and her mind went razor-sharp. Suddenly she spots a weakness, the key to victory. This is the world's deadliest Reaper's blade. It slices through everything in its path. One swing of the magic blade slices the Kraken's invincible tentacle, finally revealing its true power. The catch, he had to get point-blank to strike, risking a lethal counter from the beast. The wizard eyes Gimli, ordering her to track the Kraken's every move and report any shifts instantly. She ordered Shaylin to focus everything on the monster's moving tentacles. If he holds back the tentacles, Gale can close in and strike the Kraken. She buffs Shaylin and the boy, boosting their power for a guaranteed strike. The magician leveled up and can now target 2 people at once. She cures their seasickness and casts a spell to help them adapt instantly. She buffed their defense and speed, coordinating every strike and retreat to corner the beast and shatter its guard. Gale realizes 9 more tentacles stops the Kraken, while Shelina jokes they're just prepping a massive seafood dinner. The Kraken snaps back, bracing itself to block the hero's next assault. Gimli screams a warning as the monster's tentacles lunge from both sides, forcing the team to regroup and brace for the ambush. He knew the stakes, things spiraled fast, and one mistake would kill the whole team. Shelina realized losing a tentacle just fueled the beast's rage. Now a faster, more aggressive hurricane of destruction, it's out for blood, and the guys are in serious trouble. Guildmaster triggers a blacksmith skill, parrying the Kraken's whip-like tentacle as a stunned Gimli watches. Moro knew casting multiple spells at once burns mana fast. One question haunts her, what runs out first, the monster's life or her mana? Shelina smirks, mocking the Kraken for losing a single tentacle and sarcastically daring the beast to reclaim its lid. The monster lunges, but she counters instantly, exploiting its slow, wounded frame. Gasping for air, the boy still standing, Gimli realizes the magic buff is still active, holding his battered body together. Shelina baits the monster while her recovered partner charges back in, going all out for the final blow. He pushed for more side, but his every move screamed hesitation. Gimli realized the boy was useless against anything but the undead. Putting a rearguard fighter on the front lines was a total disaster. The Dark Elf backs her allies, blasting the monster with fire. She glares at the Kraken's bulging eyes with pure disgust, desperate to end this nightmare now. Gimli targets the enemy's bulging eyes, striking fast to blind him and kill his mobility. She lost, but she already knew her attack was useless. The monster was way tougher than she expected. She planned ahead, popping a smoke grenade to vanish and reposition instantly. Gale charges headfirst into the fray. Gimli roars, ready to land the finishing blow. He triggers grinding mode, unleashing strikes that shred monsters into tiny pieces. The Dark Elf had to blind the Kraken with smoke, or its insane speed would make the young man's strike impossible. Gale was a glass cannon, fragile against the strong, but his weapon mastery could flip any fight with one decisive strike. Massive tentacle chunks slammed down, reeking of blood and guts as the area dissolved into total carnage. Shelina cheers for Gale's flawless strikes, while Mora notes his precision is like a master chef with a blade. Gimli counts the limbs, half are gone, only 5 tentacles remain, making the squad's job way easier. Smoke clears, the Kraken spots the guys, and he's a lethal threat once again. The Dark Elf orders him back to dodge the monster's sudden tentacle strikes. The boy bolted, glancing back to track the danger and scout a safe exit. A massive crack explodes behind the charging hero, instantly shattering Gale's spirit and composure. Panicked, Gimli screams the boy's name to warn him of the danger. The Kraken blasts a massive ink cloud. The creature's ink unleashes a massive wave, sweeping the deck and plunging the ship into total darkness. The wave ripped the sword from his grip, spinning it through the water before it slammed onto the deck. The girls scream in horror as Gale is caught under the devastating wave. He hacks violently, choking on the thick ink clogging his lungs. His head spins as he gasps for air. Ink sears his eyes, blinding him instantly and making the situation even more unpredictable. Gimli knows the Kraken sprays ink like a squid to blind and confuse its enemies. Darkness hit. Blinded by the sting, he's forced to rely on his team until the liquid wears off. Eyes locked on the blade, the sailor freezes as a massive ink wave blasts him back. He grabs the mystery blade to slay the Kraken, but his partner stops him, sensing a dark, ancient curse. Modernized or not, Gimli knew this blade was still pure death, and in the wrong hands it's a total wildcard. This blade cuts everyone, friend or foe, it'll even take its own head. Bosun sized it up. This was the deadliest weapon he'd ever seen, capable of ultimate power or total ruin. Shelina warned her friend, the Kraken was changing and they had to act now. His massive frame trembles, tensing for the next phase or a wild new move. The beast regrows its tentacles, shocking the hero as the fight turns lethal. Every fighter froze, paralyzed by sudden panic and confusion. Their struggle seemed wasted, but Gimli spots the truth. The Kraken regrew its limbs, but its energy is fading fast. The team lured the crack into a trap, pinning it down to jump it all at once. Gale's blinded by ink and can't wield the blade, leaving the team with no way to weaken the monster. The Kraken's rage peaks, targeting the stubborn prodigy who humiliated it. He rubs his eyes until his vision returns. It's blurry, but it's his only shot at surviving the next battle. Vision back, he opens his eyes and asks what he missed and how to help. Mid-sentence, a Kraken tentacle snatches his torso, trapping him in a crushing death grip. Trapped high in the sky by a sea monster's tentacles, the Curse Master burns all his magic to break its iron grip. Gimli realizes the Kraken triggered deadly destruction. Now every tentacle swipe is a death sentence. Mora realized Gale was about to end up just like that hammer. Furious and desperate, Shelina screams over the chaos, demanding the monster release her dying friend. The Kraken cut her off, slamming her aside with a tentacle and leaving the crowd terrified for her friend's fate. Overcome with guilt, Gimli spiraled. Why did he drag his friend into this nightmare? One mistake could cost him everything. Guilt consumes her. She dragged a stranger into dark elf secrets, plunging him into a war where one mistake is fatal. Guilt tears her apart. If she hadn't forced him into this final duel, he wouldn't be facing certain death. I'll live a quiet life in my shop, doing what I love, far from the blood and constant threat of death. Gimli whispered for forgiveness, desperate to atone for the tragedy she caused the young man. Moira refuses to accept this cruel fate, screaming her lover's name in a desperate bid to stop the inevitable. The crack burst open, unleashing its deadliest force, energy streams that vaporize everything in their path. The girls froze as disaster struck their ship, powerless to stop the carnage unfolding before them. Gale triggers reverse death. Destructive waves rebound, shredding the Kraken from within and shattering its barriers. The girls watched in shock, stunned by the massive twist their friend's guts and brains pulled off. Gimli's stunned as the energy pulse reverses, slamming the attack back on its creator, a move she thought was impossible. Mora watches the Kraken shatter as Shelina wonders what force saved them, and what this means for the team's future. Both eyes snap to the kid. He turns, meets her gaze, and flashes a confident, winning smile. Gale reveals the artifact around his neck started everything. He lifts the ornament and rests it in his palm. Suddenly the necklace shatters, scattering shards across the deck. Moore realized that broken artifact was the legendary cursed necklace. Gale reveals that taking damage reflects double back, triggering wife's revenge to massively amplify the counterstrike. Shelina calls the amulet a tool for justice and revenge, reflecting an enemy's evil back 100 times harder. The beast drained its energy regenerating, then got hit by its own move at double power, killing it instantly. This legendary ship-sinking monster met a pathetic end, eaten by tiny fish, proving that in the brutal circle of life no one is safe at the top. Shelina asks if he saw this coming, but he insists their victory was pure luck. Gale was laser-focused on saving his team, never expecting the fight to end like this. If the Kraken used a direct strike or pulled him in, the artifact would have been useless, and the fight would have flipped. Mora beamed with relief, her friends were safe, the threat was gone, and a bright future finally seemed possible. She pulled him into a hug, radiating pure love and joy for his trial victory. He warns her to stay back, his ink stains will ruin her clothes if she isn't careful. Moira didn't care about the struggle, being near her love was all that mattered. She tells Gale his warm hugs are the only thing that kills the fear of those creepy tentacles and gives her peace. Her touch breaks his composure, he's stunned by such raw affection in public. He takes the lead, stroking Mora's hair to comfort her and show he truly cares. Gimli grins, killing the leader clears the trade route of the entire pack. Gale's luck and unique skills are the key to dodging danger and securing this trade route's future. One crewmate wonders how the Kraken blew up, but the rest don't care, they're just hyped for the win. The crew cheers, the ship is saved, the threat is crushed, and their future is finally secure. Gimli knew the score, no matter their heroics, the authorities wouldn't pay up. In this world, real heroes get nothing. Nick asked if the Kraken was still alive, sending the girls racing to the deck to scan the waves. The sailors rush the captain, begging to get back on board. The captain orders boats to the scene immediately. Once the ship's repaired, the mission is officially complete. Bosun quickly apologized, warning everyone a nasty surprise was waiting for him. The crew abandoned the crack-splitting blade on deck, fearing its curse. The blast likely hurled him deep into the sea. The sailor adds that the massive broken mast vanished into the abyss, proving the scale of their loss. Property is nothing compared to lives. The man accepts the loss, knowing survival is everything, and the boy nods in agreement. Gale tells Bosun to skip the apology. The materials are easy to find, and he'll forge a perfect replacement the moment they get home. 99% of the side effects are purged. It's safe now with zero drawbacks. Scrubbing ink from his eyes, the boy misses every vital detail of the conversation. The girls are floored, he's already got the rare blade materials and broke the curse. They think it's a prank, but he's dead serious. Shelina grabs him, begging him to stop joking, but he's dead serious. Gimli watches, realizing this guy always pulls off the impossible. Exhausted at the railing, she replays yesterday's meeting with the young master who stole her heart. Heading home, she was hyped to introduce this man to Mrs. Minerva. Gimli beamed with pride over Gale's genius, eager to show her off to his family and the world. Exhausted, she slumps onto a rock, soaking in the sun and the forest silence. Dark Elf Queen Minerva sensed the coming chaos first. Trouble never comes alone, and even a veteran like Gimli couldn't imagine the hell waiting for her team. A new threat rose from the sea. A new threat closes in on the hero's ship, forcing the young warriors to test their courage and endurance. Gale stares at the shards, remembering when this relic was his loyal companion. Now his greatest inspiration is just useless junk. The girls cheered him up, the Kraken's dead and the artifacts saved the whole team. He agreed, but for a master collector, losing rare items hurts like losing a best friend. Gale was livid, nobody saw the genius or beauty in his artifacts. He smirked, finally seeing the perfect way to restore justice. Most people never understand an artist's vision until years later, or even after they're dead. Only one girl shared his obsession with cursed artifacts and forbidden science. Gale was hyped to meet her and finally hear all about her wild adventures. Vivian joins Princess Carla for the Pharma Edge tour. Carla tries to go solo, but Vivian shuts her down. Bright birds soar over the sea, their wings flashing across the sky. Jelina's laser-focused on fixing the ship. The sailor kept apologizing, trying to smooth things over after their fight. He says she's just a passenger, but she refuses to sit idle. She's a master blacksmith and vows to help the crew finish the repairs fast. Teaming up, they seal the leaks and reinforce the hull, saving the ship from sinking. The Kraken snapped the mainmast, sending it to the bottom of the sea. It's a total loss, and without tools it's impossible to fix. Gamely warns that without the mask, steering is impossible. They need a new route fast. Stranded on a wrecked ship mid-ocean, the crew is isolated and desperate for supplies. Gale notes their boat is now a massive ship, but the crew is just glad it's still floating. Gimli's a good guy and backs his friend 100%. Her isolation infected the whole crew. Stranded in the endless ocean, everyone spiraled into doubt, losing faith in their rescue. The feeling intensifies and hunger spikes as food supplies vanish. Isolated and starving, everyone's sanity snaps as they trigger a violent free-for-all for the last supplies. Gimli begged the gods for a miracle before war and hunger drove the passengers to the unthinkable. Captain Nick rallies the crew. The ship isn't sinking. Their hard work and a solid hull saved them. Now witness the captain's true mastery. He loves the sea and the ocean is granting him its favor. Mora doubts they can steer in this chaos, but the man vows to show them true navigation and prove he's right. Turns out the captain just released a smoke signal. Survival depends on luck and a passing ship. Mora rejects signal fires, while Shelina doubts anyone will find them in this endless sea. Gimli's only luck is the calm sea. With shredded sails, their route is impossible. If a storm hits, the crew can only pray for survival. Shelina warns the hull repairs are temporary. One storm and the ship will leak everywhere and sink. Mura watched the clouds turn and the wind shift. A storm was brewing and things were about to get way worse. Gale spots something weird, something impossible is going down. Turns out the object was a vessel. The ship is locked on the crash site, sparking instant relief. Shelina praises the captain's speed, proving he really is the favorite of the sea. The heroes screamed for help, flagging down the ship and ready to spill every detail of their misfortune. Mura pales, staring ahead at a strange, abandoned ship drifting their way. Shelina confirmed her friend's fears. That ship looked suspicious and even worse than theirs. Gimli panicked as the incoming ship defied physics, clearly driven by a supernatural force from the beyond. She screams in horror it's a ghost ship. Legend says spotting a wrecked ship still sailing is a curse that brings total disaster. Gale's words chilled the girls to the bone. Their hearts pounded, but the boy was so hooked on the story he missed the rising tension. Sensing danger, the sailors sprint to the bell and ring it frantically to sound the alarm. Panic grips the crew. Their Kraken victory is cut short as a ghost ship looms, hiding a lethal new threat. Gimli spots the Imperial flag on the mast, instantly triggering a flood of conflicting memories. She realized the Kraken sank Imperial warships, meaning this was a true ghost ship, a phantom vessel haunting the seas. Nick watches the mystery ship turn bow first, hoping the mooring ropes keep his crew safe. Boston explains ramming, slamming a ship's bow into the enemy at full speed. Standard naval combat uses guns, catapults, or boarding. Nick warns a collision will gut the ship. Gimli realizes the ghost ship is aiming to ram, a relentless assault from every side with no rest. Escape was impossible on her wrecked ship. Drained from the Kraken fight, she had one move left: negotiate for her life. The Dark Elf thinks these souls already killed the Kraken that ate them, making revenge pointless. The captain just smirks, telling her to stop lying. Talking to ghosts is impossible. He tells her to look closer at the ghost ship's deck to see if those figures are real and who they're fighting. The captain reports their minds are completely gone after the horrors they endured. These monsters thrive on misery. No longer alive, they're drowned spirits of death, bound to this world only to unleash total chaos. He never knew he'd one day face a ghost in the middle of the sea. 1 minute until the crash. The bosun pens a final letter to his wife and daughter, tosses the bottle into the sea, and prays it reaches them. Terrified, the man scribbles illegibly. Seeing his despair, Shelina mocks their dead end and offers one final drink. Gimli prays to Minerva in despair, while Mora realizes the drowned only want to punish the living out of envy. Suddenly, she has a breakthrough. She says they can talk to the dead. Gale's stunned. No one expected the undead in the middle of the sea. The Dark Elf sighs at the repetitive chatter, noting only one guy sees things differently. Shelina turns in shock, asking if he can really speak with the dead. Rain lashes down as the girl confronts the boy in the black raincoat, too panicked to notice the storm. She tells him to talk to the ghost crew. If they're dead, he can break the curse. She's seen him do it before. She watched him closely, lips tight, waiting for his answer. Gale instantly agreed, looking way too happy for a crisis. She realizes massive sea battles are nothing like fighting in the dungeon. Gale confirms his plan instantly. He's still got time to set up his magical artifacts. He plants 3 amulets around the ship, a bizarre vessel shaped like an inverted slingshot with a skull. Task complete, Gale smirks and heads for the captain, who's paralyzed with fear as the ghost ship closes in. Hat Guy warns that ramming destroys both ships, and the attacker takes a lethal hit too. Worst case, both ships sink and the entire crew is doomed. Eyes narrowed, he explained this brutal combat was fading. Ships were too valuable to risk. The ghost ship didn't care, slicing through the waves with tattered sails flapping wildly. Gale calms the captain's collision fears. A assuring him he'll be right there if they hit anything. Now he unleashes the artifact's peak magical power. He finishes and she asks if he's pulling his usual stunt, but with a whole ship this time. Gale grins, declaring this is exactly how he'll break the curse for the ship and its entire crew. The long-eared girl doubts him, asking if it's really possible. He says it works in theory, but they won't know until they try. Staring at the sky, the elf warns, if this plan fails, they'll die here and be forgotten forever. Break the curse or accept death. The ships are closing in and doom is inevitable. The squad circled up, chanting to steal their resolve. Glasses girl locked eyes with the wizard, telling him their fate was now in his hands. The long-haired girl summons Gale, clutching her chest as her eyes burn with the resolve to save him. She instantly triggers an adaptation spell, a magic circle flaring between them as the boy stares in shock. Mora vows to keep Gale steady as the ghost ship rocks their boat, earning a grateful smile. She chooses to break the curse over death, her bold words spreading through the ship like wildfire. C kept quiet, but the chief knew he needed more time with Gale. He agreed and charged straight for the phantom chip. The hero looks up as a decaying ship drifts closer, its wood rotting and its weapons caked in rust. Rotting, eyeless sailors stared at the boy from the ship, still clad in matching uniforms. This massive imperial ship dwarfs merchant vessels. The crew knows one hit means death, joking that talking to these guys is like talking to a giant squid. Gripping the rail, the captain screams to brace for impact, as the crew desperately clings to anything to survive the crash. The mage flings his arms wide, staring down the ship with total confidence. Gale casts Great Curse Removal, igniting massive magic circles under both ships and lighting up the sea. He's pushing past his limits, exhausted and desperate to save everyone relying on him. Mora's wide eyes pleaded with Gale to save everyone, their crew and the ghost ship's passengers. Blinding light filled the void, broken only by strange glimmers. Gale faced the ghost captain as dozens of silent sailors lined up behind him. The hollow-eyed captain stares him down. Stunned, the boy holds his breath, staring back in total disbelief. The wizard flashed a warm smile and a knowing nod. His eyes stayed calm and kind, showing none of the usual fear or disgust toward the corpse. A massive ship nearly rams a small trader, swerving last second to cut right across its path. Clinging to their boat in shock, the girls watched the chaos until one finally yelled for answers. Two ships sat side by side, close enough to jump across, but the proximity only fueled a hidden tension. Half the size of the ghost ship but way better looking, the trader's sails shimmer in the sun. The hull is patched but solid. Suddenly, the wind dies and the waves settle, leaving an eerie silence over the sea. Elle notices the ship freeze on contact, while the captain notes it looked like a perfect, deliberate dock. Stunned, they both started explaining everything at once. Narrowly dodging the strike, the crew escapes as sailors weep with joy, but Moore knows the adventure is just beginning. The raging wind dies down to a soft breath, leaving the ship's flag to sway peacefully in the calm. Staring at the water, the girl with the glasses saw the raging waves suddenly turn into gentle ripples and shouted out the discovery. Looking up, she notes the dark horizon is finally clearing, a sudden, much-needed sign of hope. Kneeling in a cabin, a man in a striped shirt notices the storm has finally died down. He looks up, listening intently to the sudden silence. Shaking off his doubts, he steps onto the deck and scans the ship. He scanned the area, locked onto the massive ship, and finally realized the truth of this strange journey. Aboard the ghost ship, the captain and crew stared down in silence, expressionless and waiting for orders. The dead captain's stare pinned the crew's eyes on Gale. He salutes from the beam and orders his men to copy him. They trade confused looks, totally lost. Following the boy's lead, the crew honored the ghost ship as fallen souls rose and dissolved into the sky. The captain's glowing spirit appears, saluting the boy with a peaceful smile. The mage smiles back, forging a silent bond between them. The spirit unsheathes his blade with effortless grace. His form is so perfect the weapon feels real, despite him being nothing but an ancient memory. The captain traces a mysterious symbol and bows, thanking the boy for everything. Gale watched breathlessly as the soul dissolved into the sky. Sunlight pierced the clouds, signaling a fresh start. The long-eared girl asks if the art is truly incredible. Morris smiles, still unable to believe her eyes. Asked if those were the ghost ship's souls, Gale shakes his head and shuts his eyes. The girls snapped back to back, scanning for more undead as the boy stood aside, calm but drained. He sheepishly admits the impulse could pull souls from the deep sea, leaving the girls stunned by his insane power. The dark elf boards the ship, hesitating on her next move. The dead are overboard, but the ship won't budge. She stares at the sky, knowing it's hopeless. Mura smiles sadly at a seagull on her ship, admitting she envies its freedom. Gale sees the team's optimism and offers a win-win. With a kind smile, he urges them to switch ships. Hearing his weird proposal, the girls anxiously demanded an explanation. Mora's confused, but the elf realizes he means a ghost ship. She rejects the idea at first, then admits it's their only option. Gale grinned fiercely, pointing at the phantom ship that almost sank them moments ago. The girls glared in disgust, baffled he'd suggest such a suicidal plan. Grinning, he cheers that the ghost ship will let them keep sailing. Rotten wood and torn sails, the ship was falling apart, but the wizard insisted they keep moving. Before boarding, Gale relays a message from the dead. The former crew is gifting them the ship for slaying the Kraken, leaving the girls stunned. The crew questioned the order, arguing if they really had to board that nightmare ship. The girl with glasses mutters to banish the ghosts, until Gale suddenly calls out. Shelina explains the merchant ship is doomed despite repairs. It's sinking and the boy knows it. A sailor orders a reload, it's the only way. Meanwhile, the captain clings to the deck, sobbing in rage as he refuses to abandon his ship. Once mighty sails now hang in tatters, snapping in the wind to prove the ship's legendary power. Next day, the team gears up and heads out. The girls watched in sorrow as the merchant ship trailed them for miles. The ship sank into the abyss, mission complete. The smiling sailor explains the heavy cargo increases their draft for stability in rough waves, while the sea thanks the ship for its support. They pause, glancing at their old ride with faint smiles, bidding farewell to its former glory. The ship's familiar hum returned, and their faces dropped. They knew the nightmare ahead was finally real. Leaning over, the girls found the hull encrusted with mollusks. They shared a look. The clinging sea life made their new ship look truly mystical. Morak declares their sea troubles over, praising Gale for crushing the ghost ship and ending their stagnation. She warns that even pro-heroes would fail, only a cursed weapon master can handle this. Suddenly, Shelina arrives with a major discovery. Smiling sweetly, she clutches a military crossbow and imperial axe like her favorite toys. Shelina hums, realizing the gear survived the salt and will last forever. Gale approaches, shocked by the massive haul on deck. The kid hauled 2 bags of fresh trophies from the dead, grinning through the grime. The girls backed away, scolding his antics. Mer questioned how this rotten, lifeless dish could be fresh when it smelled like death. The captain announces they're back on track thanks to Gale. The crew erupts, thanking their saviors. The wizard admits he skipped the cargo to buff the ghost ship all night, making it the fastest vessel afloat. But the girls are not impressed. They whispered in shock. Capturing a ghost ship was wild, but turning it into a magic artifact was unthinkable. They seized the ghost ship and a hoard of unclaimed gold, but one sailor wondered if they could actually keep it. The elf girl confirms the route, hit every port in order. The smiling man agrees instantly, eager to repay the heroes. The captain told the crew how the savior won them the ship and killed the Kraken. Now, no one on board would dare refuse his request. Gale gets serious, stepping up as the creator to reveal the powers of this ghost ship artifact. He threw his hands up, shouting for everyone to hear about his insane powers. The crew stared in shock, totally clueless about the traits he mentioned. The girls whispered it was starting again, but after his insane stunt yesterday, they let it slide. Castor reveals an ancient imperial ship that rotted and transformed into a massive undead monster. This ship is lightning fast and completely unsinkable. The crew's hyped for the new ride, with one sailor calling it every mariner's dream. Gale reveals his latest invention, a bone and fang catapult guaranteed to keep the judge safe from any attack. Grabbing a skull from the deck, the curious boy smiles and reveals they're actually projectiles. The sailors loved his weird look, hoping it'd scare off pirates. Embarrassed, the elf joked that everyone would just close their eyes to avoid his terrible taste. He hit the upper deck, eager to show the crew his custom control system, an invention built to make sailing safer and more efficient. Gale climbs the stairs, hooking the sailor with a bold claim. What awaits them defies every known rule of navigation. Approaching the self-spinning wheel, the boy proudly declares they're switching to automatic mode. The crew watched in awe as the impossible unfolded. Mora stared at the steering wheel, spotted something wrong, and gasped in shock as she tried to make sense of it. A spirit steered the ship. Hard to spot, but the girl instantly saw through the trick. She screams it's a ghost steering, not autopilot. Gale shrugs, just name the destination and the ship sails itself. Stunned and ecstatic, the captain calls it unbelievable. He demands the beaver crew's next move, but the elf answers with a smirk. Pointing northeast, she confidently declares their next destination. Mora, Shelina, and Gale shared a knowing smile. A new adventure was calling. As if commanded, the boys charged toward the dark forest, drawn by its secrets. Strong winds whipped the torn sails as the ghost ship roared to life, surging forward and leaving all fear behind. The captain's hyped it actually launched. Wrapping up the tour, the boy drops one last crucial detail about his creation. The girls' faces soured instantly. They knew exactly what he was about to say and the dark secret he was hiding. The captain and crew stood frozen, their faces blank with pure shock. Gale smiles, raises a finger, and cheerfully declares the ship is cursed. The 3 girls sighed, sensing something was off. They knew his obsession meant everything was going exactly to plan. Confused, the crew questions the curse on their new ship. Grinning, the boy declares that once he boards this ship, he's never leaving, stunning everyone nearby. Realizing they're doomed, the captain breaks down while the long-eared girl asks how they'll escape once they dock, since they're trapped on board. Gale says lifting the curse is the only fix, and Mora reveals only the boy can do it. Suddenly, another sailor breaks down crying just like the captain. She slams his arrogant, elitist attitude and he sounds the part. He ignores her, handing anti-curse charms to the captain and sailor. Need more charms? Gale's Magic Things shop is right on the farm's outskirts. The wizard says catapult skulls are strictly single-use. The team grabs the mascots, admitting they're helpless without them. Looking totally scammed, the glasses girl tells the guy he's finally learning the ropes. The elf looks down, eyes filled with sadness as she remembers the artifact shop. She gathered Gale, Mora, and Shailena. They turn to the elf instantly, eager for her next move. Voice trembling, Gimli finally confesses her hidden pain and begs for forgiveness, leaving the boy stunned by her sudden sincerity. Recalling the phantom ship and that brutal blow, she realized they were constantly cheating death, and her friends were in danger because of her. Gimli blamed herself for dragging her friends into the dark elf drama, but she was cut off mid-apology. Mora and Gale calmed her, promising it was over, settled, and they'd all survived. The crew's all in for the elf's next quest. You can't pilot a ghost ship or feel this rush on land. He admits the road was brutal, but he's glad they're braving the unknown and winning together. Shailena jumps in, certain the Demon Lord's revival threatens everyone, not just the Dark Elves. She laughed, just wanting to drink in peace, while Gimli stared back, totally baffled. Gale, Mora, and Shailena smile at the elf. She beams back, wiping her eyes and blaming the salty wind to hide her embarrassment. Mid-journey, the dark-skinned elf turns to Mori, suddenly remembering something. She grills her about Gale and the promise, but the long-haired girl plays dumb and dodges. Morris never found the right time for that cold boy, and the shocked elf can't believe she's still staying silent. The blonde smiles, joking that Mora's a pro-con artist. Mora pouts, indignantly telling her to quit the teasing. She claimed he was obsessed, hoarding attic materials and grinding on artifacts all night long. Mora claims he'll never say love or hate, he only cares about curses. The elf mocks her for dodging love, but Mora snaps back. She closes her eyes, finally accepting her fate and dropping the excuses, leaving her friend stunned by the sudden shift. Mora quietly admits she's just scared of rejection. The elf watched her closely, listening in silence. Mora admits Gale makes her happier than ever before. Chasing more happiness risks losing everything if she fails. And right then, she spots a guy passionately explaining material uses. Mora admits the tension might force her to quit the team, and that would be a total tragedy. The elf locked in, finally realizing her true feelings. She whispered that everyone sees the world through their own lens of fear and emotion. She warns that if Mora hesitates, another girl will steal Gale. Mora pouts, tears welling in her eyes. The elf pulls a cute face, claiming she's just one of those women, while Mora yells she's only teasing. Gale's crew wraps up their voyage as major moves go down on land. Two cloaked, masked men arrive in Farm Edge. He spots a sign for Master of Cursed Things Gale. Never heard of it, he asks his brother for their next move. The second guy says they've come too far to stop, it's time to move. The brothers file into the store, ignoring the smiling maid's warm welcome without a single glance. Her face flips to pure disdain, coldly declaring they aren't clients. She'd spotted their gear, they knew it, and now they had only one way out. Relieved there are no witnesses, he plans to loot the goods after killing the girl, then suddenly hurls a dagger at the maid. She dodges, gasping as a hail of knives streaks toward her. She hoisted the stand, blocking the surprise attack. The brothers are stunned. How did she block their combo with a countertop? Calling them filthy thieves, she reveals her custom traps and dismisses them with a single mocking glance. She snaps the table back. The brothers hype her reflexes, joking that anyone else would be a sieve by now. The maid smirks wickedly, revealing she's no ordinary human. The dark-haired girl claims she's from the darkness, and the terror on the men's faces says it all. The maid mocks them as pathetic, claiming that at full power she'd catch their knives and kill them instantly. The man yells she's outnumbered, but she just snaps her fingers and smirks, maybe so. Her brother mocks her weakness and lunges to seize her. She smirks, declaring close combat is her element. Liznit vaults the attackers, landing quick strikes and spinning effortlessly on one leg. Another girl instantly hammers the man with a massive blow. She grabs another guy's head, glaring with total disdain. The maid's brutal knee strike drops him instantly, leaving the attacker gasping as blood leaks from his mask. As the second man sneaks up behind her, she leaps and spins midair, already prepped for her next strike. A swinging elbow smashes his face, nearly knocking him out. Mid-fight, she knows knees and elbows are the body's strongest points, nature's ultimate weapons for any build. Attacking a martial arts pro unarmed is pure suicide. The brothers hit the floor and the maid sneers, asking if they're out of weapons after those pathetic knife throws. She insists weapons won't scratch the girl, but an attacker spots a strange blade hanging on the wall. He snatched the sword and laughed, it was finally his. the other man instantly offered a shoulder. One brother looks over, realizing his sibling is unarmed. The sword turns pitch black, revealing the souls trapped on its blade. He screams for his brother to stop, warning the blade is cursed, but it's already too late. Cursed, he lunges at his friend, wounding his arm before he can react. Stunned by the sight, pure horror froze in his eyes. Slumped against the wall, he reaches for his brother, asking why he threatened the wrong person and what he's even doing. He tries to stop the cursed blade, but his body freezes. He can't let go, forced to watch it all unfold. Her wicked grin returns, eyeing them both with pure pleasure and scorn. She warns the attackers, lose control and you'll make mistakes you'd never dream of. She snatched it without a thought, losing her mind as the men watched in horror. Liznit admits her teasing was a tactic to rattle them and get in their heads. Panicking against the undead cost her the fight. Gale stayed calm and crushed her. She tells her brother he chose right as he grips the bloody blade. Blood drips from the blade. Liznit reveals its secret, vampirism. This masterpiece turns damage into health, letting the user attack and heal at once. She relives the wizard's words, replaying the truth about how vampirism works. She answers Gale instantly. Her power heals her by absorbing damage and he's satisfied. Inspecting the blade, he boasts it's a top-tier vampire sword with the highest stats. Liznit ponders, noting even 20% would be impressive. She asks if it's 50-50. He checks the numbers and smirks, it's not even close. Eyes closed, she sighed, exactly as expected. Gale snapped that the sword was 100% real, leaving the maid stunned. She grabs his shoulders, screaming it's impossible, but the wizard just smiles. It's all about the material. The true lure of cursed artifacts. Liznit stares in total shock. A bloody holy sword with a wavy blade and a skull on the hilt. A man slaughtered his brothers to steal the throne, and rumor says he used this exact sword. The weapon's just hanging on an artifact shop wall. Liznit warns of the blade's dark past. In the hands of cursed Master Gale, impossible spells become reality. The boy agrees. He reveals the sword's lethal secret. It slashes anyone nearby, ignoring everyone's will, even its master's. The maid asks how to use it, and the boy suggests solo missions. She agrees, no risk of friendly fire. Solo tasks are lonely, but in battle, that isolation fuels their morale. Gale rubs his chin and continues the list, citing a rebellion. When nerves fail, this sword ensures the job gets done without hesitation. She warns that for assassins, a shaky hand means a missed shot and a blown mission. She realized even if the master wavers, this blade still strikes. Even top artifacts lack this power. These dark traits are what set cursed items apart from the rest. They're deeper than they look, Liznit eyes the young man. Gale Hamilton's obsession with cursed items didn't surprise her one bit. Snapping back to reality, she realizes this type is a magnet for sibling blood. Once worn, it's stuck. It forces the master to fight past exhaustion, leaving both men in pure horror. Scaring them like disobedient kids, the maid claimed the owner gripped this sword until his final breath. The brothers shrieked in terror, sobbing like children. She could have kept watching, but cleaning the blood was already a pain. Liznit glared at the maids, making the brothers look away. She slaps a seal on the swordsman's head, igniting a magic circle. Her partner calls it a gift to break his curse, and the sword finally drops from his band. Liznit says he'll live if they start treatment right now. Her eyes flared with rage again as she barked at them to leave. Bickering and apologizing, the brothers bolted from the artifact store. Liznit stood alone and unyielding, watching the men scramble away. She laughed at the weak robbers. After surviving a lifetime of war, her heart was forged in steel. Demon King power surges through his veins. She clutches her chest. The maid stared down at the cursed sword. She says Gale Hamilton would solo the villains easily. He's a total beast. She hugged herself, feeling his warmth. The wizard always protects his home, she whispered, even from afar. Liznit swore to protect Gale's shop until his return. Nanda's team nears their goal, ditching the ship for a small boat. Gale's phantom rode the boat forward in dead silence. Auto control is convenient, but it still creeps the girls out. Ears lowering, the elf spots the forest on the horizon first. She warns the group they're almost there. The wizard orders his spirit to stop, weirding out the girls as he talks to a ghost. The boat drifts to a halt. Grinning, the girl waded in first, her confidence giving the group the guts to follow her off the boat. The heroes reach the eerie forest, knowing one step inside changes everything. They ditch the shore and charge into the dense trees. The group pushed through the dense forest, where massive canopies choked out the sun, leaving only scattered rays. Gale spots thickets everywhere in the dense forest. Morris says the goal is close, but this wild terrain is a nightmare to cross. Sighing, Glass's girl steps up to clear the path. She draws her prized axe, telling Gale and Mora to stay close while Ghibli leads the way. They sped up, using the axe to hack through the thick grass blocking their path. Shelina hears rustling in the grass from every direction. The girl warns the group, but Mora says stay alert. Shelina sighed in relief, glad she'd snagged a first-class battle axe from the ghost ship. Her eyes snap open at the noise as she looks up. Dragon-like beasts soared over the forest with powerful wing beats. The girls look up. Shelina suspects a trick, but then a massive rumble, giant footsteps. Gale looked up, stunned by the massive beast. He asked what it was, but a man nearby shouted troll way too loud. The dark elf slams her friends into the grass and orders silence. The troll whips around, but the heroes have already vanished. Gimli warns the group to stay low. Their small size keeps them hidden. Stay stealthy and they'll go unnoticed. The troll lingers for a few seconds, then lumbers back onto its usual path. Morris panics, choosing the forest over the sea. You can hide in the trees, but the open ocean has nowhere to run. Resting on the grass, the elf warns, never drop your guard. She explains why cutting straight through forests and mountains looks easy. People naturally take the easiest path, driven by gravity, footwork, and habit. You're walking in circles without realizing it, stuck in place while thinking you're making progress. The elf's warning terrified me. Story finished, she smiles and reveals the phenomenon, ring wandering. Paralyzed by terror, the long-haired girl sat frozen on the ground. Mora admits she underestimated the forest, but Gimli reminds her everyone makes mistakes. The elf unfolds an old map, smiling as she admits she does the same. Shelina asks what she's getting at. Gimli just flashes a wide grin. She pauses, then admits she's lost. The group panics, double-checking if they heard the elf right. Gimli silenced the group before the monsters heard them. Shilin and Mora expect the elf to know her old home, but Gimli remembers she hasn't been back in years. The girl with glasses in her hair asks what's next as the forest goes pitch black. Twilight hits fast in the dark forest, so the dark elf orders an immediate camp. In the open field, the heroes scan for threats. They aren't safe yet. Shelina trembles, asking if the forest is safe since she hates it. Gimli jokingly takes offense, asking if the girl trusts her. Gale shuts down the argument. They need a campsite ASAP, and everyone agrees. Boy hits the tall grass first. The wizard takes point, ordering the girls to stay back and follow. Shelina jokes about the path, but the boy's used to the dark, boldly pushing through the tall reeds. Gale blazes through the rough terrain effortlessly, leaving the girls struggling to keep up as Shelna realizes he's a master of these woods. Mora confirms Gale's a master of ruins and graveyards, while Gimli adds that dark, bone-filled wastes are just another day at the office for him. The girls assume the witch's dark forest trek was just another routine adventure. The team carefully crosses the massive fallen tree. They reach the plant's fruit, glowing like lanterns in the dark. Gale calls the girl forward, sensing water just ahead. Shelina asks if it's true, but Gimli shrugs. She's completely lost. They clash again, but others step in, killing the tension. She insists that even the long-eared girl doesn't know every secret in the dark forest. Gimli's certain she'll know exactly where they are the second they hit familiar ground. Awkward silence, only the forest breaks the quiet. Shelina snaps they're lost because they couldn't find the spot, while a dejected Gimli apologizes. He cut in again, spotting something. He gathered the group and told them to listen close. The girls listen up as he points out the fruit, a clear sign water is nearby. Silence falls, suddenly a drip hits the neighboring leaf. The sound grows clearer, no mistake, water is close. Mora cheers at the sound of water, while Shelina praises Gale's skill. Gimli scanned the area and spotted a stream vanishing into underground tunnels, immediately alerting her friends. He peeks from the bushes and spots the pond, a massive grin breaking out as his eyes sparkle with joy once again. Deep in the forest, they find a hidden beach where the shimmering water glows with its own light. Shouldering a massive pack, the boy grinned and scanned the view. Trees of all sizes surround the area, perfect for setting up camp. The girls cheered. The place was stunning. Sunlight pierces the canopy, hitting clear, accessible water while mushrooms sprout from nearby trees. Gale asked his friends about the spot. They all agreed it's the perfect campsite. He asks if it's unanimous, flashing his signature friendly smile. Fist raised, he orders a camp stop, and the girls instantly agree. Elena signals, and everyone drops their gear exactly as planned. Gimli scanned for familiar landmarks, staying close to avoid getting lost. The new axe owner eagerly gathered firewood for the fire. Mora and Gale hunt for food nearby. It's life or death, they have no idea how long they're stuck here. He grinned at the splashing pond. There were tons of fish. Clear water is a good sign. He grabs his gear to build a fishing rod, but Mora's curious how exactly. Gale finds the forest crawling with perfect bait, and the girl instantly agrees. The boy uses a bone as a hook, and Mora notes only he'd carry bones around. He told her to watch closely, then grabbed a bone and snapped it over his knee. Grabbing a fragment, he explains that dried bone marrow is incredibly tough. Extract it, and it's sharp enough to be the perfect fishing hook. Gale baits the line and hides the hook, walking Mora through every step. The kid casts his line into the lake, hunting for dinner. The bait splashes down, the duo watches the rod, and boom, they've got a bite. He yanks the rod, scales flash on the surface, and the fish bursts from the water. Gale asks her secret. Mora's shocked, she just cast the bait and got an instant bite. Gale explains forest fish dwarf any sea creature. Stunned by his survival skills, she's now certain Gale will surpass all human limits. Another bait, another catch. They snag the second fish instantly, and the girl is absolutely thrilled with her haul. She watched him so intensely he felt her gaze, eyes sparking with raw determination. Gale invites Mori to fish, and to his shock, she blushes and shyly agrees to give it a shot. He hands her a rod and explains, bait the hook, cast and wait. Let the fish swallow it deep so the fragile hook doesn't snap during the reel. More join the talk, all eyes on the next move. Instantly a bite, Gale orders a wait, then signals to pull it in. Startled, she yanks her bait from the water. A broken hook dangled from the line. Mori trembled, her blood boiling with rage. Despite her first big win, she's totally crushed. She starts tearing up, so Gale hands her the prepped bait. Feeling like a burden, she timidly asks to continue, but he calmly told her not to worry. Splash, the bait hits the water as he tries for one more catch. Moore puts in the work and lands a stunning fish. Her eyes beamed with the joy of her first catch. Gil's stunned, praising Mora's massive catch while she quietly mutters to herself. He grips the fish tight, glancing nervously at his girlfriend for a plan. She tackles Gale with a hug, shouting about her catch as he nearly fumbles the fish. A scream rings out and Shelina sprints toward the trouble. She catches Gale and Mora hugging. They were just fishing, relieved, she bolts. Fire's lit and the crew starts cooking their fresh catch. The fried fish smelled amazing. Mora noticed and the boy told her to dig in. A loud clap rings out. Gimli and Shelina love the simple baked fish, and with plenty of meat left, the guy tells them to feast. Mora asks for the results, but the elf mysteriously admits she's still in the dark. Direction was clear, but pinpointing the spot in the dark was impossible. The girl looked up. Gale smirked, no turning back. After dinner, they set up camp. They split the shift so no one stands guard alone. Everyone was stuffed but exhausted. Gimli felt perfectly content. Gale suggests traps to skip guard duty, earning curious stares from the girls. Gale's instant traps paralyze like phantom ships and freeze targets with icy seabed temperatures. Installation finished, he scratches his nose with pride. Skeletons in magic hats and cloaks surrounded the camp. The girls froze, jaws dropping at the sight. He says these traps trigger the second monster's approach, paralyzing them instantly. He rushed the spells so the traps only last one night. Gale kept the monsters away for a quick rest, but sleeping among those eerie scarecrow skeletons felt totally wrong. Night falls as glowing-eyed scarecrows surround the camp, guarding the heroes from sneaking monsters. After a brutal day, the party finally crashed. No guards tonight, everyone slept soundly. Inside the tent, Mora drifts into a dream. Gimli kneels while the others sit on boulders, confused. Before them stands a dark-skinned elf with a long ponytail. She greets them with a smile. They've finally reached the dark elf village. Mora felt welcomed despite the language barrier. The elf shared Gimli's skin and ears. The elf flashed her guests a friendly smile. Morning hits and the guys swap stories, only to realize they all shared the exact same dream. Gimli introduces their guide, Lady Minerva, and the sea instantly senses the source of her elegance. They dreamed of the Hill of Promise. Now lost in a dark forest, a voice from the dream greets them. Shelina's shocked, leadership grants total control. Gimli agrees, noting they're closing in on Lady Minerva. The girl with the glasses kept prying, asking if their leader was really that amazing and attentive. The boys thought reaching the hill meant meeting for real, so she just visited their dreams. Suddenly, Gimli hesitated, clearly hiding a massive secret. Sipping her drink, the elf agrees the group was right. Pushing into the dense forest, Gimli struggles to find his way while Gale confidently leads the girls. Supplies are low and exhaustion is peaking. Cozy or not, it's time to move. They still weren't sure they were headed the right way. Lunch over, the heroes stacked the leftover sticks and fish bones. Shelina's fed up with eating the same meal 3 days straight. Gimli backs the girl, admitting he's done with the fried fish. The girl with the glasses was done with the fish, but a far scarier threat haunted her. Shelina screams in tears. Her sake is gone, leaving 2 empty bottles in front of the guys. Moria calms the girl, telling her to stop yelling. Gale suggests they solve this together. Since making camp, they've repeatedly tried to find a way forward. Gimli admits he's lost and the team is looping back to the start. The elf drops her ears in shame. Mora backed him, claiming the camp was safe, but the heroes wouldn't budge as a sobbing Shelina screamed it was all a lie. Gimli scanned the map. Every shortcut they tried failed. Gale tries to calm the elf, but Shelina's livid. Anyone could get lost in their own home. Gimli's only excuse, she underestimated the forest's massive scale. He checked the lake, plenty of water but zero food. Fish aren't infinite, you can't feed forever. He says it's time to move and Shelina agrees, she can't rest forever. Liz leads the blacksmith guild and he refuses to leave her with all the work. With 0 customers for ages, Liznit was already dozing off in the shop. The squad knew it was time to move out. The girls need a guide, but they have no clue where to find one in this remote wasteland. Suddenly, the wizard spots something in the trees. He freezes. Is that a shadow lurking behind the massive trunk? He tells the girls, and Mora realizes his night vision is perfect for this world's permanent twilight and thick clouds. Excited, the girls sprint toward the silhouette, while the boy warns they're just wasting energy. Gimli, Moira, and Shelina burst from the bushes. They spot black-cloaked figures and try to flag them down. Descending the roots, the heroes close in. Behind a cloaked figure, Gimli admits they're lost. They look closer at the legs and realize it's just bone and charred flesh. The girl tries to call her friend. The corpse whipped around, glaring at Gimli. His hood's ripped off, revealing a bare skull. She screams in horror, face to face with a zombie. Their clothes prove these skeletons were once part of a disbanded royal squad. Shelina screamed for a retreat, but a fallen was already looming over her. The girl let out a terrified shriek. Gimli, Mora, and Shelina react too late. The evil spirits have them surrounded. Bright red skeletons crawl from the earth. A massive swarm grows every second, an endless tide rising from the ground. Hooves thundered from behind. Out of nowhere, a spearman on a dead horse appears and instantly lunges at Gimli with a diagonal strike. Gale grabs the elf just in time, breaking the curse as a massive magic circle erupts and lights up the dead. Gimli collapses and the boy rushes to her side. She claims she's okay, but Shelina is already sprinting their way. The elf stares at him, recalling his warm smile and embrace. Heart racing and face flushing, her secret crush is finally exposed. Gale locked onto the cursed skeletons. Monsters this rare are almost never seen. The undead lunge, but he just grins, ready for the fight. Gimli watches as Gale's purified souls soar into the sky. Morris is still stunned despite seeing this before, while Shelina spots the wizard's suspicious calm. He glided through the enemies, dancing a waltz mid-battle. Attackers finished, he scans the area. He tells the girls that colds mostly sleep during the day. But here, in this magic-soaked forest under gray skies, everything changed. Mora glares at a smug Gale. Clutching a mysterious item, Gale asks what she expected as Mora demands to know what he's holding. The wizard reveals the skeleton dropped an undead core, a super rare, concentrated form of the curse. Shelina asks if Gimli's seen this. Gimli shakes her head. It's a first. Undead materials are rarely popular. If not for alchemy, the guild buys this loot, but it's dirt cheap compared to normal monster drops. The elf had never seen a core like this and was desperate to learn more. Holding the prey, Gale explains these items enchant gear and scrolls. Slot the core into basic gear to unlock new power and create a true magical artifact. It looks like ordinary junk, but it's the key to upgrading her gear. Mora asks if the core is cursed. She's sure it is, but needs to confirm. The boy stammers, but she agrees, proudly declaring she's mastered the curse. The girls glared him down. The boy offers to absorb the curse, but warns it'll snap back if he crosses the line, leaving Shelina stunned that curses can return. Terrified, she calls his power dangerous, but Morin realizes that's exactly how he upgraded Kesh's gear. This was exactly why no one ever suspected she was cursed. Gimli smiled sadly. This was their limit, but for the boy these cores were a rare treasure. Gale cuts the elf off. Another rare item just dropped. He asks if they remember the boy's warning. The cold manifests from unfulfilled wishes. Looking at the skeletons, he continues. These souls died in despair trying to escape the forest, becoming its eternal captives. This went on for centuries. He starts his forest story but stops cold, turning to the app elf. He points toward their company, the girls tracking his every move. Grinning, he gripped his find and cheered. This was the lead they needed. He holds a clock pendulum pendant, royal tears frozen in crystal wandering the dark forest. Gale points his pendant at the dark elf village path, and seconds later it starts moving. All eyes are on Gale's artifact. Amidst muffled cries, Shelina spots the pendulum suddenly start swinging. The pendant freezes, locking onto a direction. Pointing his swaying artifact, the boy spots the dark elf village. The girls cheer, hyped to finally escape the woods and fascinated by the mysterious object. He grabbed the war horses while Cold stood by the tree. Mora and Shelina were glad to save their energy, and Gimli breathed easy. The path to the village was finally clear. Approaching the horse skeletons, doubt creeps in and her confidence wavers. Saddling up, Mora ponders the term horse bones and wonders what bony horses actually means. Eerie humming fills the forest. The girl turns to the boy and snaps, hold on tighter. They both snap toward the trees at a strange noise. Suddenly the ground quakes, catching the boys completely off guard. The shaking stops and the group presses on. Why's the royal army out here? With the demonic seal shattered, the kingdom's invading to seize the forest of darkness. An ancient dragon attacks, turning them into prey. Gimli reminds them they already discussed this in the carriage. Shelina realized the horror and stopped the elf. They were standing right where the royal army became the undead. Gimli's face twists as fear and realization hit him. The ground quakes again, panicked horses rear up. A roar shakes the earth as the long-eared girl panics, realizing she let her guard down. A massive clawed paw shatters a tree. Gale's team just entered an ancient dragon's territory and pure terror takes over. Horses bolt as the dragon lashes its tongue, gaping wide to devour the intruders. The wizard screams the dragon has spotted them. The ancient beast's throat erupted with blue fire. The heroes saw the beast charging up. Dragon's breath is deadly, it incinerates everything in its path. Gimli screams for everyone to run. Heat surges in the dragon's throat, magic sparks flaring like fireflies. Instantly, a blue fire pillar erupts from the beast's mouth. The heroes dodge the magic blast, but their war horse was incinerated, slowing them to a crawl. The girls breathe easy as the fire beam misses, but the surrounding destruction is absolute. Flames erupt, swallowing the heroes from every side. Trapped in the heart of the inferno, the team is in serious trouble. Shelina refuses to die here. Mora backs her, ordering everyone to arm up. Gimli knew the dragon's incinerating breath wasn't the forest's true master. Its real power, tough scales covering its entire body. Mora shouts for everyone to land one heavy blow. Only their combined strength can slay the dragon. She chants, a magic circle glows under the girls, and Mora supercharges their powers. Shelina charges first, leaping forward to show the dragon her full power. The girl smashes the creature's skull with a lightning-fast strike. Not a scratch, the dragon tosses the girl aside like a toy. The warriors stunned, it's impossible. Imperial weapons were useless. The elf realized normal strikes couldn't touch this opponent. Gimli raised her dark elf blade, Auric Alchem, and braced for the strike. With feral strength, Gimli charges the massive dragon. She prayed her plan worked and the blade drew blood. She charges forward, readying her orcish alchem for battle. She lunges at the monster, sinking her blade deep into its scales. The elf pierces the dragon's hide, but her elite blade is way too short. The monster counters, but she reacts instantly and dodges the blow. Gimli barely keeps her cover, knowing her shallow scratch was far from fatal. Broken by sorrow, she sinks onto her staff. She's out of mana and strength. Her math failed, creating these wonders cost way more than she bargained for. Gale watched the elf dodge with ease, but he was too weak to help. Gimli yells she's fine and tells him to protect the other girls. The wizard helps Shelina and Mora up as they struggle to stand. The dragon eyed the daredevils, disturbing his peace. He stares in terror, a dark elf's blade impaling his chest. The monster snaps, unleashing a roar that shakes the entire area. Gimli warns that ancient dragons are insanely proud and never tolerate anyone crossing their borders. That's why the royal squad fell. He nailed him right where it hurts. The elf orders them to split so the monster can't lock on. The warriors scatter instantly. Even the oldest dragon can't track 4 enemies at once. Exploit it. Gimli knew this move was just a temporary fix against the fire. Shelina calls the boys and points toward the trees. The fire's out, giving the heroes a clear path to escape the monster. Gale and Mora cheered and immediately started running. Gimli felt lucky too, watching her 3 friends head that way. The elf felt a sudden, unexplained anxiety. She knew the ancient dragon was fiery and cold-blooded, but how could he miss something so obvious? She stops dead, legs trembling. She spun in horror at the smug dragon. It hit her, this was his plan all along. It looked like a withered fish trap. Fire is the net and they're the fish. Gimli screams, desperate to stop her friends from making a reckless move. She warned the monster's dragon breath would incinerate them all as they fled right in its path. The monster's throat glows blue again. Gale shields Mor and Shelina as Gimli races to their side. Right then they knew they were doomed. A cloaked figure bursts from the forest, shouting for the princess. The shell roars toward the dragon, exploding right over its head. It's enough to keep the beast confused for now. The heroes scan the area, dazed and trying to process what just happened. They survived, but how? Gale spots it. The dragon's side just exploded. Cloaked figures drop beside Gale's team, leaving the girls baffled by the mysterious newcomers. Armed strangers circle the heroes, shielding them from an ancient dragon. Firebolts won't kill the beast, but the explosion will force it to flinch and stop its breath attack. 12 cloaked strangers surround the team, eyes locked on the dragon's reaction.